threw down 2 days live stream, a little happy hour, a little dinner. We got an event planned, Q4. Yes. Stay tuned. Yes. We're going into the events business. Robbie, Andy, the boys. Shout out.
2 straight days, live stream straight from permissionless to Rollup TV. Coming for the #1 spot. Don't wait up. See you around the timeline. Feels good to be back. Bang. Live from SmartCon, day 2. Guys.
Welcome back.
First up.
Nice little dead cat bounce last night. Yeah.
Always got to start about the market.
Nice little dead cat bounce last night. Thank you for everybody who saved their liquidations and their longs.
Life is more than green and red.
$1.35 billion
There's a lot of candles yesterday. There's a lot of colors out there.
Guys, I'm glad that we all survived. I know it was a long night, but we made it.
How did you get through the night, Andy?
I slept 10 hours last night. Fantastic. Had 0 alcohol. Feel great.
That's great.
Yeah, feel fantastic.
I'm highly caffeinated and highly leveraged this morning. That's my new thing. Highly caffeinated and highly leveraged.
I am lightly caffeinated and I'm comfy in spot.
There you go. We've got a great show for you today. Sergey is coming up in just a few moments. He's going to be joining us. Tons of great announcements coming out of SmartCon. Chainlink confidential compute. Chainlink is breaking into the privacy game. Also, Chainlink runtime environment. We're going to be speaking with Sergey about these announcements, as well as all the things that he's been making happen in DC and all the other great things coming out of SmartCon. What are you most excited about for our conversation, Sergey?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to hearing. First of all, it's his first time on our show, so that should be really exciting. Having him be on the show for the first time. I mean, generally speaking, when it comes to Chainlink, it's just there's only a handful of teams that are leading this institutional push in our space, and I mean, frankly, Chainlink is the biggest and strongest. And so, when it comes to actually having the conversation about what's happening in DC, what's happening with the big banks, why do they want what Chainlink is building, and really it's the clearest understanding from Sergey about why are they building these institutional smart contracts and what that means for this industry, right? Because they've effectively taken the idea of a smart contract and they've redefined what it means from just like a piece of code into this entire kind of like multifaceted on-chain and off-chain complex system. And so I think I'm excited to understand, more about that institutional smart contract thought process.
Most successful things are not simple, as much as we want them to be, right? The world is not simple. The world is very complex, and that's why we've seen it give way to all of the things that are possible. And I think, oftentimes we try to reduce the complexity of things so that we can understand them, but in reality, the world is complex, finance is complex, technology is complex. And when we're trying to connect off-chain and on-chain systems, it would be a lot more simple if finance was just rebuilt on-chain, entirely on-chain. That would make things a lot more simple. But the reality is that we're replacing the technology and the plumbing of finance piece by piece. And I think that creates a very complicated system underneath because it's made up of both off-chain and on-chain systems. Chainlink is navigating this complexity and bridging the two worlds together, really, pun intended or not intended, linking them together because they're now made up of these really complex pieces of infrastructure. Chainlink runtime environment, for example, allows companies that are operating at the scale of Swift, DTCC, these global banking and money financial infrastructure pieces. It enables them to interconnect both off-chain and on-chain systems, build custom workflows, connect to chains, and any external system. So when you're building a technological environment that has the level of generality that Chainlink is building, where you can connect any system to any other system, it's a very complicated thing because you have to take into account so many different styles and flavors of architecture.
Yep.
And I think that is not an easy thing to do. Chainlink is doing the hard work to bring these two worlds together.
Well, that's the exciting part, isn't it? Is that they're this convergence is happening, guys. I mean, right here at SmartCon Day 2. I mean, I'm looking around and I'm looking at badges, and I see DTCC, I see S&P Global Ratings Agency, I see BlackRock, I see JP Morgan, I see the biggest names in finance are at this event. And guys, like, it might sound like we have a large bag of Chainlink or we have all this Chainlink sponsorship, but like the reality is we're out here on our own making this stuff happen, and we are extremely, extremely bullish on the crowd that they've put together. We are in the networking lounge. We are literally in a lounge sponsored by Fidelity.
Yeah.
Guys, we are at a crypto conference, and this networking lounge is sponsored by Fidelity. We are entering a different era of the space, and it's just, guys, I know the market's down. Trust me, I am the first one to be upset that I did not sell more higher. I mean, Hyperliquid did not make any new lows. Other coins did take.
May I pull you out of this rabbit hole?
But I must say,
I got a question
that
for you.
this is the super cycle that is happening, and we must zoom out.
It is a new era, and we see Sergey walking up, so we're going to bring him on in just a moment. But I think it's really important to think about what it's going to take to succeed in this new era. The hackers, the cypherpunks, the guys in their basement that are coding their brains out. These were the guys that were succeeding over the last decade.
Yep.
Are those also the guys that are going to succeed in the next decade? I'm not so sure. I think it may take a different skill set in order to succeed in this next era of digital assets and finance, because these two worlds are finally converging. Guys, we're going to be right back with an incredible segment from Chainlink founder Sergey Nazarov. As we said, Chainlink is leading the way right from the front lines of this convergence as these two worlds collide. Guys, we'll be right back with Sergey Nazarov. Don't go anywhere.
See you guys in a second. All right, guys, welcome back to SmartCon Day 2 here in New York City. We have the Chainlink CEO and founder, Sergey, with us. What an event, Day 2. What are some of your reflections from Day 1? We have JP Morgan, DTCC. We've got some of the largest financial institutions in the world here at this event. Sergey, how are you feeling about it all?
I mean, I'm feeling very positive. So Chainlink already powers the majority of DeFi globally, and on top chains like Ethereum, over 80% of all DeFi. So the Chainlink standard and the reliability that it provides has already kind of made DeFi grow significantly and made it a reliable resource for capital to flow into. Now, what I think we're doing here at this conference is we're continuing our work with the DeFi community. But to your point about JP Morgan and the DTCC and the UBS and a bunch of other of our top users, we're starting the process now of making Chainlink ubiquitous in the institutional world. And I think the thing people don't yet fully understand is that if there's a single standard powering the DeFi world and the institutional world, then it actually really benefits the DeFi world and our industry as a whole, because it makes the movement of capital from the institutional side into DeFi much more seamless and efficient and low cost and easy to do. So that's really kind of the third step in what Chainlink seeks to do. The first step is enabling DeFi and our industry to build advanced smart contracts. The second step is now institutional smart contracts. And the third step is the merging of those two worlds into a single efficient global financial system. So I think the fact that we have these, the largest really financial institutions and the most advanced ones from a blockchain point of view, working with us here at the conference, speaking about our work, talking about going to the next stage in our work in many cases, some of them already on production. I think that's very, very positive.
Yeah, absolutely. You've already executed some incredible achievements along with both the DeFi world and the financial world. UBS executed a live tokenized fund transaction via Chainlink, and that's through your digital transfer agent. Can you describe what this digital transfer agent does for the world of finance off-chain and speak to the ubiquity that you mentioned, how this can bridge the gap between off-chain and on-chain?
Sure. So a transfer agent is something from the traditional financial world that effectively eliminates double spends in the traditional world. So if I want to give you equity ownership of some stock, someone needs to check that I have the equity, and then they'll give it to you. So I'll give it to them, they'll double check, and then they'll give it to you. So the transfer agent is responsible for these transfers, and they are essentially the way to stop double spends. They've been around for decades, and it's a part of the system that essentially blockchains kind of end up doing on their own because we can all tell what everyone has. But there's a lot of laws and requirements on the traditional side that mean that transfer agency has to exist and has to be part of transactions. So instead of just kind of waiting for the laws to change, what the Chainlink community has done is we've generated smart contracts that successfully replicate transfer agency for tokenized things. And then we've turned that into an open standard, the DTA, the Digital Transfer Agent standard. That standard is powered by CRE, the Chainlink Runtime Environment, and some of the NavLink, the data oracles that provide data into the transfer agent. And then UBS, which is the largest bank in Switzerland, one of the largest banks in the world, has a tokenization team that's now rapidly growing. They've been working with us for a number of years. And now we've gone to production with them using the digital transfer agent, because the digital transfer agent unblocked them from doing these transactions because it solved this essentially legal problem, right? Of I need to do transfer agency. I need a transfer agent to do transfer agency in order for my fund tokenization transaction to happen. And they don't want to build that. There's really no one else building it in an open, reliable way that Chainlink has built it. And so we built it. We built it. We made it open. We gave it to them, and we're seeing a lot of adoption of it. But it's really just one of the many building blocks that Chainlink is providing to the institutional world. And then as UBS and others are on the digital transfer agency standard and they're kind of utilizing Chainlink for these fund tokenization movements and operations, you really get to a place where you have a larger and larger group of institutional assets that can then flow into DeFi.
Yeah.
And so on the other end, we're trying to work more and more with DeFi to get them ready to accept those assets. But once again, under the conditions of the institution.
Right. Correct.
Because if they can't meet the conditions of the institution, you know, identity conditions, anti-money laundering conditions, transfer agency conditions, they won't be able to accept the assets. Right. They won't be able to participate in that universe of assets.
Right.
So that's this is a step in that direction in favor of DeFi. It looks like a big institutional step, and it is a big institutional step. There's a lot of institutions that are going to use the transfer agent, I think. But it also builds kind of a universe of assets that'll be easy for the DeFi users of Chainlink to gain access to.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to understand this institutional smart contract idea, right? Because I think a lot of us in the space who've been around understand what a smart contract is, but don't understand the necessary complexities required to actually make a smart contract that will work to kind of bridge this gap, right? It's not just some code on Ethereum mainnet as a smart contract. It's oracles, it's interoperability, it's compliance, it's privacy, it's security. And so I know that with CRE and with your confidential compute, you're really focused on kind of building this like stack, you know, in full. You know, you mentioned that the Central Bank of Brazil has been, you know, you've just announced a collaboration with them. Perhaps you could speak on that in the lens of the understanding of the institutional smart contract.
Sure. So smart contracts, I've been working on them since basically they came into any kind of existence, even before Ethereum. And initially, smart contracts were very simple. They were about essentially token ledgers or decentralized exchanges or voting contracts on a single chain. So you didn't need data, you didn't need bridging. Then you saw the appearance of DeFi and in the multi-chain world, which means you needed data oracles and bridging oracles, which Chainlink is leading provider of those types of oracles for different categories of transactions. And you end up in a world where, for me, the definition of a smart contract expanded to include all the code on all the different chains and the oracles.
Right.
So that's what we define as a smart contract. It's not just the code on the first chain. It's the code on all the chains and all the Oracle networks powering all that code. That's what a smart contract is. And so an institutional smart contract would be a multitude of those different contracts. For example, the transfer agency contract, as well as the NAVLink, the data oracle to give the valuation of the fund to the transfer agent.
Yep.
So it can strike the value of the fund and it can decide how many shares to give you for the money you send it.
Right.
But then you'll also have a bunch of kind of cross-chain contracts to get the fund to other places. So now the bridging oracles and the contracts on the other chains are also representative of that contract.
Yep.
And then you have AML KYC identity oracles for compliance so that you can send the fund somewhere. So now the contract also has identity oracles. So when we say institutional smart contracts, what we really mean is really advanced and complex contracts composed of many different chains and their contracts, as well as the many different oracles that have to work with those contracts. With the Central Bank of Brazil and the Central Bank of Hong Kong, and Inter, the largest bank in Brazil, that was actually really interesting because it was a transaction between two jurisdictions, with two sets of laws.
Correct.
That used CCIP for their cross-chain and the sending of two CBDCs, the e-Hong Kong dollar and the Drex, the Brazilian real from the Brazilian Central Bank. And then it also used CRE to synchronize with all kinds of other systems around things called electronic bills of lading and SWIFT messages. Because, you know, the other thing that oracles do and are going to be responsible and are responsible for is the synchronization of all kinds of real world systems back with the contracts.
Correct.
And so this transaction with the central banks was about trade flows. It was a transaction where soybeans from Brazil are being sold to Hong Kong, basically. And you had to do a lot of other things in a trade flow that had to do with bills of lading, accounting, all these things. And so the Chainlink runtime environment ran a workflow to do that in addition to the cross-chain.
Right.
Got it.
And so the institutional smart contract in that case is the contracts on the different chains of the central banks and the commercial bank. It's also the oracles providing the data and the identity and all the other information. And it's also the Chainlink runtime environment workflow that's synchronizing the bill of lading and all the other activities. So that's an institutional smart contract in the sense that it's, it's doing institutional things, and it's very complex. It has a lot of different parts and a lot of different pieces on multiple chains.
And it speaks to the reliability that you had mentioned earlier, that not only are DeFi systems relying on this technology, we announced Lido partnering with Chainlink, CCIP for wrap staked ETH. That was announced today. It's also the institutional partners in the financial world, in Wall Street, the largest names in finance and central banks that are also relying on this technology. Recently, a couple of weeks ago, AWS pretty much broke half the internet, but Chainlink continued to persist, continued to stay online and continue to facilitate transactions. What is it about Chainlink that makes it so robust and so resilient against some of the things that even AWS falls to? How does Chainlink stand up in the face of that?
So it's decentralized, and the system has a lot of backups. A lot of the other, I think all the other bridges went down from AWS for multiple hours. CCIP didn't go down. The data oracles didn't go down. A lot of other types of data oracles, or we know many people's internally built data oracles went down, which stopped their protocols, created issues, created mispricing, the inability to move around assets across chains because AWS went down, I think created a lot of issues for people because, and imagine if the AWS outage happens during a crypto market volatility event,
right.
You have to move things, but you can't move things because the bridging provider you use keeps saying the word decentralized or reliable, but then they're down for hours when it actually matters. And so what Chainlink is actually built for, and what our top priority is in the community and in how we think about building things, really is this reliability and security. And the way to think about it really when you build reliable systems is that you're not building the system for the 363 days of the year when everything is smooth.
Right, yeah.
So almost anybody can build a system that does something when the world is smooth.
Yes.
When market prices are not highly volatile across all exchanges, right? Which is why Chainlink is considered the global price in DeFi and why it secures approximately 70% globally and over 80% on chains like Ethereum.
Right.
It's not because of the 363 days when everything's okay. It's because the 2 days where everything turns upside down and the world goes crazy. That's really what Chainlink is built to try and approach in the best possible way with the most thoughtful approaches. And that's what really high-end protocols like Aave appreciate. So CCIP is the only cross-chain system of Aave. Now for Lido, it's the cross-chain system of Lido. Generally speaking, what we find is that as protocols start to hold more value and they start to be responsible for more people's money, their sensitivity to reliability and security goes up.
Yes.
So anybody can go build some centralized service, make a website, call it decentralized, mismanage the security of their keys and people don't notice because whatever, and it'll work 363 days out of the year. But once you secure tens of billions of dollars, like Aave, like Lido, like these financial institutions, you also think about the 2 days of the year.
Yes, of course.
And from what I can tell right now, from what I know of the other systems, and the AWS situations, I think is clear proof of this, clear, immediate, relevant kind of recent proof. I don't see another system right now that can deliver data, cross-chain connectivity, identity, and all of these kind of oracles at all, much less deliver them in a reliable way.
Yeah.
And like, for example, Chainlink right now is the only system of its type that's ISO and SOC compliant. So ISO and SOC are these global standards for reliability and security, where you have to take a lot of internal steps. You have to get an audit from an auditor like Deloitte or Ernst & Young. They have to review how all of the processes work in your system. They have to review, key management processes, security processes, data processes. Chainlink right now is the only system of its type that has that certification, which I can tell you to the institutions is useful.
Of course.
In fact, we actually surpassed that certification by quite a bit. Is the actual reality.
Congratulations.
So I think people, and by the way, people don't fully value this, the 363 days.
Yeah.
No, right.
Because everybody kind of looks the same. Oh, this thing over here says it's decentralized on the website.
Correct.
And they were able to do an airdrop to juice their numbers, and so it looks like they have volume.
Yeah.
What a success this thing is. Oh, and they mismanaged their keys and they day trade on their keys. Oh, that doesn't matter. Look at their volumes. And it says decentralized on the website.
Yeah.
But, the 2 days when it actually matters, as long as Chainlink is the thing that works, I think we're doing the right thing instead of doing whatever the hell some of these people are doing.
Especially year after year after year.
Those
Those 2 days add up.
Those 2 days are actually, in my opinion, how you get to that 70-80% market share.
Yeah, they are the defining moments of the industry.
Yeah,
That's right.
And we all remember who screwed us over and who didn't let us cover our margin and who did. And institutions remember that, funds remember that, liquid funds remember that. So it's okay. We just have a couple minutes left. We had Zach on yesterday and we asked him kind of like, what do you think we should ask Sergey? And he said, you guys ought to ask Sergey why personally he still loves coming in and working on Chainlink day in and day out. It's been a 10-year run now. It's been from the inception of smart contracts. It feels like we're at that point in the industry where it's all becoming, look around. It's happening. What is it that still gets you out of bed in the morning? What are you so personally excited about with Chainlink right now?
So I think it's an amazing opportunity. Basically, there's not going to be many chances for anyone, and I feel very lucky in this sense, to work on something that can define how the world works. And Chainlink really is a set of standards for how transactions work. So how data works on all the chains, how cross-chain works on all the chains in a reliable way, how identity works on all the chains, how synchronization between chains and existing systems works. And to me, being the person who's involved with another smart group of other smart people, a large group of smart people that can create that type of standard, the way Linux is a standard, or HTTPS is a standard, or TCP/IP is a standard, I don't think that comes along more than once in someone's life. And even if it comes along once, it's extremely, extremely good fortune, in my opinion, if you can be involved in building something like that. And so I'm very lucky to be involved in building something that right now is on the trajectory to be something, to be a standard, right? To be a truly global standard. It is already the global standard in DeFi for data and for other key operations. Now the challenge is, as our industry goes from being a niche industry to powering global finance, can we take the Chainlink standard and take it beyond DeFi to be the institutional standard? And then when DeFi and the institutional world merge into one financial system, can that happen over the Chainlink standard, right? So that's kind of the challenge that we're now trying to do. We're trying to continue to grow, continue to make DeFi succeed, make sure that folks like Lido have secure bridges, make sure Aave and others have reliable data, make sure they have all the key building blocks they need to build the next iteration of what they want to build, provide all the building blocks that institutions need, and then the really simple theory is that if we can do these two really hard things of powering DeFi and powering institutional smart contracts, then the third step of getting them to interoperate with each other should be actually natural and organic, right? And we are already seeing some of that, because some of the users we have on the institutional side and the many users we have on the DeFi side are already finding it pretty easy to interoperate with each other.
Right. Which is amazing.
Yeah,
you're doing it for all of us here. There's obviously it's a winner takes most market here for oracles, for data, for smart contracts. But if you guys keep winning, our entire space wins. And,
so,
and I think that is a message that you've gotten across very well here today.
Yeah, so I'm also a huge fan of our space. That's another
Right.
reason.
We know.
I've been in this industry for over approximately 15 years now, and I got to tell you, if you can believe in this industry, when everyone thinks that you're a drug dealer because you work on Bitcoin, like when I started, blockchain as an industry didn't exist. It was only Bitcoin, and when you would tell Bitcoin to people, the only associated news story was Silk Road. So when people ask me, Sergey, what are you up to? And I would say I'm working on Bitcoin stuff, and they would say the drug thing. Right. So if you can work on something when that's what people think you're doing, you can definitely work on it when all the world's largest financial institutions want to work.
Are in the room with us.
So conviction grows stronger. Sergey Nazarov, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you, Sergey.
Absolute pleasure.
To
The
meet you.
Chainlink standard is becoming ubiquitous. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being at the conference, and thanks for having me.
Absolutely. We'd love to have you again soon. Yeah.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Sergey.
Cheers.
Thank you.
See you again soon. Great conference. SmartCon.
Wow. Day 2, getting kicked off. Thank you, Sergey. Alrighty, guys. Man, Rob, initial takeaways, key thoughts here.
Yeah. Absolute pleasure. We'll see you
Thanks,
next
Chris.
time, Sergey.
Alrighty, guys. We've got a slam slate. We got to do a quick recap of what Sergey has just said. I think the most impactful and influential take here is that if we can get this standard across the line for DeFi, then it will facilitate the absolute abundance of moves of capital movement from institutions on chain. So like when I'm thinking about how we're arguing about, which bridge or which Oracle or which DeFi app, it's like, no. Perhaps there is a model in which we think about how can we bring the industry together to align on a winner or two, and then we can just back a winner or two all the way, and then that allows the entire industry to flourish and grow. And if you think about how this industry is likely to grow, it probably already happens like that by natural market forces. But that is exactly what is happening. And Chainlink is the clear winner there. And if they keep winning, all of us, your bags will keep pumping.
It's the compounding effect. And we're seeing this in the stock market. We're going to see it play out. It
as
already
far as
is
the concentration
happening in crypto. The concentration is continuing. These deals are being made between one another. The top players in the stock market and the top players in DeFi are continuing to compound their market dominance. And I believe this will continue to happen. My one takeaway that I think is really, really important to understand about Sergey's conversation with us and the Chainlink standard is that Chainlink is one of the unique companies approaching this convergence from both ends, right? You've got the DeFi horses that are running really fast and they're doing amazing things. Aave is one of them. And you heard Sergey talk about Aave, and there's kings of DeFi, kings of crypto, and they're doing great work on pushing crypto and digital assets further and further into Wall Street.
Yes.
We're also seeing
Wall Street.
We're also seeing Wall Street companies push further and further from their perspectives, closer and closer to the crypto companies, and we're seeing these two worlds collide.
Yes.
It is very rare that a company approaches this convergence from both ends.
Correct.
Chainlink is pushing on the DeFi side, but they're also pushing on the Wall Street
side.
and the institutional side.
Yeah.
And they're literally closing the gap with their own forces.
Yes.
They're not relying on anyone on the other side. They're not relying on anyone on the DeFi side. They're making it happen themselves and closing this gap. And you heard Sergey talk about it. As this gap closes, because they are the ones to close it, the next third thing that occurs is the natural integration of these two worlds. When they are able to interoperate, that becomes natural and organic and born out of the integration that we're seeing because we have companies that are pushing on both of these ends. So the integration is happening right before our eyes. And Chainlink really is becoming the ubiquitous standard that is bringing these two worlds together. And I do think that market dominance will continue to compound. Sergey's doing incredible things in DC as well. We didn't get a chance to ask him, but I really do think we'll have Sergey on again soon, and they're going to have another batch of announcements.
I have a friend who's been holding Chainlink since 10 cents, and he's in Brazil right now. I introduced him to his Brazilian girlfriend. And he is literally holding a lot of Chainlink for many, many years now, and he'll just never sell. He'll just never fucking sell.
He is rising up the ranks of the Link Marines.
No, he's just never gonna sell.
He's never going to
That's
sell.
the other thing about this
He's a
community
Link
is that
general.
they are so strong in their desire to never
Well, I think
ever sell.
This speaks to Zach's segment yesterday, which was that there is a mission and a vision beyond linking blockchains together.
Correct.
That is such a minute portion
Correct.
of the Chainlink standard now.
Mhm.
Once you take into account the digital transfer agent that is literally helping UBS and central banks move currencies between
Yes.
domains.
Yes.
They are linking not just blockchains together,
Yes.
but they are linking central banks together. And again, this speaks to the convergence of these two worlds, that because Chainlink is helping link central banks together separately, because Chainlink is helping link blockchains together, when it comes time to truly integrate these two worlds
Yes.
and link central banks with blockchains, they're both already using the Chainlink standard.
Correct.
And this is going to become a very natural and organic integration, like we heard Sergey talk about. And I think this is a vision that early Link Marines, early
Yes, they all saw.
believers in Chainlink,
They
they
saw.
saw this vision. They saw that
And it's coming to fruition now.
it certainly is coming to fruition. And I think Sergey put it extremely well, which was that, if you believe in this vision back when Bitcoin was the Silk Road and this was a drug-filled, only used for crime.
Yeah.
The conviction to have that belief back then, it's so much easier now.
It's
When
still not easy.
Fidelity's sponsoring.
It's still not
You're a little
easy.
too zoomed into the charts. If you
It's
think a little
still
shake out
not
to 99K
easy.
is gonna
We're still early.
shake believers out of this
You're
vision.
still early.
Fidelity, DTCC,
It's not your altcoin that's going to go down.
UBS,
It's
the
it's
largest
somebody
banks
else's.
in Switzerland, the largest banks in Europe, the largest central banks around the world are making it easier to believe in this vision because now they are endorsing this vision.
Yeah.
They were never part of this vision back when Bitcoin and blockchain was just used on the Silk Road for crime.
No.
They are now jumping on the bandwagon. The largest banks, central
They
banks,
are.
and institutions in the world
They're
are
coming to
jumping
play.
on the bandwagon.
They're coming to
and
play.
they are endorsing and emphasizing and reinforcing the vision that Chainlink believers had
Yes.
10, 15 years ago.
Guys, we're going to take a quick break. Then we have our next guest, Corey from Dolomite Up. We're going to keep this party rolling. See you guys in just a sec. That was an awesome segment. Looking forward to keeping this thing going. So, guys, just give us 1 second. We'll get this set up for you, and we'll get Corey going.
So you guys just had an announcement and are launching something that will, in theory, makes Dolomite a little bit more bear market resistant, as well as maybe the broader asset class. Just give us a 1-2. What did you guys launch, and what's the gist?
Yeah, so we just announced a $10 million private placement with Stewards, which is a company that's going to be uplisted on the NASDAQ very soon. And this, I think, represents the first time that a DeFi governance token is going to have like public market exposure, and surely one of the first ones that are like pure DeFi tokens. Also, one on the smaller side. So we'll be able to work with them in a very synergistic way to be able to take some of their real world asset part of the business, tokenize that, bring that on chain, bring in uncorrelated assets that are not speculation driven, not crypto driven, and instead bring them into the DeFi world and offer some uncorrelated yield to our users.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen this first debt cycle kind of play out. I know this isn't exactly a treasury company, but it's a similar idea, right? Where it's like we're trying to effectively get public market exposure for these assets, right? That was like the big, like, if I had to put 2025 into like a single phrase, it'd be like, crypto finally gets public market exposure. That has really been the theme here for this, last 6 to 9 months. What importance does this have for a project like Dolomite? In your vision, what does this now enable you guys to do?
Well, I think the most important thing for Dolomite in particular here is like, you look at Ethereum, Bitcoin, and the treasury companies that exist there. These are very liquid, mature markets with tons of participants. And what we wanted to do with Dolomite was to bring something more synergistic in. These are not strict investment holding companies anymore. We're looking to work with more operating companies that are able to dip their feet in crypto now for the first time as the regulatory environment has gotten much friendlier. And it kind of goes into some of the stuff we talked about previously when I was on the Rollup about like what institutional DeFi looks like. This is it. You have companies that are coming in that they know when they get involved, it's 1 + 1 = 3. And they want to have a piece of the upside here. So this private placement allows them to have upside exposure on our governance token Dolo, and then take all of the activity they want to bring to our platform and benefit from it just as much as us as the platform does as well.
Yeah, man, we had what a crazy 48 hours for DeFi. Yeah. Unfortunately, we saw Balancer with a massive exploit. We also saw Stream Finance and XUSD go down, and people took a lot of losses there. I think we're kind of questioning the security of the entire ecosystem after these two protocols, went down. Notably, Barachain has gone through a chain halt and has, as of today, basically secured the assets from a white hat that they had, and they are restarting their chain. This affected many other chains as well. How do we regain trust? How do we regain the feeling for users on chain that it is safe to be on chain? From the builder's perspective, how do you react to this?
I think there's like two different pieces to kind of pull out here. Like the Balancer hack was extremely unfortunate given how mature of a protocol it was. And they did a lot of things right, where they actually had pause features built in that after a certain amount of time, the pause feature would turn off given like the protocol maturing. On Ethereum mainnet, they were obviously way past that point. It really caught people off guard. And this really boils down to like a bit of an architectural issue. Like some of the DeFi protocols wanted to introduce very novel concepts, but they backed into how they built the solution in a bit of a strange way. And it gets technical because you're then evaluating code and assessing the quality of it and things like that. And I don't want to put the Balancer team down because they are key innovators in the DeFi space. They're a great team. But when you look at the architecture of how something like Balancer V2 was built versus how they built V3 and improved upon it, or even compare it to other protocols like Uniswap, it's night and day. There really is a big difference with how some of these protocols were implemented and how they're able to secure them not only through security audits, but also through what I would call math. The idea that they basically have very strict proofs or invariants to say, like, if any of these core features are broken, our protocol is not secure. And a lot of protocols that get built don't necessarily have these core features in place of, this is what it takes for a protocol to be secure, and if any of these things are no longer true, then it's not. And you get to test against those things very rigorously. It's a very specific engineering part of the process that a lot of protocols miss in the early days. that we've grown a lot wiser from over the years. The stream finance thing is a bit of a different scenario.
Yeah.
In that you're looking at really more of like a fund manager type setup where like you put funds in, they're basically allocating into good opportunities that you yourself don't have the time or experience to go do. And when you look at situations like that, it's important to consider like, okay, if there is a fund manager involved, like really running this, you want the same equity level protections that you get from like a security that would like typically be in like TradFi. And like that's really what's brokered like the growth of TradFi over time is trust. We're missing that in DeFi because we have a low period where a lot of things are going smoothly, everyone's happy. Something bad happens, that trust erodes away. We need to bridge that gap, and I think if we're going to go with more of these custodial services that produce yield, we need to see more protective measures in place that deal with all of the edge cases, and not necessarily keep them as open-ended as we've seen.
With you guys going on to a publicly listed exchange and launching some of these financial products, is there an air of legitimacy that you bring to the protocol? Because what we've seen is a lot of the assets go into more legitimate field, be in public domains, but we haven't seen that trust or legitimacy extend to the protocols, right? Is that a bear on the engineering? Is it a call for greater regulation? How do we signal to the broader market that, okay, these are the protocols that have met those engineering standards, have the checks and balances in place, and the math that you talked about? These are the safe and the trustworthy protocols with a regulatory stamp. Is that sort of regulation in progress, or generally, how do you see DeFi progressing so that we do give a little bit more credentiality or consumer protection to the end user?
It's tough because, like, as we know, like Solidity, smart contracts, and everything, they're so open-ended. You can build almost anything with them. And certainly, as like new things get built, there's going to be like new standards that pop up, and there's a bit of like a learning as you go process that happens with all of this. I don't think that necessarily like credentialing is the way to go about it, but I do think like the protocols that are really well engineered have high quality bug bounties in place. They're able to properly articulate what some of these core invariants or rules are for how their protocol functions. If I say the words X times Y equals K to you guys, you probably know I'm talking about Uniswap. Like these are just things that like kind of get ingrained into the analysts of the world, like you guys that are really deep in the trenches that know what's going on in DeFi. And like, there unfortunately is a bit of like, you have to get into the weeds to see all this stuff. It's not going to be like the most easy thing for ordinary people to understand. But we also have to remember like even TradFi is not the most approachable for people, which is why we have financial advisors and brokerages and things that introduce the training wheels necessary for people that, or also just guardrails for people to just like dive headfirst into the world of finance. And crypto does, because of it's permissionless out of the box, by default lacks these things. And like I think over time we're starting to see more of these things get built out there.
Corey, just kind of last thing from me for you, when you're looking forward for Q4 into Q1 for Dolomite, you mentioned some of the skittishness in the market. How do you think about your progress from a protocol perspective going forward with regards to a larger DeFi market? What are some of the core objectives for the team?
Yeah, I think we're really looking to diversify into real world asset listings on Dolomite. We've seen like the lending markets become relatively homogeneous with each other, where they're all listing the same things. The yield is all derivative of largely Athena's yield that they output from the basis trade, and we see some people trying to run like slightly more efficient versions of that in order to produce like marginally higher yield, and the correlation is going to 1 on all of this. And the only way that we could properly move away from it is working with outside institutions that have, like I said before, uncorrelated sources of yield that we could list and work with and get them into the crypto market in a way that we can, hopefully marry TradFi and DeFi together in a way that really makes sense.
What is the RWA strategy broadly? I mean, you guys, in order to, process lending markets, you need efficient oracles, efficient liquidations, and a lot of these things are just beginning to come on chain. Are there any missing pieces of infrastructure that you need, or do you pretty much have everything and you're ready to roll?
I think from a tech perspective, we really have everything we need and we're ready to roll. It really boils down to, setting up the risk analysis on these assets initially the right way. in the ideal world, you're working with assets that are relatively correlated with each other, so the chance of liquidation is low. But if there is a liquidation, you know that there's a market maker or some kind of entity that's able to process liquidation. And it doesn't necessarily happen immediately. Like, these are not assets that are going to have a flash crash over an illiquid weekend where you can't unwind them necessarily, notwithstanding a technical risk or smart contract level issue. From a financial perspective, we're thinking about things that move relatively slow. You see the train coming before it hits you, and not necessarily like you sitting there like, what the heck just happened? And broadly speaking, like we talk about real world assets, like that in of itself is a very broad and wide asset class. But when I think about real world assets, I'm talking about tokenizing cash flow typically, things that are what I would call yield native, that can be properly brought into a money market because like yield is a core part of whatever product it is that you're looking at. Whether you're tokenizing equity rights for a property you're building, or you're selling ownership of a cash flow on a business, merchant cash advance. There's also like a lot of things I've been learning throughout this process as well, of like different parts of the real estate stack that you could potentially tokenize and the rights that come along with it. But at the end of the day, like people mostly just care about the economic substance that comes along with it, and what are the basic protections that I have with it in case the different ways that this asset could blow up.
Yeah.
And as long as we can codify those from a regulatory perspective, really the tech is there to go ahead and process it, and then we can really start bridging the gap between like off-chain yields with the on-chain world, and things get very interesting then.
Corey, thank you for your time, man, and congratulations on this announcement and the success of Dolomite. It's going to be a great SmartCon. I'm sure you have a lot of meetings, people to talk to, etc. Keep it up, man. Keep up the good work.
Thanks for
It's
having
a
me.
pleasure. Thanks for coming on.
Alrighty, guys, we are live from SmartCon. Welcome back to AI Supercycle. This is episode number 9. We have Terrence Kwok, who is building the human layer for Web3. Again, AI Supercycle is brought to you guys by Near. Check out near.ai for their private chat product. And of course, again, we have Terrence today joining us, the co-founder of Humanity Protocol, bringing this kind of human-centric world to this AI world that we're bringing in today. We're live from New York City. Terrence, good to have you
so
on,
much
man.
for calling in, Terrence. It's an absolute pleasure. Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. Wish I were in New York.
Yeah, man. Today was a big day for humanity. You guys have just announced a partnership with MasterCard. I'd like to get into that, but I think before we do, maybe you could just paint this picture of this kind of futuristic AI agentic world that we're entering in when it comes to payments, when it comes to identity, and really just kind of where Humanity Protocol fits in and just generally what your thesis is.
Sure. So I think, I'm a consumer of AI. I use ChatGPT, I use Grok, I use all this stuff every day. I think there's a lot of people in tech are very excited about the possibilities for AI. For AI in the traditional tech world or even in the blockchain space. But I think for us, we are trying to create infrastructure that solves some of the problems that will come out because of AI. Right. If you look at, the last couple of years, it's already becoming very difficult for us to differentiate online what is a human being and what's not. With text, it's pretty much impossible. Bot accounts on social media, on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, it's already impossible to tell. And then recently with deepfake photos, images, Sora, it's becoming impossible to tell whether essentially something is a person or not, something is real or not. And so what we're trying to do with Humanity Protocol is essentially leveraging blockchain to create a trust layer for the internet, not just necessarily for Web3, but for the entire, entire internet world. And the premise for us is, starting with figuring out whether somebody is a human being or not. But using that as a basis for verifying many different attributes of a human being. So it might be your education, it might be your employment status, KYC, identity, nationality. And then as Andy mentioned, just a couple hours ago, we announced a big partnership with MasterCard where they're issuing banking credentials on Humanity. So there's the ability for people to even verify their off-chain assets, your credit score, how many shares of Tesla you own in your brokerage account. All of this done in a privacy-preserving way, such that ultimately the data, is owned and controlled by the users themselves, and they get to share with whoever they want, whenever they want, in a privacy-preserving way. So that's sort of what we're doing, and the reason why we think this is important is because I don't think enough people think about sort of when AI is everywhere, the challenges of making sure that people are telling the truth. A lot of people are already not telling the truth online. It's pretty. Sorry, give me 1 second. It's pretty trivial to create a social media account, LinkedIn account, put whatever the hell you want on there. So it's already very difficult to verify things, right?
Yeah.
And then beyond that, right? We think when you have AI agents roaming around, how do you allow these AI agents, even if you give them permission to access some of this data in a permissioned way? These are all the things that we're trying to solve for.
Yeah.
My camera's a little bit fucked. I'm missing it.
No, you're all good.
You're good, Terrence. So yesterday we had Adrian Wall, who was speaking to the UN about digital sovereignty. And he's been a real big proponent of this. And he kind of spoke about taking back control of our data. He really helped to explain the why this is important, how big data companies are profiting off of our data and not kicking back anything back to the people who rightfully own that data, us as the individuals. It's really you guys at Humanity that are solving the how, right? The technology and the infrastructure that is being put into place ultimately to help reconfigure reconfigure the digital sovereignty of the world and reestablish our data in the rightful owners. Could you talk about how this partnership with MasterCard ultimately gives people their data back? How do we open up the data flow so that we have custody of our own data, rather than just opening up permission, kind of giving these companies permission to access our data, and then they get a foot in the door and they get access to everything? Is it piece by piece? How do we make sure that we custody our own data, and then once we have it, what can we do with it? What does this unlock for the end user?
Yeah, so I think there are two things that we're solving for, right? And I mentioned for humanity, we're doing a bunch of different types of credentials, but using this MasterCard thing and banking credentials as an example, there are two things we're solving for. One is, how do you allow somebody to prove something, and how do we ensure that it's, holy shit, give me 1 second. Sorry, this thing is. Okay.
You're all good.
So yeah, so we're solving for two things, right? Number one is, how do we ensure that it is somebody's telling the truth? Essentially, if I tell you that I have $1 million in the bank account, how can you verify that? Sorry, this is really not working. Give me 1 second.
Little technical difficulties. The boys are all right.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Hopefully this doesn't fall anymore. But yeah, so I was saying, right, like, how do you know that I'm telling the truth? If I tell you that I have $1 million, how can you know that that's real? That's number one. Number two is, provided that I do have $1 million, how do I allow third parties to access this information in a verifiable way without me oversharing things? Right? I might just want you to know that it's a true or false statement that I have $1 million in the bank account, not necessarily the exact amount that I have, or other pieces of information that comes with, me screenshotting a bank statement, of which, back to the whole truth piece, I could easily Photoshop that also. Right. So what we're creating is essentially a network where trusted parties, for example, MasterCard, maybe it's your university, maybe it's the company that you work for, can act as identity validators to issue credentials so that certain pieces of information are verified to be true, encrypted, stuck onto the blockchain, and then ultimately, me as the human being, I get to share this information piecemeal with whoever I want. And that's done through APIs, SDKs. We're rolling out smart contracts across a number of different blockchains for applications to be able to make use of this, right? And I think if you think about even just in the Web3 space, right? For something like banking credentials, what is interesting is, for example, if I have a bank account with HSBC or Wells Fargo, I kind of managed to prove that I'm not sanctioned. I kind of managed to prove that I am a KYC'd individual. I could potentially prove, gosh, this is like beyond insane. Let me see. Give me 1 second. Sorry. This is like acting. This is like, okay. I think, okay. Yeah, sorry.
We love you, Terrence.
No, sorry. Fuck, where the hell was I?
Right. So you were describing how you're helping to enable these solutions and give people custody of their own data.
Yeah. Sorry. The camera is confusing me. So I was saying, like, if in the Web3 space, right? Like, you get to be able to prove, for example, you're not sanctioned, you're KYC'd. Maybe it's unlocking under collateralized loans, non-personal loans. Without necessarily putting, collateral, because I prove that I have X amount of money in the bank, and these credentials, we can make sure that it's refreshed in real time, right? Or even looking at, the RWA space, looking at stablecoin payments. A lot of, countries are looking at more regulated rails for stablecoins, right? And a lot of the RWA platforms right now are still going through traditional KYC routes. Right? What if we could actually have reusable credentials, simply saying, hey, you know what? Terrence is KYC'd already with JP Morgan. And so, we trust that he's not sanctioned. And, if need be, we can get that information from him, whenever we want. Right. So that sort of thing. And this actually also translates into the Web2 world, right? Where, there are many different situations where somebody has to prove where they went to school. Currently, the way you do it is you have to have a company and call up your university, ask them to issue graduation certificate officially. That takes a couple weeks, couple $100. What if, there's a reusable credential saying that, Terrence actually went to this university, graduated with this GPA, right? Or, for example, maybe it's even asset proofs. When you're renting a new apartment, you have to prove how much money you have or your income statements, right?
Yeah.
Right now, there are two problems with that. Number one, it's very cumbersome. Number two, you're oversharing on a lot of information that you might not want to share or need to share. And number three, what you're sharing, if you're malicious, might not even be true because you can just Photoshop and create a fake statement, right? So we're solving for sort of the access problem. We're solving for the convenience problem, as well as we're solving for, truth.
Right. And the platform that you guys have to help bolster this truth and bolster this is human ID, right? This is kind of the core technology piece of Humanity Protocol that you've integrated into MasterCard. A little bit more about this partnership. You guys integrated into MasterCard's open finance connectivity platform. Could you just describe what the integration process was like, when you were kind of going through the early innings of this partnership with MasterCard? We heard yesterday, actually, when some of these institutional partnerships happen, it's almost like a consulting relationship. You're coming in, you're teaching the company about what decentralized identity can provide to them. Is that how this started? Do you guys help enable and help teach MasterCard some of the primitives that are available on chain, and then start to show them the technology and show them what's possible? Maybe you could just tell the story and walk us through the steps of closing a massive institutional partnership with MasterCard.
So this just took a long time, right? I mean, it took almost like a year of discussions and integrations and developments. I mean, MasterCard, historically, people know them for their credit card business,
right?
But obviously, there's their open finance sort of arm of the company essentially facilitates data sharing between banks.
Okay.
So right now, for the Human ID, if you actually go to our web app, which is app.humanity.org, and sign up for an account. Annie, I think you have an account already. So
Yep.
If you actually literally go to the site, what you'll see is the ability for you to connect any bank, starting with the US. We're starting with the US right now, and then we're going to be expanding into Europe and then the rest of the world over the coming months. You will already be able to connect through the MasterCard data connectivity platform, any bank in the US, and be able to prove a number of different things, right? Maybe it's even as simple as proving that you have over X amount of dollars in your account. And so what is happening there is then automatically, once you do that, a credential is being issued on Humanity Protocol and signed by MasterCard to verify that this credential is true. And then through zero knowledge proofs, with our SDKs and APIs, a third party will be able to ask you for permission to check against that information. And for us, the ambition with the Human ID is to say, down the road, imagine it's not a Facebook login or a Google a Facebook Connect or Google login, where you're signing up into websites and applications and whatnot. We ultimately want to build out sort of a Human ID. But the difference between a Human ID and a Facebook Connect is that the information, number one, is verifiably true because there are, these are credentials being issued by trusted parties. Number two is that you as a user gets to connect and own this data so that nobody ever gets to see it without your permission, right? And then the third thing, which is interesting, is we want to make sure that this almost becomes a complete data enrichment platform, right? So instead of just, maybe it's a Facebook Connect where they get an application might just get your email or your name. In this case, imagine an application that even might say, hey, you know what? If you prove that you're a millionaire, or if you go prove that you are a Marriott Bonvoy member, platinum status, you get certain discounts because you've shared this information. Right. So earlier I was mentioning there's sort of fraud prevention, preventing scams, all that sort of stuff as one of the use cases. But down the road, we see ourselves as actually building a decentralized identity graph where everybody gets to own and control all the data that is verified about them, and they get to share it, whether it's because they need it from regulatory perspective, or maybe it's because they're incentivized to share it because they might get, discounts, deals, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And back to what you were asking in terms of sort of the MasterCard thing. Sure. I think it took quite a fair while. Historically they've on the data side of their company, they haven't worked with any blockchain companies before. Historically, it's mainly working with different sort of banks for sharing information. Maybe it's other financial institutions in order for these institutions to be able to check for user data across intra-banks. But what we managed to convince them is that this unlocks a massive opportunity, not just for sort of the Web3 space where a lot more finance is coming on chain, but also for sort of the Web2 space as we move into an AI world.
Yeah. And I'd like to get a bit deeper into that because I think you hit two important points that you guys had in mind with this partnership, as well as in general, just with the philosophy that you guys carry at Humanity, which one being this user ownership of this identity layer, of this human ID, just of the general data that you own. And that's a big kind of theme here in this little sub show of our show here. That being the kind of number one, and then number two being privacy. When you're thinking about the kind of agentic future when it comes to identity, how do you envision this playing out with regards to this user ownership as well as privacy with regards to identity? Like, what is the future of digital identity right now? And are we set up right now to own it? And is it going to be private?
I mean, right now, I think right now it's not set up to. I think right now it's not set up for anybody to own it. Right? If you think about who owns your identity right now, it's sort of big tech companies, right? You have your Facebooks, your Googles, your Apples, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, the government issues you your passport, but they have far less information about you than your tech companies, right? I think this actually poses a couple of different problems in the future. I think number one, as I said, there's the challenge of truth. Anybody can create any sort of account on any of these platforms in order to pretend to be somebody, or just feed it with fake information. The number two problem is that even if you're feeding it correct information, all of these tech companies do not actually have an incentive. Because they've spent so much money and so much effort gathering this information from all of us, they don't really have an incentive to give you back the control over this data and identity, right? It is absolutely in their interest to try to monetize this, and currently it's largely being monetized through through advertising and attention, right? Essentially selling your attention to different companies that want to reach you. Right. But as you're already seeing, like some of the AI companies are now taking this data, right? All the stuff that you're posting on Reddit, is being used for training LLMs on OpenAI. Right. So I think for us, the whole idea is that, there needs to be sort of a decentralized solution where people ultimately control all this data, and this data needs to be verifiably true. And so we actually think this is, in fact, a $1 trillion opportunity if you think about the size of, your Googles and your Metas currently. Yeah.
I mean, because right now the amount of funding that let's call it like the centralized AI world has is probably 1,000x that of this kind of like decentralized AI world it has. And it seems like there's like this kind of altruistic kind of wanting to win for the people mentality with the decentralized AI folk, whereas the centralized AI, they just want to keep shipping, scaling, get better products. but we're kind of running into a headway here where OpenAI is set to go public at $1 trillion valuation, $1 trillion IPO. And Elon Musk and Sam Altman are feuding on the timeline about kind of what the future of AI is. They're going back and forth. Sam Altman's pulling back his Tesla order. Elon's freaking taking away power from Altman. There's just a whole kind of Genghis Khan versus Alexander the Great type of battle happening here. But I think that is even missing the forest from the trees, which is that if we can't figure out a way to make this kind of future more user-owned and more private, then I think the ramifications for all of us are it gets dystopian quickly.
It gets dystopian very quickly. I was on an interview just 2 days ago with somebody else, and we actually think that the challenge is now this sort of AI revolution. It's getting into a even worse scenario of where all of us are getting these dopamine hits because the technology is easy to use. We find it very useful, and historically sort of similar to your iPhones, your Android phones, and your social media networks where it's convenient, and so you're sort of willing to share everything with it, right? And then at this point, you're starting to see different sort of applications where people are connecting they're connecting their Gmail accounts, they're connecting their calendars, they're connecting all their messages, and just sort of willingly hand that information over to tech companies that are working on supposed solutions or AI solutions for them, right? And so for us, we do think in terms of data privacy, in terms of identity, this is something that absolutely needs to be solved.
Yeah. This is really a fork in the road because we're at a point now where these teams either get our data and they're going to try to monetize and profit off of it, or we have custody over our own data and we can choose what we do with it. So I'm somewhat concerned of the world where everyone gets a hold of our data, but also the idea of the world where we each have our own data, it's verifiable, and we can choose who to share that with, I think is extremely important. But we've seen security leaks, hacks. I mean, for a long time, the reason that a lot of this is still on paper is because people are still somewhat skeptical of the internet and of databases, because every once in a while we see this huge database leak. And so could you just tell us, how do you ensure that, this is secure? Walk us through what, is it ZK? Maybe you could just talk to us about the security of the protocol to kind of put our minds at ease so that we can make sure that, when we're giving someone access to our data, it only stays accessible by them.
Yeah. So what we're actually doing is we're not putting the data on chain, right? So what is actually happening is a little bit similar to how most, at least most tech companies where they are doing it correctly, they never see your password. They never. It's entirely encrypted, right? So, and it's not reversible without a key. So it's a little bit similar to that. Essentially, for any sort of data, any sort of credential that's being issued, the data is encrypted. What we do is we actually store it on decentralized storage. Right now, we've actually migrated. We also announced a partnership with Walrus, which is actually built on Sui, like a couple weeks back. And so the data is actually encrypted, stored on Walrus, and then what is happening is we're issuing a credential on chain that represents some form of encrypted data. And then what we're doing is essentially using zero knowledge proofs to allow a third party to be able to verify that this credential is valid, provided that the user gives permission. So at any point in time, none of the data is on chain. The user ultimately gets to control the credential, and nothing can, there's no possibility of a data leak.
Yeah, that makes sense. I also think that there's incredible opportunities here. I was listening to the recent Elon Musk, Joe Rogan podcast, and Elon makes, a really strong emphasis for ultimate truth-seeking AI. right? And he sort of describes how Gemini, OpenAI, you know, they have these implicit biases. They're, you know, treating the founding fathers as these diverse women. And then if AI, you know, is allowed to kind of think non-truths, well, there's a really, really dystopian scenario that results from that. And so we need a truth-seeking AI in order to combat those other AIs. If we have private AI, Near has been an incredible partner in this, as they have private and user-owned AI as well. I think, you know, we're entering this world where AI agents are becoming more ingrained into commerce, and the agentic economy is becoming full force with X402 and MCP and all these protocols that link these things together. They're going to get access to our credit cards. You know, some of the time they're going to need our passport. They're going to need our driver's license. They're going to need our social security numbers. And so when it comes to AIs sharing data with one another, like how do you see this playing out in the agentic world? Do you see, you know, I give my personal AI access to my data through human ID. Can that AI go and share my data with all of the other AIs? Like how do you see our data proliferating through the economy and through the internet as we kind of delve into this agentic world?
I think in the agentic world, you know, I've sort of spent most of my time still focusing on sort of building the solutions for the human world. But you know, the team does think a little bit about how this works and how this potentially could play into the agentic world. And you're right? You know, the idea is that ultimately, you know, the user, same thing, right? Needs to give permission to an AI agent in order to make use of that information. I think the challenge actually becomes when, you know, somebody not fully understanding the boundaries and the power of that AI agent shares that information, and as you said, maybe then that AI agent goes rogue and starts blasting that out, right? And so one of the other things that we do think about is that down the road, because we've built essentially a blockchain for credentials, there is an idea that there might even be identities and credentials being issued to AI agents to sort of force some degree of responsibility between whoever created this agent and the agent itself, right? So saying that, okay, you know what, this AI agent is running around going rogue, doing stupid shit, but at the very least we can verify that, okay, this AI agent is technically created and operated by Andy, and so Andy should be held responsible, right? So I think these are sort of uncharted territories, at least for now. But I do think, you know, whether it's us or whether it's somebody else, you know, solutions need to be created pretty soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes complete sense. Terrence, do you have any stats? Like how many people have onboarded to the platform so far? What, you know, how many data points have you collected? I mean, I'd have to. This is such an incredible TAM.
We have around 1.5 million people who have verified to be a human being on Humanity. Yeah. We have I think just over around 10 million credentials that are being that have already issued. As I mentioned, the MasterCard on the banking or in financial services credentials, I don't know what the number is because the product has only gone live, I think, in the last 2 hours. But you know, different sort of credentials in terms of socials, and even if you go to our web app, you already have the ability to prove out your a bunch of different things, right? You know, your travel status, your loyalty status. We're rolling out KYC, nationality, education, all these sort of things very soon. And so, you know, we do think there's a massive addressable market for Humanity.
In the MasterCard partnership, it's only been live 2 hours, right? So it's too early to tell how many users will be onboarded. But MasterCard has millions and millions of users, right? Almost everyone has a MasterCard credit card or is connected to someone that does.
No, this partnership is not just for anybody who has a MasterCard. This partnership to start is actually credential issuance for anybody who has a U.S. bank account.
Right.
So technically it's all 300 something million people in the U.S. who can be onboarded, and the goal for us is to actually allow for these credentials to be used in a wide range of applications. Maybe it's, you know, you signing up for a crypto exchange, or maybe opening a bank account, or maybe it's getting a personal loan, on chain or off chain. So it's many different types of use cases that we're enabling.
Does it onboard these guys by default, or does it just opens up access for them to onboard their banking details?
It opens up right now. Right now, it opens up the ability for people to onboard their own banking details, and then for us, the goal is to allow different sort of companies to also make use of this to onboard users. Right, as I mentioned, it might be
I see.
it might be you get what I'm saying, right? Like there might be a fintech that says instead of me going out and KYCing every one of our users, why don't I just check if this person is already onboarded, is KYC'd with one of the 25,000 US banks, right?
This is really
that's what we fundamentally enable.
This is really similar to the agentic use case. It's enabling second and third order effects of this data, right? Where banks can now access this data, and then those banks can go maybe, down the line to issuing loans. The data flow, the pipeline here ultimately starts with it starts with the individual, right? But then humanity is the one that sort of opens up this landscape and this world of partners that can then leverage and use this data in a very secure way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Terrence, man, congratulations on the big day. I'm sure you're slammed. We're gonna let you go. Thanks for calling in, being a part of this.
No, absolutely. Thanks for having me. But as I said, given that you guys are in New York, Annie, I just sent you a message with a photo.
Times Square, baby.
You guys do have some time. Swing by Times Square, and because I'm not there, so would love to get a few more pics or videos from that.
Yeah, we'll have a look. We are live from New York. Terrence, thank you so much for coming on, man. This has been the AI Super Cycle with Terrence Kwok from Humanity. Congrats on the partnership with MasterCard. And Terrence, we're going to see you again soon. Thanks, brother.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, guys.
Trust in T. See you later, man. All righty. Guys, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break and then be back with some other Chainlink team members as well as the rest of the slate today. See you guys soon. Alrighty, guys, welcome back to SmartCon Day 2. We have a 5-hour marathon from noon to 5. Then we're going to host Teddy at our event I think it's in Nomad at 5 to 10 p.m. So we've got another 10 hours left on this day. I'm coffeeed up. Teddy's fired up. Teddy, welcome to the show. It's good to have you.
Hey, yeah, thanks for having us, guys. This is a great setup, and we're fucking stoked to be here.
Yeah, you guys are firmly in the convergence of these two worlds. Fidelity is sponsoring the room that we're in now.
Yep.
It's institutional season here happening on chain. You guys are at the forefront. Just tell us like the status update on RWAs.
Yeah, man, I think it's if there's any time to be an artist, it's definitely now, especially as everything's going on in DeFi. As you guys have seen on crypto Twitter, I think it really just speaks volumes to like what we've been building over the last 1.5 years or so. And I think we've been on this institutional arc lately where we've been working with a lot of institutional folks, both in the US and in Asia and in the UAE. So it's great to kind of see the two worlds kind of coalescing on our chain specifically. I mean, we're the only chain where you can collateralize an Apollo private credit fund or a Wisdom Tree private credit fund, loop it on Morpho, and actually increase your yield that way. And I think, the entire crypto space is really starting to see the benefits of that. And it's, it's great to be out here. And I mean, we were just meeting with a lot of our other partners too, and talking about future deployments on the plume. So yeah, it's definitely the time to be an artist.
Bullish, man. Very, very, very bullish.
Are institutions the ones that are looping, or is it retail that wants access to institutional products and then they go and they rehypothecate and they go and try to juice the yield?
No, that's a good question. I think it's kind of both. So our Nest product is where all of our institutional assets flow into.
Okay.
And this Nest product itself is integrated into all these different distribution channels. So you can think of like OKX, we announced something with OKX a few months ago. The different exchanges, different custodians, different wallets, different funds, different communities, they're all plugged into Nest. And then when they invest in these vaults, they can take that LP token out and go to Morpho and Plume. And there's different markets for all these different collateral assets. So on the retail side, that's one thing. But for the ACREDX asset that we just tokenized with the centrifuge and the Grove team, that'll be the first case of institutional RWA5 looping on our chain. So
Wow.
Grove will be looking to loop this asset on Morpho. It's probably a few weeks out, but I think that'll be the first case of an institutional use case like that. And I think that's kind of setting the standard for a lot of our other partners that we've been speaking with.
So this Grove company has been growing a lot. It's like this DeFi native, almost like a credit vehicle, if you will, or like perhaps you could explain a bit about what exactly Grove is and how you guys work with them. I've just seen them been on this meteoric rise, and I'm just kind of understand what the hell is going on there.
Yeah, so Grove is they're one of the sub-DAOs of Maker, obviously, and they're basically helping them allocate some of their funds to different RWA assets. I think they were looking at a lot of like T-bill type products before, but now they're looking at private credit type assets as well. And ACREDX on Plume was their first major deployment from like the Grove side, and we're more than ecstatic to have them choose us to be their home for this. So I think they're really making a name for themselves. They're really looking to deploy into different strategies as well and different asset classes. And so I think this is only just a start. ACREDX is just a start with us and Grove, and they're looking at other different types of partners as well in asset classes.
I'm curious to hear your take on this, the value accrual pipeline as we tokenize more of these funds and these portfolios, more assets come on chain.
Yeah,
I kind of hear the tale of two stories. On one hand, RWAs and assets on chain continue to grow. Tokenization continues to expand. We're bringing more and more of these assets on chain. But on the other hand, we're just seeing like asset prices, crypto assets just not really follow suit. These two seem somewhat disconnected.
Yeah.
So when I think about it as the value accrual pipeline, right? We tokenize more assets that comes on chain. In theory, this value is going to flow into crypto as an asset class. Is that the right way to think about it? How do you see these two worlds? How do you kind of equalize and balance these two things?
Yeah, it's a good question. For us, it's interesting because we right now are the largest chain by RWA wallet holders. We're larger than Ethereum, Solana, all these other chains combined. So we're sitting around like 280,000 wallet holders, and I think the reason for that is because we have an ecosystem of different products that feel more like crypto native products, right? By issuing a lot of our assets through our Nest protocol and having users deposit an LP token out, use it without the DeFi ecosystem, they feel more at home for these types of use cases. And I think before us, there was never really that kind of convergence between the two worlds of TradFi and DeFi. And I think, for the broader crypto market, I think it is kind of, we've been seeing a lot of bloodbath, in the markets. Equities are kind of still okay. Crypto's down a lot.
Yeah.
But I think the beautiful thing about RWAs is, these assets are really stable. And I think as the DeFi markets kind of take a shift, to be honest, a lot of folks have actually been reaching back out to us and, asking us for different yield opportunities, what assets we have in our pipeline, how can they get exposure to these assets. And I think it's only going to grow. Like, in Asia, we announced our partnership with Ant Group's Web3 wallet Topnod, and they want to plug into our institutional grade assets as well. So I think Plume is well positioned to be in this spot where we're almost seen as the bridge from like the east to the west, right? We have the US institutional grade assets, but we have a lot of buyers in Asia, and these folks want to get access to everything that we're bringing on chain in a more crypto native way. So I think for us, it's for RWAs at least, it's up to the right. But I think for the broader market, it's still going through some pain.
I'm curious what you think about this evolution. So today, Ripple announced a $500 million raise at a $40 billion valuation.
It's crazy.
Which I guess is like not a token deal. Maybe like it's more of an equity deal, which maybe makes me think that the underlying holding company of Ripple was going to do an IPO, maybe, or some sort of public launch. I think that was part of the news. Securitize just announced that they're going to do this SPAC into this IPO, and they're going to have a securitized token.
Right.
So we're entering this world where we're going to have these IPOs and potentially these on-chain ICOs, and like this split equity ownership divide here. The easiest example to point to is Uniswap, where Uni token is this kind of like governance token that does not have any rights to the protocol, nor to the equity, nor to the cash flows. All of that kind of goes to the to the labs entity. How do you kind of see this evolution playing out when it comes to RWA companies like Securitize, like Ripple, like Plume? Like, what is this bifurcation that's happening for? We want this public market access, but we also want to have this kind of like token ownership vehicle. How is this going to play out?
Yeah, it's an interesting divide that we're seeing right now, but I think it's something, I feel like in every cycle, there's like a new meta, right, of some sort. And I think with the Securitized team, doing what they're doing, going public, and, what you just mentioned about Ripple, I think it's a very interesting angle that we're seeing as well. And, there's a lot of folks that actually have expressed interest in, some of the Plume equity side of things as well. So I think moving forward, it really depends on what you can offer on the equity side of a business. Like, crypto projects generally are split between foundation and labs.
Right.
For us, we actually see a lot of value in both entities. On the lab side, I don't know if you guys just saw, but we announced our transfer agent license.
Yes.
That we got from the SEC. So that was thank you. That was a huge effort from our side, especially with our general counsel leading the way there, Salman. But we even talked on the CoinDesk article. There's a lot more on the roadmap for us after the TA license, and I'm sure you guys know what other two licenses are next. So I think that brings more value to the equity side of a business. So I think it really depends on the strategic nature of what different companies are looking to achieve and how they're looking to build, equity value within the company. But it's definitely something that is interesting that we're seeing this cycle.
We've seen the rise of these stable chains. This is a little bit more on the stable coin side of things, where Plasma, ARC, right, out of Circle, like the stablecoin issuing companies, but also some just pure stablecoin infrastructure companies are launching their own chains. We've also seen just recently the rise of RWA chains, effectively. Plume, I'd put into this category, and there's a couple others in this category. I'll just throw them out there, like Canton and Providence, which have gained a lot of assets, but have seemingly come out of nowhere. And so I'm just curious how you're looking at the landscape in general. Maybe you can describe how this landscape is shaking out. Are certain chains being used for certain kinds of RWAs?
What's going on with this Canton sale? Like they're at like a 40 billion on the OTC charts. Like 20 billion FTVs are like hitting. People are selling and buying. Like they've got, I think,
and then there's a general
has 9,000 RWAs.
9,100%
are transferable.
Right. So there's some very esoteric types of assets that are being deployed on these RWA chains. Do you have any insight? Can you just share what is happening in the RWA landscape?
Yeah, I think the landscape is pretty simple. Look, you have the general L1s, L2s that are all trying to move into the RWA narrative because it's hot. You have these like larger fintech companies creating their own chain almost as like a payment processing rails and basically to just do whatever they need to do internally on their own network and really own the entire stack. And then there's folks that are building RWA chains like us, but there's not really many that are relevant in that sense, because I think for a lot of these folks, they either are on, they either are on like the super institutional side of the spectrum or like the very degen side, but none of these chains are able to kind of coalesce the two worlds. So like the Cantons of the world and the Provenance, like they're super institutional. Actually, Canton's been around for I think like almost a decade.
Right. Yeah.
I don't think anyone's really heard of them until recently.
And no one uses it, right?
Exactly,
But they have a lot of assets on the chain.
Exactly.
So
like,
what's the
the
purpose
biggest
of
thing
that?
is like it's super fucking easy to bring anything on chain. To be honest with you, I think it's becoming more commoditized. Okay. But the question is, how do you actually get real users to buy these assets and use them within DeFi as you would in any other ecosystem, right? And so, like, for us, when we first started Plume, a lot of folks were like, "Hey, look, we tokenize these assets on these other chains." It almost was like a permission black box, and like we had no volume, no real users. Like, how do we actually access the rest of the ecosystem? And the only answer is by building a chain like Plume, where it's an open permissionless chain. At the end of the day, however, we have the compliance stack needed for anything more institutional grade, right? So we have sequencer at the we have AML at the sequencer level. We have KYC, blacklisting, whitelisting, Fuse and Seize capabilities through Nest, and by putting those two worlds together, you can actually basically start seeing a chain that represents almost like a regulated DeFi RWA play, and that is something that the world hasn't seen before, and that's the the angle that we're headed towards.
You guys are taking the right approach. I can't wrap my head around why someone would put something on chain if there's no one that's going to use it for anything.
Yeah,
it's just an accounting. It's just a new accounting mechanism, right? It's like just another form of Microsoft Excel, but it doesn't really unlock the power of blockchain. So you guys, like you said, you're bringing these two worlds together. The buyers, right, the East and the West. You're putting institutional products on chain from the institutions in the West and connecting them with buyers. That's really, it feels like that's where the value is connecting those two worlds together. Exactly. Can you give us a sense of what's coming up next? I know, Teddy, you're always cooking, man. Like there's things in the pipeline. Give us a sense.
All right. Well, there's a lot coming up. I would say, our team right now is at Hong Kong FinTech Week. Okay. I was actually supposed to be there, but I didn't go to hang out with you guys.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Exactly. But so there's a lot going on in Hong Kong and Singapore for us. We're also growing in the UAE as well. We were in an accelerator program called Hub 71. We're meeting a lot of different issuers there and different buyers as well. And honestly, there's a lot of announcements on the Nest side that's pretty exciting. I'll share more in a few weeks, but we're basically taking Nest to a more broad extent. A lot of different ecosystems have been asking us for help on the RWA side. They want exposure to our assets. Maybe they don't want to deal with the long sales cycles of these insto folks, or they just want like a more DeFi play within RWAs. And so you'll be seeing a lot more coming out of the Nest side over the next 4 to 6 weeks.
Awesome. We got a G Plume from Tiago. G Plume, Drew.
Let's
nice.
Go, G Plume.
Drew likes the Nest. He's saying that he likes the Nest product. Teddy, thank you for your time, man.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate
see you tonight at the event. It's gonna be a banger, guys. If you're in New York City,
you're not gonna want to miss this.
Come take a shot with me and Teddy tonight.
We
will not let you down.
All right, thanks, boys. Thanks for having me.
All right, guys.
Quick break, and we'll be back after a quick lunch. We got a 5-hour marathon coming right up. Thanks, guys. See you soon. All right, guys, welcome back to our day 2 live stream from SmartCon. You're watching episode 9 of Stabled Up, our weekly stablecoin show covering the future of the digital dollar. Of course, powered by our friends at Frax with FRX USD, one of the most battle-tested stablecoins in all of crypto, as well as the upcoming FraxNet. Guys, we're here with Cody Carbone, the CEO of the Digital Chamber in DC, a friend of the show now, knowing that he is close with Perry Ann Boring, who is basically the reason why Rob and I started to do this kind of crypto education work back at the University of Florida.
She may not even realize it, but she was instrumental in helping the Gator Blockchain Club, which is where Andy and I met, just two enthusiastic guys looking to learn more about the space. And then she invited us up to DC for the DC Blockchain Summit in 2018.
Middle of the bear market. The club had literally gone from like 5 dudes to like 100 people, men and women. Halls. It was full up. And then by May 2018, it was back down to 5 of us.
Yeah. Well, we share that then. Because Perry Ann is the one who got me into blockchain. Yeah. She picked me out of TradFi. I was working in DC, came from Capitol Hill, went to Ernst & Young. She grabbed me out of the TradFi world, got me into this space. I owe her everything as well.
What was the story that she told you to bring you over and show you the light? Like, what were some of the early days back in 2018? Because I remember like the feeling in the room. It was like, wow, people are actually taking this seriously. But it really feels like that the room we were in 2018 at the Digital Chamber was where this entire industry kind of grew out of at an institutional level. How did she bring you over from Ernst & Young?
So I was coming from that very DC-centric background. I was working on Capitol Hill previously, and it was right in 2019 when Facebook was launching their stablecoin at the time, like Libra, DM. And she came to me, and I was watching these hearings in House Financial Services, and she was like, this is real. This is now meeting the moment. And we're talking about this in DC. She had already been advocating for 5 years at that point. And she said, this is time. This is the future of finance. And I just remember sitting there and like, all right, what are we talking about? And then it took some time for me to get there to be a believer. COVID hit. I got interested in investing. I started looking at Bitcoin. I started looking at Ethereum and Solana. And I was like, all right, where's this going? Started reading books, and I remember the initial conversation I had with Perry Ann. It's like, all right, I see this is the future now. Yeah. But it was that moment coming to me when I saw that Washington was meeting digital assets for the first time. Mm-hmm. And at that point, no one knew anything except Perry Ann. Yeah. And then I followed. Here I am.
Yeah. And I think as of now, people are attributing a lot of the reason as to why we have the Genius Act and why this space has grown so much to Trump, the administration. And that's there's no doubt that has been impactful, but there was a lot of legwork that was done between that 2018 DC blockchain conference that we were all at to now, right? 7 years later, we have the Genius Act, right? 2025. Tell us a little bit about what happened in the post-COVID 2021 to 2024 era. Like Gensler was in office, Biden was in office. There was still things happening behind the scenes, but it was almost like hush hush. Like you couldn't really come out and really be full trailblazers until 2024-5 when Trump got elected and ultimately kind of opened the Overton window to make it okay to talk about things. What was part of the reason why we have Genius Act? What happened in that era, that 2020 to 2024 era, to ultimately get where we are today?
A lot of doors shut in our face.
Yeah.
There is this perception that this is an overnight success.
Right.
That Trump came in January and the Congress came in January, and all of a sudden they were going to be pro-crypto. We were spending days, hours on Capitol Hill, knocking on doors, just trying to educate. Yeah. For so long, we were just an education organization. We wanted to find 1 to 2 champions. That was the goal. And we started to get there. We started to get Jared Polis, who's now the governor of Colorado. And then it was Tom Emmer. And then it was Kirsten Gillibrand. And it was Cynthia Lummis. Right. We just started to add to this roster of champions over time, thinking that one day there will be this galvanizing moment where we have leadership at the top in the Oval Office who will be pro-crypto. We'll have a majority of pro-crypto champions in both the House and Senate, and we can actually enact real policy change. Yeah. So those years, we're just trying to find 1 to 2. We were always saying, if we can get to 10 champions, we'll be in a good spot. If we can get one bill introduced to just start the dialogue, I have no expectations that it'll pass. But if we can just get it introduced where it's like, okay, there's digital asset work here. Then the last Congress, it started with, let's have a digital asset subcommittee in House Financial Services. We'll get bills introduced. We get bills to pass one house. So we started to make progress slowly, knowing that enactment was unlikely because we didn't have leadership at the top. The Biden administration didn't like this. We didn't think they would sign a bill into law, but we knew one day there would be a moment. And so as we were adding champion after champion from 2018, 2019, 2020, that 1 to 2 became 10 to became 20 to becoming, you know, over 100 members of Congress, over 200 members of Congress supporting the Genius Act in the House. 68 senators, both Republican and Democrat, supporting the Genius Act in the Senate. Now we're at this moment. It's like, okay, we have a majority of Congress. Crypto has had its day now, and now we have to execute and continue to push things forward.
Yeah. And you guys are doing just that with the Streamline Act that you've recently been, pioneering for AML in crypto as a whole. Crypto has been known from the outsiders as it's anonymous. There's this thing that it's crypto's anonymous, which is so far from the truth, because if you have any inkling, you can go and see everyone's addresses on most big chains, except for some of the private ones. Right. Obviously it is, numbers and letters. You can't really attribute an actual name to it or an identity to it, but crypto's the furthest thing from anonymous, yet that is kind of like the current, idea in the outsiders' heads. Talk to us about the Streamline Act, what this means for stablecoin regulation, what this means for crypto as a whole, and why this is important for you guys.
Streamline Act is an incredibly important bill. Right now, most of the KYC, Know Your Customer rules are from the Bank Secrecy Act of 1970. They don't make sense. They're very antiquated. You're right. There's a ton of misconceptions about the anonymity of digital assets in the blockchain. If you are buying your assets like my mom or dad on Coinbase or Kraken or Crypto.com, you are fully KYC. You have to put your driver's license there. If you ask a law enforcement official if they like when people trade or if there's illicit transactions in digital assets versus cash, 100% they'll prefer if it's done on the blockchain because they can see it and they can find those people. But if I was going to give you $500 right now or give $500 of cash to a terrorist group, they're never finding that. No. They love it. So what the Streamline Act is trying to do is to modernize the Bank Secrecy Act compliance regime to fit where we are in this new innovative cycle. Right now, banks, crypto exchanges, they have to file a suspicious activity report for almost everything. Yeah. They have to file thousands and thousands of them. If you go talk to the regulators who are supposed to follow these reports, they have a log that is hundreds of pages deep that they are not getting to. Those reports are not cheap. For the banks or the exchanges to file. They cost thousands of dollars per report. If you want to be a legitimate player in the digital asset space right now, and you want people to trade using your platform, you have to have a compliance team that is costing upwards of $1 million. That's for the smallest exchange. How does innovation grow when the entrance to the market costs $1 million? It's insane. The Streamline Act will remove a lot of those unnecessary requirements that the Bank Secrecy Act of 1970 put into place. The Bank Secrecy Act of 1970 said any transaction over $10,000 needs to report it to the regulators. $10,000.
That bought you a house. That bought you a house back then.
Right. $10,000 right now is nothing to a lot of people. And so it's crazy that we're still going past this regime of 50 years ago. We have to modernize it. The Streamline Act needs to pass. We're very supportive of it because I think stablecoins only work if you can have new entrants to the market to innovate and to compete.
Tell us about what the perception of stablecoins, how it's evolved, because you were around before stablecoins were a thing and before the Genius Act existed. And so you saw it from the beginning of its life cycle to ultimately becoming enacted. How did the perception change? Now Secretary Besson's talking about $3.7 trillion of stablecoins by 2028. We think that we'll get to double-digit trillions by 2030. 100%. This is where we're headed, and this was totally unfathomable a few years ago. Talk to us about why not only is it fathomable today, but it's actually becoming expected and it has the majority support of people in DC.
So stablecoins started as a very theoretical concept to people in DC. They thought it was just a crypto asset. They thought it was volatile like Bitcoin or Ethereum. And so a lot of members just associated with, it's just another crypto asset. So that's how we're going to treat it. Then they started to understand, okay, this is tied to the dollar. That's interesting. Like this could lead to dollar growth. Terra Luna didn't help in 2022.
Algorithmic stablecoins.
That is what most people thought a stablecoin was. Algorithmic stablecoin, what it was for a few years. But the growth of the dollar and the purchase of U.S. treasuries and the growth of companies like Circle and Tether globally, that was really interesting to a lot of lawmakers. They didn't know how to regulate it yet. They didn't know exactly what the use cases would be yet. Then there started to be more use of US dollar-backed stablecoins in other jurisdictions around the world. That was really exciting. There was these countries like Argentina or Brazil or Turkey or Indonesia that didn't have any way to access the US dollar, but they were able to do so now through a US dollar-backed stablecoin. And then they were using it as an inflation hedge. They were using it as a store of value. They were using it for payments. The US government, when Trump came in, and that's to your point, saw that US dollar treasuries were being bought by these stablecoin companies around the world, and the US dollar was being used as the primary form of payments and transactions in these jurisdictions where they thought we can never reach them.
Right.
That was very exciting for them, because that is how you can expand the strength of the dollar around the globe.
Yeah.
Especially when you have competition from China and the BRICS coalition of
100%.
China getting close to Russia. They're trying to have an alternative currency to the US dollar. That's when the narrative became less about just remittances. We'd always go in and we talk to lawmakers about, well, it's really great if you have an immigrant population in your district, they could send money back instead of going to Western Union.
Yeah.
Western Union's taking 9% off the top. It takes 3 to 5 days to get there. But they're sending money now through USDC. That's much more exciting to them.
Right.
When it became about dollar growth,
Of course.
boosting the US dollar, all of a sudden, and it wasn't just about remittances or use cases here and here, or how this could be used for quicker, more efficient payments. That is when everyone in the administration and everyone in Congress woke up. Okay, this is a way we can now compete. This is now about, it's not just about technology, it's about economic security, it's about national security, it's about economic prosperity. It's changed the entire shift.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden it became stable coins are something we must lead on. We need to have the dollar be the reserve currency of the world in every jurisdiction. The best way to do that and the best way to buy more short-term U.S. treasuries is through stablecoin companies. Tether is one of the largest purchasers of U.S. treasuries in the entire
Insane.
world. More than most nations now.
Yeah.
Just behind Brazil, number 17
It's
in
insane.
the entire world.
It's insane. And so once it became about economic security, all of a sudden the light bulb went off across everyone's in DC's head. That's when it became very bullish, and the White House started saying, okay, this is priority number one out of the gate. Senate Banking, House Financial Services, you're going to tackle stablecoins. We have to strengthen the dollar. The White House was there every single day as the negotiations of the Genius Act picked up. And we have to pass this bill now, and that's what they did. And now we're in the implementation phase. We've got 18 months from enactment back in July where we can finally start to implement this, and rulemakings will come out. And hopefully in 14 months from now, whatever it is, we will start to have Genius Act compliant stablecoin issuers, and stablecoins will continue to proliferate and grow to those $1 trillion numbers that we expect.
Yeah. And I mean, I think it's so incredible how the industry had such a negative perception following FTX, following Luna, and stablecoins single-handedly took the perception for the outsiders, for the legislators, for the institutions, and completely flipped it forward. For the legislators, it's about extending the US dollar's hegemony, the dominance. For the institutions, it was about the yield, the amount of money that Tether is making on a yearly basis, just about this idea of a better financial system. And it completely took, now it feels like back in 2018, there was Bitcoin, not blockchain, or blockchain, not Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Now it feels like there's stable coins, not crypto happening. It's almost like another split happening here. I don't mean to put you on the spot about this market structure bill, but my goodness, we are ready for the market structure bill, aren't we, guys? Any intel that you can share about your optimism or pessimism about the timing, about the implementation details? Where are we at with the market structure bill for crypto?
Well, I'm an eternal optimist that I'll probably get some eye rolls from the listeners, the viewers. I am optimistic we'll get a market structure bill done this Congress. Now, that has already gone from this summer to this year to now this Congress. It's going to be really tough. The government now is at the longest shutdown in history.
Yeah.
There is no sense of when the government will open back up. That definitely impacts market structure negotiations. It is not priority number one for a lot of these lawmakers right now, but there is progress still, and there are conversations that are happening. Senate Banking, Republicans released a draft a few months ago. They are now negotiating with Senate Banking Democrats. Okay, that's a good spot to be in. Senate Ag is going to release a draft hopefully any day now. DC famously misses deadlines. They were supposed to release their draft on Halloween. Halloween has passed. There's no draft yet. We're hoping it's this week and maybe next week. The Senate took a different approach. We passed the bill out of the House, overwhelmingly bipartisan support. That's great. That's a massive win. The Senate didn't want to take that bill up, wants to do its own thing. The House was working together efficiently on this bill. So you had House Financial Services and House Ag, the two committees of jurisdiction over this text, working together on one product. In the Senate, I just mentioned there's two competing efforts. So Senate Banking is doing their own thing, Senate Ag is doing their own thing. We have a lot of steps that need to happen before this bill can get across the finish line. The two committees are going to have to come together and put one bill together. So that'll be one thing. They then have to send it back to the House because it's a different bill than what the House passed. The House then has to pass that bill, and they have to reconcile to make it one bill. And then they both have to pass it and send it to the president's desk. That is a lot.
Yeah, that is
a lot.
And when does this Congress end?
Next December 31st.
Okay.
So December 31st, 2026. But 2026 is an election year.
Right.
When it's an election year, members of Congress don't like to spend time in D.C.
They like
want
to go
spend
campaign.
time at home. They want to campaign. Politics becomes the number one issue. Politics drives policy. Usually it's not the other way around. And if politics comes into play here, that'll be very messy for the market structure bill. It has to be bipartisan. I get this question a lot, like, well, can't Republicans just pass this by themselves? They need 60 votes in the Senate. Republicans only have about 53 seats, so they need about 6 or 7 Democrats in the Senate. So they need Democratic support. There's a contingent of 12 Democrats right now that are working really, really hard to get to a bipartisan agreement. They see the potential and why we need a market structure bill. It's great that the market regulators at the SEC and the CFTC are doing their thing, and they've been awesome. That's fantastic, but we need a bill to administration-proof this technology. We need to ensure that in 4 years, whoever becomes, or 3 years now, whoever is the next president is not going to say, you know what, I'm anti-crypto. I'm going to take down everything the SEC did and everything the CFTC did, because they can do that like this. You get legislation passed, they can't do that. So I'm optimistic we'll still get to yes, because there are members of Congress who are adamant and motivated that they're going to pass a bill. The timing keeps getting delayed, and that sucks.
And like you said, 2026 could pose delays as these politicians are going home, they're campaigning for re-election. Do you think politicians will be able to campaign on crypto as a decision and a particular policy to sort of propel them into a re-election? For instance, are we going to see Democrats trying to fight crypto and trying to say to their constituents, hey, we're against this crypto thing? They're probably going to lose a lot of votes, right? It's a not insignificant portion of this last administration that helped, Trump get elected. And so do you think we're going to end up seeing Republicans continue to preach this message and potentially see Democrats flip into pro-crypto in order to win over more of their constituents? Can they win an election that way?
100%. The largest donors to the 2024 election by an industry was crypto.
It's incredible.
It wasn't banking.
Right.
It wasn't traditional financial services. It wasn't
And that
the
was
real estate sector.
Both sides.
It was both sides. It was crypto.
Yeah.
Crypto, we just released a poll several weeks ago, and it looked at crypto voters. The majority of crypto holders who vote are single issue voters.
Yeah.
They vote with their wallet.
Yeah.
100%.
Which
That's totally me.
And the most shocking part about this is when you ask them their political ideology, they lean left.
Yeah,
They lean Democratic.
middle left, but just whoever's going to support crypto, I'm not. It doesn't even. Nothing else matters.
That is where
Like,
the
nothing else
majority
matters.
of the industry is.
Yeah.
And so if Democrats or Republicans are smart and they see that there is this huge contingent growing every single
Young
day,
people too, right?
young people,
Yeah.
young voters that are single issue voters, that it doesn't matter what their Democratic ideals are or their Republican ideals are, that they're voting with their wallets now.
Yeah.
And they are going to vote for who is pro crypto. It can absolutely carry the election.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a huge part why Republicans had such a massive weight.
Yeah.
If you look at one specific race, not even the White House, the Ohio Senate race last year, it was Sherrod Brown, who was the leading senator on the Senate Banking Committee that is leading the market structure bill. He was the chairman last time. He went against Bernie Moreno, who is pro-crypto, a former member of actually the Digital Chamber.
Nice.
He was one of the first people ever to tokenize car titles on the blockchain. He ran on a pro-crypto message, and he overtook the Senate banking chair because Sherrod Brown was anti-crypto. And crypto voters, or single-issue voters again, knew how important the Senate banking committee was.
Yeah.
It can swing elections. So 100%, if you're a Democrat or Republican running for the White House, running for Senate, running for House, running for school board across the country, you should be pro-crypto because it'll help you in your election.
Yeah, it will. one of the things that we've heard from previous conversations is that, look, the Democrats want consumer protection. That's their main holdout when it comes to clarity, as well as the rest of the regulation here. Look, regulations are what provide consumer protection.
100%.
So the fact that we had no regulations back during the Biden administration and the Gensler administration, when, there was zero regulation, there was zero consumer protection. That's when the Democrats were in office. Why aren't they fighting harder to get some regulation, even if it's not clarity, even if it's something else or clarity's reconfigured in some way? Why aren't they pushing ahead some sort of regulation for consumer protection?
I think Rob likes Trump. I think he swings right. This guy likes Trump. Come on, just tell us you love Trump.
I'm pro crypto as well. I think
single issue voter.
I think most of the people in this room probably are.
Yeah, it's I couldn't agree more. It is asinine to me that the solution to something you don't like or something that you want more consumer protection is let's do nothing. That doesn't work anymore. There was this contingent of the Democratic Party, and I should say this is a bipartisan issue.
Yeah.
All those Democrats supported the Genius Act, supported market structure. But there is a contingent of the Democratic Party still that believes digital assets is a fad. Mm-hmm. It is a trend, and it's going to go away. It's bad for the economy. It is bad for consumers. It is bad for constituents, and they are trying to tell their constituents how to use their money and what to spend their money on. People don't like that. People don't want the government to tell them what they should spend their money on. And so their solution, instead of regulating it, to your point, to provide the consumer protections, while they're sitting on the Senate floor, like Senator Elizabeth Warren, and screaming, crypto is so bad, look at all the scams and fraud. Well, her solution is do nothing.
Yeah.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, it's not the solution.
The solution is regulation.
The solution is regulation. So if that faction of the Democratic Party could join the other 18, 20 in the Senate and the hundreds in the House on the Democratic side who are trying to push for those consumer protections through passing legislation, through rulemakings and regulation, we'd be in a much better place. All 100 senators should support digital asset legislation. Whether they hate the technology, they may never want to invest in Bitcoin, they may think Bitcoin is a scam. So be it. But their constituents are buying it, their constituents are trading it, they're experimenting on DeFi protocol and DEXs now.
Yeah.
They should want to protect them, and that means passing consumer protections through legislation. It makes no sense to me.
Yeah,
so
no brainer.
You kind of coming back to the implementation of the Genius Act, kind of full circle here. We just have a couple minutes. You mentioned that we're in this 18-month or so implementation phase. I'm curious to understand the perspective from DC about non-Genius compliant stablecoins. So notably, there's Genius compliant stablecoins, right? Fully backed. Reserves are kept on public balance sheets. They're updated. There's a whole list of things, right?
Frax is an example of a Genius compliant stablecoin.
They don't pass yield back to their holders, these types of things, right? And then there's these stablecoins that are completely non-Genius compliant. We basically call them yield-bearing stablecoins.
Sure.
They're just basically meant for looping, for yield-bearing. They're sometimes mechanically pegged to a dollar. They're sometimes backed by other stablecoins. They're kind of a mixed bag. What is the stance from DC on these kind of yield-bearing, non-Genius compliant stablecoins?
Frax is a great example of a Genius compliant stablecoin. Once they can be Genius compliant when the implementation phase is done. Yield-bearing is a really interesting conversation.
Way to put it, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yield-bearing stablecoins were explicitly prohibited in the Genius Act. That was done at the behest of the banking lobby.
Right.
The bank said there is no way we're going to allow stablecoins to be able to generate yield and send that back to consumers because that is competing directly with our entire business
Correct.
model.
Yep. Right.
Now there has been more debate after that about, what are rewards? What are rewards and these interests that if you're on Coinbase and you hold USDC,
you get a little interest.
4.1%.
Yeah.
So that's a very interesting debate that's going on right now. I think what Congress started with these payment-backed stablecoins, one-to-one, highly liquid, backed by short-term treasuries, because it was the easiest thing for them to understand. It was the low-hanging fruit of the digital asset world, of the stablecoin world. I think what you're going to see, maybe not over the next several months, but over the next several years in Congress is, okay, what does the next iteration of a stablecoin look like? Can we relitigate yield-bearing and see if there are other opportunities to maybe put those into the U.S. financial system? Can we look at other types of backed stablecoins? Can we look at gold-backed stablecoins, other commodity-backed stablecoins, other crypto-backed stablecoins? Right now, those are not allowed under the Genius Act. I think the market will dictate what DC does, as often happens, there was such a explosion of U.S. dollar-backed stablecoins and these one-to-one payment stablecoins that the government had to respond. And now we are seeing what happens when the government responds. The market is taking off. I think if the market is telling Washington, hey, we are demanding yield-backed stablecoins, that'll be very fascinating to see how the government pivots. If the market is saying, hey, we demand gold-backed stablecoins or Bitcoin-backed stablecoins, it'll be very interesting to see how Congress pivots. I think that's the next iteration. I think we will see bills start to be introduced later this Congress, next Congress, once the Genius Act is fully implemented, and we can just see, okay, what does this look like right now? What's next? That's always how Washington is thinking. Right. I think that's next, but I think it's not a few months away. It's a few years away.
Thinking of what's next, has the banking lobby shown any indication that once Genius Act is implemented, they will also join the stablecoin force?
100%.
Yeah, they have
It's
to.
all
Right?
about competition.
Yeah, they have
that
to.
is why they wanted to prohibit yield-backed bearing stablecoins, is because they want to issue their own stablecoins,
Right.
and they want to make sure that they're still getting yield on their deposits,
And that they're the only ones that are able to give yield.
the only ones. Yes, this is all about owning the market for them.
Yeah.
They want the mom and pop to not go to Coinbase or Kraken and go buy Frax and hold Frax and transact in Frax USD. They want them to go to Citi. And they want to go to JP Morgan and just experiment with them. They want them to feel comfortable where they've already gone forever. They are terrified of this new upstart that is competing with them. So the bank lobby is very in protectionist mode right now. But I have no doubt in my mind that the first people, once Genius Act implementation is through, that are issuing stablecoins will be the largest banks.
I mean, that's bound to happen. Another interesting happening in the last month or two has been, I think the CME announced that they're going to be doing settlement in stablecoins for some of their markets. And I believe the NASDAQ is getting ready at some point, maybe the next year or two, to transition to basically 24/7 markets. So it's funny how we thought that, crypto was going to become more like TradFi, but it's really TradFi is just kind of coming to terms that 24/7 markets, instant settlement, these things are just far more efficient and better than the current.
We've got the CFTC looking at tokenized collateral right now.
Correct.
They've got a request for comment out there. You're completely right. I laugh at every crypto conference I go to, and it's like, wow, there's a lot more suits here.
Yes.
There's a ton more suits here. And it's because TradFi has come to crypto and not the other way around.
Right. Yeah.
Crypto has started to compete on a scale that TradFi could have never imagined.
Right. They forcing their hand to pay attention.
Forcing their hand.
And so when it comes to this 24/7 trading, to the stablecoin settlement for certain derivatives markets, what needs to happen in DC for that to happen? In like what action needs to happen for that to be implemented, to see stablecoins, when I'm trading Amazon on my Schwab account, and for that to settle to USDT or something?
You don't necessarily need legislation for that. That can just be guidance from the regulator at the CFTC saying, okay, this is okay, but here's how you do it. Here's how we want you to do it. Here's the disclosures you need to provide to us to make sure that everyone can be safe. Here are more consumer protection authority. Here's more enforcement authority for the CFTC to make sure everyone is safe and compliant. But there can be some rules of the road that can just come from the regulators. And that just takes a quick stroke of the pen from the SEC or the CFTC. You don't necessarily need legislation for that. So I imagine some of those developments that the market are driving will force the agencies to respond. We have never been more blessed at the agency heads right now, at the SEC and CFTC, to have pro-crypto champions there that want to see these innovative 24/7 trading. They've already been exploring it. They've already had comment letters on it. The CFTC had a comment letter on 24/7 trading just a few months ago. All it needs is a quick stroke of the pen from those agency heads. That can happen like this. And I imagine once the government opens back up, you will start to see over the next year as legislation slows down, well, where can we see policy progress? It'll be from those agencies that can move unilaterally quickly.
Yeah. And I think it's important to mention that the nomination for the CFTC is Michael Seelig, who's pro-crypto.
Yeah. Former chamber member.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. I mean,
guys are everywhere.
Pro-crypto.
Right.
He's coming directly from, he's chief counsel at the SEC Crypto Task Force.
Yeah.
He worked at Wilkie Farr before this, and his whole client book was crypto companies.
Yeah.
He is a subject matter expert.
What is at the top of his mind? Is it stablecoin collateralization for some of the CME contracts? What are some of the things that are on the top of his priority list, so that when he does get in there, he's going to start to make these changes?
It's a great question. I think he's got to get confirmed first, and so he's probably thinking about that, number one. Some of these rulemakings that are out there on like 24/7 trading on collateral, probably top of his list. He's going to be very influential in the market structure bill. So those legislators who are trying to write the rules of the road for the CFTC and the SEC, this market structure bill would give spot market authority over to the CFTC. It would have to appropriate a ton of money over the CFTC to now handle a brand new industry. He's probably going to be very, very focused and influential in that legislative debate. He's going to be giving guidance and technical assistance to the lawmakers who are drafting this bill. That's probably priority number one is, okay, how can I get this bill across the finish line so I can have all this authority to now create a regulatory structure for the digital asset?
And how can businesses position themselves for the Clarity Act to go live in the implementation phase? We saw stablecoin issuing companies start to come to America, start to coalesce around DC so that they were in position to capitalize on Genius Act. How can businesses also capitalize on Clarity Act when it is enacted?
Well, shameless plug would be join the digital chamber.
There you go. Shout out.
We can be helpful there. But no, so you have to spend time in DC.
Yeah.
You have to get with this legislative text intimately. You have to know everything that you're going to need to do to be able to comply day one. I remember meeting Sam at Frax at the Bitcoin conference a few months ago. And it was before the Genius Act passed. And he said, I know every single provision that is in that bill because we want to be able to comply right out of the gate. If you're going to be successful as market structure is going through, you have time right now. You have to be in DC. You have to be talking to the lawmakers. You have to be talking to the regulators. You need to set yourself up for success and say, I know every single provision that my business is going to need to comply with, what licenses I'm going to need to apply for, so that you're at the starting gate, that once this bill is enacted and implementation is done, you're the first one that can be compliant. You have to know the bill intimately, and you have to know the regulators.
And we've seen that from the leaders in DC. They actually get out in front of the bill, and they're helping to shape it. So not only are they, learning it, understanding every provision in it so that they're ready when it goes live, they're helping actively shape this bill.
That's what we've been doing. So for the first time in the 11-year history of the Digital Chamber, we can be proactive.
Yeah.
We can finally say, hey, here's what we want in the bill because the lawmakers are listening to us. It is not that we just have to be reactive and just take the onslaught of enforcement actions or everything that's coming at us. We are sitting down at the table with the lawmakers saying, okay, here is what we want, and they are listening. Here is what we need to make sure that we can comply, but also continue to innovate and grow in the U.S. The lawmakers are approaching us before the bill goes to a discussion draft, before the bill is introduced. That is something that has changed dramatically over the last 2, 3, 5, 10 years, where now we can be proactive and the industry has a legitimate say in all of the bills that are being proposed.
Cody, who are you looking for to join the Digital Chamber? Is it founders, builders? Is there a certain segment of the industry, businesses? How can they find you, and who are you looking for?
Anyone that's building on blockchain. Our entire goal at the Digital Chamber is mass adoption. We just want to ensure that builders, developers, the largest projects in the world, the smallest projects in the world, can grow in the U.S. We are U.S. focused. We are federally focused. We're doing a lot more at the state level as well. We want to export U.S. ideals and policies overseas. We think we're going to have the leading regulatory framework right here at home in the U.S. Anyone that is building on blockchain, whether you are an exchange or you're a crypto native company, or you're now a traditional financial institution, or you're a consumer payments operation or consumer goods. If you're McDonald's and you want to offer, you want to have people can buy a Big Mac in Bitcoin. Come work with us. We can help because you're going to have policy issues. It doesn't matter who you are. If you are building using blockchain technology, we can be helpful.
Awesome. Cody Carbone, thank you for your time, man.
Of course.
What
Thanks,
an
guys.
amazing Stable Up episode.
Thanks, fellas.
Number 9. Guys, we'll be right back. Quick standby. We have our next guest coming up, guys. Thanks so much. See you in a second. Boom. Boom, boom, boom.
That's awesome.
All right, guys, we are back for another conversation on policy. We have Adam Meinhardt, the head of public policy at Chainlink. We're here at SmartCon Day 2. I mean, I'm looking around. I see JP Morgan. I see DTCC.
Fidelity.
I see Fidelity. I see validators. I see market makers. I mean, what a conference.
Yeah, I mean exactly. You really see the convergence of TradFi, crypto. You got DeFi here. I think Chainlink is positioning themselves in the middle of this all, really as connective tissue. So great conference, lots of people. We have people from the Fed here. The White House is here today, so we got government as well.
Yeah, incredible. What is the public perception? You know, in DC, the Fed, the White House. Maybe you can just shout out who are some of the people here and what are they bringing to the table that the crypto ecosystem is looking for as these two worlds collide.
Yep, a couple different lanes in DC. The Federal Reserve is here. Dave Mills spoke. He did a fireside with Ryan Lovell from Chainlink. The discussions with the Fed have really centered around kind of modernizing payment systems. Yeah. So really the plumbing of financial markets and how to make those interactive with blockchain, with DLT. Chainlink really sits in the middle of a lot of this technology, whether it be cross-chain interoperability, compliance, proof of reserves, all types of middleware that make these systems interoperate. So those are the conversations there. I think with other agencies, the White House is here today, as I mentioned. I think it's more through the policy lens of talking about legislation happening on the Hill. And you just had Cody on. Yeah. Probably talked about market structure. Yep. That's obviously a hot topic. A lot of discussions going on around there. Last night's elections obviously will have insane. Will have an impact on a lot of this in terms of the posture, not just the shutdown, but all these little policy items which crypto is one of them. So I think for Chainlink, it's looking at potentially the government as a customer and as a partner, but then also doing policy work with people like the White House and the Senate and the House.
One of the things that I think was significantly underrated was the Fed displaying and putting economic data on chain. This was something that I think flew under the radar. It didn't get enough attention and press. And this is something that I think is just the beginning. They're kind of dipping their toes in the water. I think it was the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, that helped make this happen. They used Chainlink to put this data on chain. And it wasn't particularly the fact that they stamped a transaction with economic data. I get it. It's a relatively simple technical thing to accomplish. But what it shows is the relationship that the government has with the on-chain providers, Chainlink specifically, and it shows what is possible once the data is on-chain. We can use this data in markets. It can settle prediction markets. It can be used in financial products. There's such a plethora of open access and financial products that can be born out of this that I'm really, really excited. I'm curious how that relationship came to be. How have you been able to set such deep roots in DC and in the government to ultimately flourish into this financial ecosystem?
And maybe a bit about your background as well.
Yeah. I mean, I'll touch on the Department of Commerce work we did and kind of what we're doing there. And I'll touch on kind of some of my background as well. For Commerce, they had reached out to us. They clearly were looking at ways that they could demonstrate their interest in working with crypto, with blockchain. Clearly, the Secretary has a strong personal interest in this. Obviously, Chainlink puts off-chain data on-chain. That's really the core service they provide and what they've become known for. For us, we worked with them to go through which data elements made the most sense. The most notable for them is really their GDP data, their quarterly GDP data. Like you said, it's not technologically a massive leap. They have data in the right format. They have APIs that you can kind of plug into. There is back-end work to be done. There are gas fees to be paid every time you're writing to a block too, which is something I don't think.
Trust me, we've paid a lot of those.
Yeah, I can imagine.
We've paid a lot of those.
So putting it on chain, to your point, prediction markets. Obviously, I think that's where everyone's mind goes to. Is this stuff can be now easily picked up through cross-chain settlement for prediction markets, Polymarket, Kalshi, others in that space. To me, it's really the non-prediction market use cases that are most interesting. We are talking to other agencies. There's weather data, there's rainfall data, there's crop data that can be used for parametric insurance products where things can be smart contract based. They can pay out based on certain events happening. So there's lots of different ways this government data can be used. For us, We love the idea of encouraging the use, potentially looking at things like a hackathon
Yeah.
when the government reopens. And when you have a bunch of developers looking at new data sources and incentivized at a hackathon,
Right.
you never know what they're going to come up with. So I think for us, that's what's exciting is getting this data on chain, getting a lot of creative minds to look at it and think about, hey, what can we do with this stuff?
Yeah.
So we're hopeful when the government reopens, we look at other agencies and continue the work.
Yeah, we learned yesterday that Sergey sort of gave birth to the idea of Chainlink via Swift hackathon. Is when he started, and that was really important to his entire founder's journey and the story of Chainlink. That was kind of his background. I'm also curious about your background, how you ended up here.
Spent some time on Capitol Hill.
Time in Capitol Hill in
earning your
DC.
stripes.
Yeah,
And ultimately
exactly.
got to the dark side somehow.
Yeah, I mean,
We showed you though. This is the light side. That's the dark side of Capitol Hill. That's in
Yeah.
DC. You've left that. Now you've seen the light.
I have seen the light. It's been an interesting journey. I started off at the Federal Reserve, so I was actually in their payments area. But then I spent more than 15 years on Capitol Hill, all working for a member on the Financial Services Committee, which now has jurisdiction over digital assets. So very relevant there. Left and worked for Citigroup, where I wanted to do more work on crypto. It was very new at the time. And I think there was some reluctance in big banks thinking back 6-7 years about, hey, should we engage in something that we're not sure where it's going to go? So I left Citigroup and I went to Stellar, Layer 1 blockchain, ran global government affairs for them, and then went to a firm called FS Vector, stood up their crypto practice doing government relations and policy work, represented Stellar, Solana, Avalabs, Hedera, Kiln, IOHK, some others in the space. And then, Chainlink and I started talking. They had never really had a person in DC to own all of this stuff. They kind of stayed away. With the change in administration, they were thinking a little bit more, do we need to be in these discussions? They're a large company, 600, 700 employees that hadn't really had a strategy. So great opportunity. Glad I did it. Love love where they sit. They sit in between all these pieces. So it gives you the ability to do DeFi, to do TradFi, to do lots of different things. So it's been a really cool.
What would you say are the biggest wins that you've had in DC the last 6 to 12 months, or at least like the biggest strides that Chainlink has taken?
A couple things come to mind. I think Sergey was at the White House for the Genius bill signing. That was great. Got to shake the president's hand. And kind of shows how far we've come. Chainlink's Oracle network, while technical, was included in the White House's report on that the Executive Commission on Crypto Assets put out. So we were on page 12 of their report.
Very cool.
Showing the Chainlink network as an example of Oracle systems and the importance of that. So to me, that was very kind of telling about the position that Chainlink is playing in DC. More recently, we were included in the meetings between the Senate Democrats, Senate Republicans just 2 weeks ago. Sergey and I were in those meetings talking with them about market structure legislation. So I think those are some examples that kind of show how we've elevated, gotten the top tier kind of access and brought into these really priority discussions with policymakers, whether it be about kind of Chainlink from the product side or Chainlink's perspective on, what should we do on market structure? How are we going to move this thing? So.
Well, one of the things I appreciate about yourself and Sergey is that I watched some of these, like the White House dinner with the crypto dinner that Sergey was at, and he was fearless. I mean, I remember Trump said something like, "Hey, he kind of gave a few remarks. He asked David Sachs to say a couple things, and then he kind of opened it up and he said, "Hey, do any of our industry leaders," speaking to the rest of the people in the room, "does anyone else want to say anything?" Everyone else kind of looked around. Sergey spoke up. He jumped in, and it really showed the fearless nature of himself, him as a person, and also Chainlink to really be a voice of the industry. Has he changed a little bit? Has he came into his role? Because when I first encountered Sergey, he was kind of a technical guy, right? Building some of the most complex architecture of this industry. and now he's up there with politicians and speaking his mind.
And just the Chainlink brand too, right? It
Yeah.
was like this 4chan, this
Yep,
Marines,
totally.
this, also just like very anti-authority,
Yep.
anti-government, which all of us kind of have a bit in you if you're in the space, but it's really kind of flourished now.
It has.
So how is Chainlink and Sergey how have these guys evolved to ultimately come to their own?
The way I look at it, and he is such a OG in the space with some of these other players, so he has instant credibility with the community. I think what he brings to the meetings is that authenticity and the credibility of like, okay, here's someone who's been doing this for almost 20 years, which is forever in our industry. His entry points are before 2010 in this space. So I think that authenticity and credibility is a difference maker. When people meet with him, they know they're meeting with someone who just hasn't come to it recently. They didn't get appointed. They built it. They built something real. So I think that really translates well in these meetings for him to help move the needle. His ideas get, I think, a lot more. I don't want to say others don't get respect, but I think his carries some weight.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he's seen it. He's immersed in the culture of crypto in ways maybe that others are not.
Yeah.
And he's not DC, which actually in some ways makes him perfect for DC.
Yeah.
So when you bring someone like him in, people are like, okay, this is a different perspective.
Right.
So that there's a different way of listening. I think people have when they're
Has he
listening.
broken any unwritten rules in DC? Have you had to coach him up at all?
I try I was on the Hill for a long time, and I've been working with executives, from Citigroup to prior roles, and then working with a range of them across crypto. What I often tell him is, at least at the beginning, the most important thing in DC, and it's really no different than any other area of life, whether it be sales or just like your neighbors. The most important thing is that people like you, and they want to do business with people that they like. I mean, our brains are wired for that sort of kind of reaction,
Feedback loop,
feedback loop, exactly. So, what I'll emphasize is, this is really about them liking you. Yeah. And when he's authentic, you can get really, really.
Yeah, it's hard not to like the guy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, you really get some like depth of relationship with senators, with people in the White House. We're like, hey, I can connect with this guy. Different background, but he's open to these sorts of relationships.
I'm curious a bit about like the Chainlink brand itself. Like how do you see the brand developing now? Because I look around here and it feels like Chainlink is ubiquitous with the largest financial institutions in the world. Wasn't like that a couple of years ago.
Totally.
It is where it is now.
Guys, Chainlink just announced, this was 2 minutes ago, Chainlink and Apex Group. Apex Group is a $3.5 trillion asset servicer. Announces stablecoin infrastructure. Apex Group in Bermuda.
Exactly.
Apex Group is going to be using CCIP. This just came across the newswire. They probably announced it 2 floors down from us in this building.
This is like a perfect timing for this question. Like,
it is.
This is the brand today.
It is.
We are working with the biggest asset, managers, capital allocators in the world, and we are in the room.
Yep.
What is the next stage? Like, what is Chainlink in 2030?
Yeah. I feel like in 2030, we are connecting most institutions, government entities, corporate America that wants to do stuff on DLT, wants to use the blockchain. I think we're always going to provide Oracle services to DeFi, but I think where Chainlink is going is heavily institutional TradFi. I mean, they're always going to have that legacy with DeFi, but yeah, it's hard not to get it. DTCC, Swift, the Fed, and we're sitting next to like a Fidelity, area. So it's like you see where the mind share at Chainlink is going, and a lot of it is really it is the different products we're selling, cross chain and CRE and CCIB. A lot of it's also customizable, figuring out ways that they want to use the blockchain, and can we help find those solutions. So I think that's where it's going.
Yeah,
it's interesting because you're kind of sitting in the middle of it,
right?
And you want to be agnostic.
Right, of course.
In DC, people often associate you with, are you with the banks? Are you with DeFi?
Right.
Are you with this? So we're in all.
You're trying to be
areas.
kind of neutral and agnostic.
Exactly.
And so would you say like there's an equal focus on like the institutional capital allocators and the policymakers and the, kind of other other buckets? I know you're obviously very focused in DC, but holistically, like, what is going to take Chainlink to the next level from your perspective?
Yeah, I think in DC, I think one, the shutdown's got to end.
You're right.
I think
it's been what, 40 days now.
It has been.
42?
Yeah, we're gonna hit the record. Or today we hit the record for longest shutdown ever. That's a whole nother conversation, but we'll see. I think the elections last night maybe make this shutdown go on a little bit more, but we'll see how that plays out. I think the shutdown's got to end. We have to restart a lot of the conversations we were having with these government data, government about on bringing off-chain data on chain. To me, it really is these government places. It's not just in the U.S.
Yeah.
It's internationally. It's state and local. We're working with a company called Balcony that's digitizing
Real estate.
property records.
Had them on yesterday.
This is also kind of what governments can do with DLT. To me, like from my perspective of the government lane, that's where we're going. It's not just about finance. It's about making government processes more efficient and lower cost, and looking at really blockchain as a technology, not as a financial use, which is the crypto side. I think that's really what a lot of people think about. They don't think about, hey, you could just make my data operations much more efficient. It's certainly not as like sexy to talk about it as crypto, but I think it's in many ways more impactful for government. So there's lots of different areas I think that are ripe for this sort of kind of modernization.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say one of my favorite things about the space, crypto and blockchain, is that it always feels like there's another big winner, right? Whether it's on the trading side, the investing side, or just like the general growth side. However, it feels like right now, since Trump's been in office and for the next year or so, there's this time period where like the current incumbents are capitalizing on the kind of floodgates being opened, and that there's almost going to be a closing of the door in terms of, for lack of a better term, who's in bed with the institutions, who's in bed with the policymakers, who's in bed with the governments globally. And so it really feels like now is like crunch time, where, if you're trying to launch a Chainlink competitor or a L1 in, this year, next year, the following year, you've missed this entire window here where the Lindy effect is working in your favor.
Yeah.
Do you agree? How do you see it?
I totally agree. And I think, President Trump winning has opened the floodgates in the U.S. like quite literally to become the crypto capital of the world. I know it's rhetoric, but I think it's real. It's happening. What's happening in the U.S. is actually pushing other foreign governments to think about things differently. We see in the UK, we see in Europe with MICA reopening it and rethinking about it. So I think now, if you are not in the game in a forceful way on the playing field, the deals are happening now. The relationships are happening now with all the people in these rooms, whether it be BlackRock and JP Morgan and Citi. Those relationships are happening. Those initial agreements are going to set the blueprint really for how this whole financial system looks. Everything could be digitized and tokenized in 5 to 6 years. Trading could look totally different.
I think it goes for all parts of this industry too. It's like it goes for your partners, it goes for whoever's doing your audits, it goes for the media, it goes for the PR, the journalism. It's all being kind of like written in stone a bit. There will still be some winners. There will still be some huge uprisings of like companies that come out of nowhere. But if you're not here right now in the moment in the space, we're going to look back in 2-3 years and be like, okay, these are like the winners. This is the space. And the thing is, it's like all of the TradFi, the traditional media, the traditional companies, they're going to look at the winners or the long standers, and we'll look at each other and be like, yeah, you guys were there. You know what I mean? And there'll be kind of like this insider outsider thing happening. And that's always been the case in this industry. It's always been that way, like very kind of like clicky. If you're in the inside, you're kind of in. If you're not, but I think even more so now because the stakes have gotten so much higher.
They have.
And this adoption only happens once. It doesn't happen again. I mean, there's phases, but so just to say that it's a very important time.
Yeah, it is. It's critical. I think we're seeing it play out with layer 1 blockchains, L2s. I think we know who the main players are. We know that financial institutions are gravitating towards certain chains. We know there needs to be connective technology, ideally Chainlink, to make all of this work in a compliant, interoperable way. So I do think that's going to lay the framework for all of this. people will come in, but it's gonna be tough to break through.
Yeah.
I think a lot about what happens to the kind of the OGs of this industry. Looking at a place like this, my mind goes to, I think TradFi is going to adopt the best of crypto and probably integrate it
Yes.
into their processes in a regulatory compliant way.
Yeah.
That's why bills like market structure are so important, because without that, I think TradFi actually wins.
Yeah.
In many ways.
Yeah, they can just take all the open source code and just take it
You
for themselves.
You want
right?
to buy Bitcoin?
Yeah.
I'll buy the Fidelity
Yeah, the
ETF
Fidelity. Yeah.
from through my Fidelity account,
Yeah.
funded from my JP Morgan checking account.
Yeah.
I'm doing crypto.
Or Fidelity
in a highly
stablecoin
regulated
and Fidelity chain, which I'm
Exactly.
sure a lot of these things will still happen.
Yep.
But without the market structure bill, which will allow them to adopt what we've already built,
Yep.
then there becomes this highly competitive pressure that is,
Yep.
not the world that perhaps we'd want.
No, I mean, exactly. You go back to the whole point of this.
Yeah.
Right.
We see the rise of such massively centralized actors, both from the space itself, but also externally now, that are coming in, taking the best of this, centralizing it. I mean, it really does come down to issues like market structure and genius. I mean, to me, the real tension is really about KYC, AML.
Yeah.
It's a boring topic, but that's what everyone has to kind of get their brain around.
Yeah.
Is how much KYC, AML do we accept in the industry, and at what points of entry? Is it just the off and on ramps? How do we define those? So that's the issues that we're really, I think, are coming to a T.
Yep.
If we don't, JP Morgan's already doing it.
Yeah, they're going to do
Fidelity's
it.
already doing
Yep.
it. You want to buy Bitcoin, you can buy it through them in a regulated fashion. So it's a really interesting time.
Yeah, it is. It's really where the men separate from the boys,
Yep.
and that is going to continue to compound. If you're in the room, then you're gonna have those relationships, and you're gonna be part of the group that can write the regulations.
Yeah.
Right. You're no longer, when's the Clarity Act coming? When's the Genius Act coming? We want to understand these rules, understand the provisions,
Yep.
and then go help to implement them.
Yep.
If you're in the room now, you're helping to write them because they need to
Yeah.
learn from this industry.
And you can do it in your favor in some capacity.
Exactly.
Or
Well,
at
you
least
can-
with what aligns with your vision for the future.
Yep. Exactly.
Exactly.
Right. There's a lot of positive intentions. You can help formulate those so that everyone has something to rally around.
Yep, definitely. And I mean, I think for we count ourselves in kind of like the broad industry sentiment on a lot of this is we don't want too heavy of a regulatory hand, which our view would be it would quash a lot of the innovation.
Yeah.
The internet wasn't regulated heavily, and you saw a lot of innovation spur, some good, some bad, but that's the price often of innovation. So I think when we think about DeFi in particular, I think we think take a step back. In Europe, they basically put DeFi to the side. They studied it. I think that's where we should end up here and not be too heavy-handed.
Yeah.
But you do have TradFi.
They're coming in.
They're
Here.
Yeah.
They're in the
here.
room.
They're
Yeah.
regulated. They're here.
Yeah.
They're ready to do business.
Yeah,
So
they're
anyway,
using
it's
chain
a fascinating time.
Adam, thank you for your time, man.
Thank you guys.
Absolutely
Really
appreciate your work.
Thank you. Definitely.
Guys, we'll take a quick standby break and we'll be back here for the next one. And we have about 2.5 hours left. So, guys, see you in a second. All right,
We're
guys,
back.
welcome back to SmartCon Day 2. We're live. We have Scott Distra from Space and Time. They've just unveiled their V2. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about ZK. Privacy is quite hot.
Yeah.
You're a big ZK guy.
The privacy is like everything right now. It's like
Big
it came out of
privacy
nowhere.
guy?
It's like some of the meta constantly changing.
And Mert just starts
Okay,
tweeting,
Mert.
and all of a sudden it's like, okay. So
Yeah.
here we are. Congrats on V2. I know
Yeah.
you guys have been shipping a lot.
We have.
Would love to just get the quick rundown. What is V2? Why is it better than V1? Where do you guys kind of see this going?
Yes. First of all, happy to be here. Nice to see you guys again.
Yes.
It's been a while, and you guys have been crushing it. So
Thank you,
it's
brother.
great to be here at SmartCon 2025. So today we launched Space and Time version 2, which is not just like allowing smart contracts to ask questions about data from their own chain, like an ETH contract asking what's going on ETH. Or, you're taking out a loan on Base, and a Base contract uses Space and Time to say, have you paid off loans already in the past? V2 is allowing financial institutions to create their own tables, load their own TradFi data, own that like in a decentralized way, own their tables, own their data, and then connect it to their smart contracts. You think of it as like a landing zone for financial data from financial institutions. So like if I want to go mint RWAs from like my T-bill balances or my equities balances from my traditional accounts in a traditional broker, I need to get that data out of those accounts to a smart contract. Like if I want to mint Tesla stock from my Tesla equity holdings, how does my smart contract know how much to mint?
Yeah.
Space and Time V2 acts as an intermediary. Make sense?
Yeah, it does. And so, I mean, this sounds similar to like what Chainlink does, right? Where you're linking together different blockchains, also between off-chain sources and on-chain sources. How do you work with Chainlink to help enable a lot of this industry?
It's a question a lot of people ask, like, wait, connecting off-chain data to smart contracts, like that's Chainlink, bro.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Here's the difference. Chainlink is not like a SQL database. You can't ask like historical questions. Like I don't use Chainlink to say, has Scott's wallet paid off X amount of loans already?
Okay.
Chainlink provides like the current price feed
Right,
or like
right.
a current data point. Like what's the current price of AVAX right now across 18 exchanges? But what if I want to look into the past?
Yeah.
Like you're going to take out a loan. I want to know, have you already paid off loans and give you a better borrow rate? I need to look up the history of your wallet's loan payoffs.
Yep.
So Space and Time's like Chainlink if it were a database that could look into the past and run SQL.
Understood. And so let's just say V1 was more for, let's say, crypto natives or for on-chain users. V2 is you've
Like-
fully seen that this is going to have to be for institutions.
It's like getting all this we use the word TradFi data and like
Yeah.
I don't know, they like sometimes who is
They-
it like the
they look
Swift
at you
people
funny. Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
Swift guy was like, I hate the word TradFi.
Yeah, that is not a word that we use
No,
nowadays.
it's
It's
just-
it's just on-chain finance.
yeah.
Like they have every institution, every bank, every money market
Right.
has all these accounts with all of these financial assets sitting in traditional databases, and I can say traditional databases because they are.
Yes.
And so there's like, if to program some simple logic on chain, something as simple as if my total volume of Tesla equities that I mint today is above, $1 billion, do XYZ. We'd have to look back at the last 24 hours to see the total minted. Like even that simple of a look back requires space and time. And we return back a ZK proof to their smart contract that says, hey, you've minted this many Tesla equities in the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
Okay. And I mean, you use that as an example, the tokenized equity products that are starting to pop up across different chains. What is the institutional and the RWA strategy with V2? Are you guys helping the tokenized equities? Are you guys helping some of the private credit firms? Generally, what are some of the sectors that you're targeting with V2?
A lot of T-bill to stablecoin mints.
Okay.
And I wish I could name names, but we're working with a couple of large American banks already.
Sweet.
A couple of them were like introductions from Chainlink as
It's
well.
not public yet. Nah, it's
looking
not
over
public yet.
looking over at my marketing
PR
team.
girls, like-
Well, we're working with like U.S. Bank on one project, and they're connecting a lot of like off-chain. They're creating money markets.
Yeah.
On-chain. And then a lot of like lending protocol. I've been talking about lending a lot, right?
Yeah,
Because
right.
they need to know. And then anytime like there's this massive wave of Ondo style projects that are bringing
True.
equities.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, of course.
Trading, right?
Of course,
Tokenization.
yeah.
And you could use a chain link for that. You don't need space and time to
Okay.
relay the current price of Tesla. But what if you want some logic that says if this happens in 24 hours, or like, I only want people trading in this market if they own my NFT or own my they own like some owner, you know, all this logic that you want to program in.
Yeah.
Space and time helps provide the
I'll
data.
take a leap with an analogy because it feels like Chainlink is like Bitcoin and space and time is like Ethereum. Like it kind of like is like the if and then statement.
Chainlink's like Ethereum and we're like Solana.
It kind of feels like the like you're saying the expressiveness of what's possible with the price feed data is really opened up. There's a whole creative landscape here once you strap space and time together with Chainlink.
Just think about like T-bills, right?
Yeah.
Like if I've got a couple billion in T-bills and I want to mint them as a new stable coin, like a USD 1 or something, it's how do I get all the information about how much T-bills I hold to a smart contract to mint them? Like Chainlink can just relay that, the current state.
Yeah.
But what if I want some simple logic that's like, all right, I only want to mint up to this amount per day, regardless of how much T-bills I hold. You need like more data. You need more details.
So Scott, one of the things that, and I feel like we can get a little more technical because you're one of the more technical folks that we've had on over the last couple of days. State bloat was this big technical boogeyman in the room for a long, long time. I take it because you guys are using historical data and you're manipulating it and you're helping use it for a lot of the functions that you have in DeFi, you require a lot of state. You have to have all of this historical data. How do you prevent state bloat from kind of gunking up the database?
Chain, right? Because space and time is a chain.
You guys are smart, dude. This is like actually a big focus of ours. It's like a lot of hard work that we're doing right now to prevent state bloat. Yeah, good question. And it's funny. So like the answer is just hard work, like a bunch of technical ZK dorky shit. But it's funny you bring up state bloat because when we first launched Space and Time and we're kind of starting to go viral on mainnet, Totally blew up, like started retweeting about our tech,
from Solana,
saying this would be a good solution for state bloat on Solana. Because they're trying to solve the same problem from a different angle. And he's like, hey, Space and Time's done all this hard work
for them.
Exactly. Space and Time's done all this hard work, all this hard research on solving the state bloat problem for our own solution.
Right.
It's like we should use that for Solana. So we kind of began the discussion with like Solana Foundation, like engineering from that.
Yeah.
Very cool.
And so you guys are able to kind of just like work through that issue and
using
do,
ZK,
like, ZK compression and stuff like that.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Cool.
We compress like each table down to like a single hash, which solves the whole problem.
I'm curious about institutional. It almost feels like the same kind of slur as TradFi these days.
Yeah, right.
Like off
It's
chain.
like the most used word of this entire conference.
Off chain is probably a better way to put it. When you're looking at the off chain data sources from U.S. Bank, other banks, right? There's so much data, right? So how are you now applying ZK to that data, right? On chain composability is actually an easier problem to solve rather than off chain. Off chain is so disparate. How are you bringing together all of these data sources and then applying ZK compression to ultimately make this so that you can use the data for something productive?
Yeah, so ZK proves that the answers that we're providing to our customers are not wrong.
Okay.
Like Space and Time as a chain makes sure the data wasn't tampered.
Right.
But we prove the answer. It's like we'll go back to the lending protocol example. A lending contract asks Space and Time, what's the total volume of loans that Andy's wallet has paid off? We're using ZK to prove that answer is correct. And we use ZK to also compress like all the raw data underneath, so it doesn't take like 10 years to prove it. It takes like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And then furthermore, on the ZK side, you guys mentioned privacy at the beginning.
Yeah, man, it's very important right now.
So we're proving that we're not lying, but we can also hide information.
Yeah.
What if you have like a table of credit card scores? And I want to say, hey, if my credit scores as a user, as a wallet, if my credit score is greater than 700, give me a loan on chain, maybe a under collateralized loan. I don't want to reveal a whole set of rows of people's credit card scores to the blockchain. So ZK can hide it. Like I can use ZK to return back an answer yes or no without revealing any of the underlying data. Keep it all private.
So does the actual Space and Time network, is this just to store and to settle these ZK proofs?
It's storing all the raw data underneath, and then it's doing all the compute to deliver data to smart contracts. Kind of like Chainlink. Chainlink's like these 30 Oracle nodes off chain.
Yes.
That are listening for data from Ethereum.
Right.
And then coming together to create a response and return that response to a smart contract. We're doing the same thing. We're returning our response plus a ZK proof.
Yeah.
So your contract asks us a question, we give you back the answer and a proof.
So it's modular in the sense that it's pretty much specifically for this data storage and execution of these proofs.
Exactly.
It's not really for
it's not like a
else.
generic DeFi
it's
chain.
It's not come come like trade on the sushi swap?
There's no dexes. There's no sushi swap on
Okay,
space
so
and
it's
time.
really strictly
It's
just for
purpose
this.
specific,
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, interesting.
All it does is secures data, like stores the data,
Yeah.
and then builds ZK proofs to return data to clients. That
And
asks.
what would you say you're struggling with the most right now? Like what has been like the hardest kind of like thing to figure out?
I think we're actually up against the status quo.
Mm,
Think about how many data providers we now have in
yeah,
crypto.
of course.
I mean, there's I saw a sub squid.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
you got
yeah.
a sub squid scrolling across the bottom. We
Yeah.
love subs. They're great, by the way.
Yeah,
You think about how many sub squids there are now out there.
yeah.
Like quality teams providing data APIs. Whereas our business is not just providing data, it's proving it. We're the uniquely equipped. We're the only ones that do this, that
Yeah.
actually ZK prove that we're not lying. And I think people are like struggling to wrap their, like you asked the hardest thing we face.
Yeah,
it's
like a
just,
challenge,
people are just
yeah.
like, oh, I'll just keep it all centralized. Like I'll just use an
Yeah.
off-chain data API.
Right.
And I'll just forward that to my smart contract and like kind of cross my fingers.
Yeah.
Which is what most teams do today.
Man, Sergey was on here and he was talking about how Chainlink continued to run even despite AWS going down and breaking half the internet. So it's all decentralization theater. We say these are rollups, but they go down when AWS goes down. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And so using ZK, using this, you guys are part of the decentralization infrastructure so that this entire industry can offboard from AWS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like you can't have like a critical path for your smart contract be reliant on something that can go down on
Right.
like a regular
Yeah, of
basis,
course
or
not.
worse, just like an API run in some dude's basement.
Yeah.
You know.
So would you say that your biggest focus right now is on getting more like chains, partners, institutions that want to use your product to effectively, bridge this gap between DeFi, TradFi? Like where's your head at for like, okay, this is where we at on V2. Now we need to go do X, Y, and Z to be able to get this thing going.
It's a good question. It's like education, right? Because I mean, you guys probably had this. You probably when you first heard of space and time, you're probably like, "What the hell is that?"
Took
And
us
what
a
is
couple podcasts to
ZK?
figure it out.
What is like a ZK proven database?
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
So how do you take that education not just to DeFi players, but to like US Bank? It's hard.
Yeah.
It's a lot of just like hour-long calls where I'm whiteboarding, basically trying to explain, hey, you got all your T-bills
Yeah.
over here in this database.
Yeah.
And you want to mint them on Ethereum as a new stable coin. What sits in the middle? What pulls the data out of your source database and sends it securely over to your smart contract?
Yeah.
So I'm sure you saw, was it PayPal USD or was it Paxos USD? One of these stable coins that minted $300 trillion on chain, right? You saw this?
Yeah.
So
PayPal
I-
USD.
PayPal USD. So I
click of a button.
right. So I take it, there is sort of this disconnect between the blockchain and their database where they could utilize some sort of space and time ZK proof to verify that, we actually have $300 trillion of T-bills if we're going to mint $300 trillion of stablecoins.
Exactly. And
That
the
was
status
ridiculous.
quo that we're up against is teams like that saying, hey, we have a big engineering, like we're a big engineering firm.
Right.
We'll just build our own. Like,
Right.
we'll build our own Oracle.
Yeah.
And then that's what happens
Yeah.
when you do, right?
Yeah.
So are your blocks on the chain mostly just comprised of like Merkle roots of the historical data
Of
over
just
and
like
over
Ethereum,
again?
yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like a shit ton of Ethereum data.
Just like a bunch of Merkle
Yeah.
roots.
How
Just
is-
like
How have
And
the
it's a special one we invented.
very cool. How have the ZK VMs sort of helped
Great. That's a fun one.
risk
Okay.
zero succinct? Yeah.
So I love talking about them because what they're doing is kind of complementary.
Right.
So
yeah.
Succinct, SP1, and
Yep.
Risk Zero, they're building a space and time for generic programs.
Okay.
Like it's literally space and time, but not for running SQL database queries, for running any kind of script.
Yeah.
And the catch is they're more powerful because you can run any logic whatsoever, but they're slower to prove. We like a Succinct SP1 proof time is like often like 5 minutes, which is great, or a minute or something to run like a complex program. We just hyper focused on just SQL, just data. You can't run like a generic Rust script.
Right.
All you can do is answer data questions, and the benefit is you get like 100x performance improvement by doing that. We just figured, hey, let's keep this so simple.
Yeah.
We know that like Chainlink, a lot of smart contract devs just need to get some data about some activity to their freaking smart contract.
Yep.
Let's make that crazy fast.
Yep.
Right.
Not 1 minute, not 10 minutes, like 10 seconds.
So it's like a generic LLM versus like a purpose-built specific LLM for SQL databases. Is that a fair comparison? Like you
It's
can
a
have
fair analogy.
a hyper-specific AI that is really, really good and really, really deep on one particular subject versus kind of like this broad ChatGPT AI that's kind of good at a lot of subjects?
Yeah, exactly. Like you have machine learning engineers that are still building custom machine learning models, even in the age of LLMs,
Right.
because LLMs aren't perfect for everything.
Right.
So yeah, we just focused on data. We just wanted to build the fastest freaking data prover you possibly could.
Very cool.
Is this your first time wearing a suit?
Yeah, first time. Since we're talking about TradFi,
Institution.
since we're talking about institutions.
What's your Q4 look like into Q1? How's the team? How's the obviously market's kind of all over.
Yeah.
Things have been a little bit weird. Where's your head at?
Ramping up SXT, which is the space and time token. Got to chill. Ramping up SXT burn, like putting more. I almost said it again. More institutions, putting more DeFi developers spending SXT to get this data.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, like that's all that. It doesn't matter how good your tech is if no one's spending the token to use
using
the
the
tech
system,
and burn it.
Yeah.
Which is what Chainlink's focused on right now too. Like they just launched their their reserve
Yeah.
on
Chainlink
chain.
Reserve,
Yeah.
yeah.
To kind of show the world how much Link is being spent in utility on workloads for Chainlink.
Well, that's the whole thing now, right? It's like it's buybacks, it's like utility, it's just like I think we're gonna just see this continuous kind of K shape where it's like there's gonna be tokens that rise, Bitcoin, really solid tokens, and there's just gonna be some that like don't. And from the founder perspective, I think all the pressure is on to make your token one that does rise. And I think the way to do that is these buybacks, is these utility functions, is showing it publicly, creating that kind of narrative.
Yeah, I
It's
think.
tougher than it has been in the past.
Do you guys see that a lot of retail liquidity is getting replaced with like liquid funds, like hedge fund liquidity?
Yeah.
Sure.
And what I wonder is if that'll continue to mature the market, and it'll like the market will continue to kind of price in utility tokens over the next like year or two.
Fundamentals, utility,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So,
Awesome.
What's
Scott,
the rest of your day look like,
Yeah.
man?
Close us out.
dude, I got a little main stage presentation later today.
Ooh,
I think
let's
I'm like
go.
the last one. They put me last as everyone's like leaving with
Closer.
coffee. Yeah, I think I'm closing out SmartCon, so I'm looking forward to that. So if you're around SmartCon, you got a few minutes to hear about space and time. Come see me at 4:30.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
check it
Thank you,
out.
Scott.
My man, good to
Thanks
see you
for your
guys.
time, man.
Thank you,
Pleasure to
guys.
have you on,
Yeah.
as always, man.
Yeah,
We'll
take
see you
care.
soon.
Cheers. Thanks, Kat.
Thanks.
All right, guys.
Yeah, we're
Wow.
gonna bring up our next guest.
It's a marathon out here today.
Oh yeah, we're not stopping. We've got a quick one next. We're gonna go with our friends over at Premia. They've got let's go Togla. Is Togla ready?
Yeah,
Bring
he's
him
here.
on? All right, let's get him going. This one will be a nice and quick one. There he is.
Toga, how are you, man?
Nice to meet
Good to
you.
meet you.
Good to have you.
Good to meet you. We'll have to get you set up here.
Good to be here.
Oh
You
yeah.
guys are just rapid fire.
Oh, yeah.
It's
I feel
nonstop.
like-
It's nonstop.
Yesterday and today, every time I come up, I see you guys.
Yep. Yeah, we actually we didn't go to sleep. We've been here all night live streaming.
Oh my god. Oh, jeez.
Yep. Man, give us your impression of SmartCon. I mean, Premia.
Yeah, there
We've
you go.
Yeah,
you guys have been friends of the show for a long time. We've spoken
Yeah.
with Cozy and a lot of the guys over there, DK.
Yeah.
Man, give us the update, because there's been several people from the team that have come on, and we'd love to hear about what's been happening over the last recent months.
Yeah, I mean, well, the conference has been interesting, right? You just see this like institutional presence. It's here, right? And you're just trying to see how they're putting the pieces together, how the kind of the red tape that they have to get through. You kind of get a chance to kind of see all that firsthand, which has been super cool. For us, we're kind of at a convergence at the same time, the way Chainlink and everyone else is. Like, how do we get the institutions on board, and what is it that they need from us that we can kind of facilitate for them? For us, we are a derivatives protocol, right? So we focus primarily on options trading, and we sort of came from more of the grassroots DeFi side of things. And so one of the things we noticed in the industry is institutions don't come to you, you have to go to them, right? They are not going to stick their neck out. They have certain things that they want to do, certain compliance checks and measures and things that they have to they essentially have to check boxes, right?
Yeah,
And
of
all
course.
those things have to be done before they can even integrate with you. So one of the first things that we did is we sort of altered the platform to be more of an institutional grade platform. So one of the major things that we overhauled on our platform right now was portfolio margin. So capital efficiency has always plagued options, and so that was sort of our first avenue that we need. We need to cross that that hump, right? Get over that hump, and so we're able to do that. And ironically, this week we're actually launching our product called Cayenne. Mm-hmm. So it is a full portfolio margins derivatives platform that serves both perpetuals and options. And so this is sort of our stepping stone to kind of create that bridge with the institutional capital in the system. And essentially what we're trying to do is pave the way forward for us to
oh shit.
So we're just trying to pave the way forward to like create a sort of meet in the middle, right, with the institutions. And we're working on trying to solve different custody solutions as well, and deal with just that compliance layer that those institutions need.
I got to ask you about this balancer exploit, $100 million, and then stream as well. I mean, obviously, like the markets have taken a tumble as a result of that, or whatever else.
I try not to look.
Do you think?
Couple days.
Yeah, I mean, do you think DeFi? Do you think we'll have some sort of confidence erosion as a result of this that'll be lasting, or what's your take on just
well, yeah.
kind of what happened?
So one of the things that we're trying to do to kind of create a higher level of confidence is better custody solutions. Mm-hmm. So self-custody is one of the biggest things that we're aiming to solve. Deribit does a great job of this. This is one example, and Clearloop Copper, they have these custody solutions essentially where you can keep funds off chain, right? Keep funds in a separate smart account. Nothing that touches the specific smart contract, where the smart contract doesn't become a custody, it becomes a transactional layer, right? And by having that, it sort of creates another layer of protection. And so when you have these smart contracts that are honeypots, you're going to always have this problem, right? And that's always going to exist. And so for us, we're looking for ways to implement cash settlement solutions where people can have obligations for contracts come with, and that would still be, through smart contracts, the rule of law, right? Essentially for how the transaction should be governed, but the capital itself is not with us, right? The capital is with the counterparties, and then we just become that intermediary that swaps the funds between the counterparties themselves. And so that eliminates those types of scenarios. And so I know in lending it's a little bit of a different ball game, different architecture, and different structure. But for us, we are trying to move away from custody of assets. And so just to focus more on the transactional side of things.
So I got to ask you, what are you most excited about this Cayenne launch? Obviously, it's been a long time coming for Premia. What is the breakthrough here that you hope to get out of this launch?
So for us, we started off as a peer-to-peer model, and then we evolved into the AMM model, and then we sort of migrated towards the order book design. The major leap here is capital efficiency, but the bigger picture to us is more of a foundation to be able to iterate off of versus having to reinvent the wheel again and try to start over from scratch. In the last 5, 6, 7 years in the industry, the tech stack has evolved so fast and the industry evolved so quickly that you weren't able to actually even iterate on what you built, right? Because it just changed so much to the point where you kind of said, all right, well, we got to hit the drawing board again because there's this new tech that kind of changed everything, right? And I think you're seeing a little less of that now and a little bit more modular. It's a bit overused today and yesterday, but interoperability, right? Yeah. And that word kind of comes up a lot at this conference. And I think essentially that's what it is, right? And that's going to be the focus for us, is trying to figure out those connections and that interoperability where now we don't have to iterate and we don't have to completely redesign our product. We can iterate off of it and sort of build those the network effects, right? That would get that volume that we want.
Well, Toga, we didn't have much time for you today. I do apologize, but I do want to say congratulations on this upcoming launch.
Thank you.
I'm sure you're slammed. I'm surprised that you're here. I'm sure Cozy and the lads are just coding right now and just absolutely locked in.
I have been in a hoodie with monitors in front of me for about a year. So
it's good to have you out here.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining. And again, we've been supporters of Premia for 4 years now. It's been great to see you guys grow and just see this thing come about.
Yeah.
Stoked for you guys, and thanks for joining, man.
Thank you guys. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
I appreciate
pleasure.
it. We'll have to do a longer one.
Yeah.
On
No
the
worries.
launch.
Guys,
Yeah.
thank you.
Congrats on the launch.
Thanks,
yeah.
Eva.
Thank you. Have a
Cheers,
good one,
man.
guys.
See you next time.
Boom.
All right.
It's good to see Premium back,
I
like
love
just
it.
firing.
I mean,
man.
look, these guys aren't going anywhere. They've survived. Next up, Solomon from Aptos. Let's see.
Man, this marathon continues.
Oh, yeah, it does. Yeah, Premier, the boys, those guys are great. They've been building on-chain for a long, long time. Good to see them rebrand and now take a more enterprise-focused approach.
Guys, we have another guest today from Aptos. We've got Solomon, the Chief Business Officer. We're firing. It's a great day. And yeah, we're going to take a quick 1 minute standby and then we will be back. See you guys in just a second. Alrighty, guys, welcome back to SmartCon Day 2. We've got Solomon, Tesfaye, probably messed that one up, but we're doing our best here. Hour 4. We're going to be talking about RWA, stablecoins. Man, first and foremost, what a conference.
Yeah, absolutely. First time at SmartCon, and it definitely won't be the last.
I mean, JP Morgan, DTCC, the Fed, BlackRock.
Clear Street, you name it, they're here.
Yeah.
I mean,
You guys are already working with a lot of these folks as well.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right. We just continue to double down on just institutional grade applications, not just limited to institutions. It's just anyone that's looking to scale. Aptos is here for you to build.
I heard you're the king of BD when it comes to the institutions.
Oh man, it's hard to live up to that comment.
Get those sleeves up, get the shoes on.
I'm just, we're all over here cooking.
Well, what has it been like, now that you guys have the relationships with a lot of these enterprises and some of the biggest firms in Wall Street in the world, what are the next phases, right? First step, obviously, handshake at a conference like this. But when you guys really get down, you roll up the sleeves and you get down to business, how do you continue the conversation to ultimately implement and get a partnership done?
Well, first we try to find out where exactly are they trying to leverage blockchain, and one, we to make sure that there's an actual fit, because people sometimes just want to use blockchain in every single application, and we're trying to make sure that there's a practical use case. So one is your goal to enhance distribution of a traditional product, for example, like a money market fund or a private credit fund? Or is it something more back office where you're just thinking that, hey, this could actually enhance my margins if I start to put my payment rails on blockchain? Really getting down to the nitty gritty, and then also getting an understanding of their tech stacks and their limitations. And is it a regulated application versus a less regulated application? And so we get granular. So we typically like to get very deep with our partners if they permit it. And then we also, you'll find this even with our team, the composition of our team tends to be a lot of folks that came from very traditional, TradFi type backgrounds, whether it be on the money movement side or on the capital market side.
Yeah. You guys recently eclipsed over $68 billion in stablecoin transactions in a single month. That's 1 month, Andy. $68 billion. Also,
that's light work.
Let's get those,
Solomon. Buddy, you're not working hard enough.
The year's not over.
So where do we go from here, man? I mean, you guys are in the top 3 chains for RWAs.
Yeah, clearly established as a leader in this category.
Right. So how sustainable is this, and how do we take the next step to ultimately take $68 billion and turn this into $680 billion, ultimately $1 trillion?
Oh, well, we're very, very early on when it comes to this industry as a whole. So these numbers are just the beginning, by all means. And whether you're looking at USDC, USDT, USDE, USDY, and now USD1, we really view the best version of those products are on Aptos. The fastest, lowest cost version of those products are on Aptos. So it just plays to our strength when you think of like high volume applications belong on Aptos. So that's just a way for us to differentiate ourselves. And if we control capital formation on chain, it's just very complementary to anything else we're trying to do. Okay, you now want greater yield. All right, let's take you into RWA land, and you can get yield through money market funds or private credit, or get access to commodity exposure, since we want, of course, offer gold on chain, or synthetic exposure to public equity. We want to basically provide diversification on chain.
We've really moved on from the times when TVL was the North Star and the driving metric. Just put a bunch of assets on chain, let it sit there, maybe throw some tokening missions at it. Yesterday, we had Sam tell us that capital velocity is extra important these days. It feels like a much more accurate indicator of the health of an economy. Yeah, transactions flowing back in volume, stablecoin velocity. What's the North Star over at Aptos? What are some of the driving metrics that you guys are taking into account? You want to continually push that.
It's definitely utilization. Like you said, we're not really as focused on like stagnant metrics like TVL. We're really focused on volume. You notice that we're really proud of that 68 billion that you mentioned in terms of volume and movement of stablecoin, as well as even when we look at RWAs, we really take it a step further. We want to actually see that these RWAs are actually introducing some type of utility. Are these RWAs being used in a centralized exchange as collateral? By you tokenizing, are you enhancing the traditional yield that you were getting if they were not tokenized? Yeah. So those are the metrics that we're really looking at.
Could you explain the RWA pipeline a little bit, like the life cycle of an RWA? Because earlier we were talking about, some of these chains that have come out of nowhere, this Canton, this Provenance, right? They're
Canton chain is just something else.
When you talk about just a lump of like assets that are just sitting there stagnant, that's sort of what we're talking about. But you mentioned that there's collateralization possibilities as a result of tokenizing these RWAs. What are some of the possibilities that enterprises maybe don't come intuitively when you're teaching them and consulting with them about the possibilities of tokenization? How do you explain collateralization of the RWA? Okay, it's tokenized. I think that has become somewhat commonplace, even amongst the Wall Street firms in the room. How do you extend the life cycle and the pipeline and the value that happens on chain after it's tokenized? Then what?
Yes. So first, the conversation starts with, okay, we want to tokenize with your blockchain.
Yeah.
What is that going to mean from a distribution perspective? This initial offering. So if we look at BlackRock's Biddle Fund, that's of course supported on Aptos. They're like, all right, we're going to put it on Aptos. How much of this is actually going to be purchased by your ecosystem, by your partners, and so forth. And then beyond that, once you actually have done that primary distribution, and of course, the constraints of who can participate is really governed by how they structure it. It's not governed by what we're doing on our side. If it's accredited investors, minimum check size, all that is purely governed by the issuer that's bringing the product to market. From there, we're like, okay, do you want to offer some type of secondary, liquidity to this product, whether it be through an alternative trading system in the U.S. like a Securitize has an ATS, T0 has an ATS. A number of different counterparties have alternative trading systems, or whether you're looking to have it interact with DeFi. In the case of BlackRock, they have SBiddle, which is what they actually utilize to interact with more of the DeFi and enhance yield of that particular product. Then when you want to take it to another environment like, let's say, a crypto.com or Binance Institutional, if they're willing to support that asset as collateral in order for it to interact with that environment. So it's definitely subsequent events as you look to get this particular RWA to interact with native Web3 players in some capacity.
I'm curious, Solomon, this is coming from left field. Do you ever think, maybe broadly, do you think that there's a pitch for L1s to launch their own stablecoin? Like, why has Aptos not launched its own stablecoin?
So I think, and I appreciate that question. I think a lot of layer ones have not launched their own stablecoin just simply because they also don't want to be biased toward their own stablecoin, and they actually want to facilitate distribution of like one non-biased entity ideally. And so even us, we support multiple stablecoins, right? So I think there'll be localized stablecoins as well that are paired to local fiat and so forth. And so I think the long-winded answer essentially is, there's strategic benefits on a product by product basis. But I do think that they're not also layer ones are not trying to compete with the partners that they're trying to facilitate as well.
Yeah, makes sense. You guys have recently piloted a program with the Hong Kong dollar, a electronic version of that. Maybe you could speak to us about the differences in the way that tokenization and RWAs, stablecoins broadly, are approached in the East versus the West. I found that the East to be a completely different culture when it comes to blockchain. I found it to be far more speculative, far more kind of community oriented, really still kind of sticky with some of like the OG protocols. And then in the West, it's a bit more, let's say, focused on the tech, a lot more like of these like larger institutionally driven environments. Just from your perspective, what's been the differences? How has that project been going? Just generally curious on the cultural kind of,
Yeah, so when you look at APAC, just more holistically, you see that they're actually adopting a lot of the USDTs and USDCs of the world. Like we were meeting with SBI recently, and of course they were highlighting their relationship with USDC that's now approved in Japan. But then specifically on the Hong Kong Monetary Authority that we're working with, we're the only blockchain working with HKMA on their actual stablecoin efforts. Also beyond stablecoin, we're working with them on fund tokenization as well with the Hang Seng Bank along with BCG. Because BCG has only endorsed one blockchain, Aptos, at this point. So we do a lot of co-pitching with that particular entity. So appreciate that. And so really the delta is not necessarily how they're approaching it. It's just in that particular case with Hong Kong Monetary Authority, they're approaching it more from a CBDC perspective in that particular use case. But that's not consistent with all throughout APAC. So it's very much depends on if we're working with actually a regulated body or an actual private institution and what their objective is. And we can, of course, given our underlying tech, we can, of course, tailor our working relationship depending on what they're trying to accomplish.
And you guys have an Aave implementation on Aptos. You guys have Chainlink. So you guys have, there's a certain threshold where you need to cross as an ecosystem to be able to be considered, I mean, you could just say legitimate or like, safe and secure, right? If you don't have Aave, you don't have Chainlink, it's hard to kind of like cross that kind of DeFi threshold. Are you planning to bring some of these like tokenized funds like this Hong Kong one, Buildle? Are these able to be used on Aave now, or is there ways to use these RWAs in Aptos DeFi today? How does that kind of roadmap look?
Yes, you're naming some of our closest partners. So we do have, of course, on the Chainlink side, we do have CCIP integrated. So their cross-chain interoperability protocol. And then, of course, that's allows us to also, it's very complementary to our work with Aave. And so by all means, we definitely want to kind of bring all these RWAs, and of course, there are synthetic versions of them, the permissionless versions of them, to interact with some of those different ecosystems, because it's really just a series of Venn diagrams. There'll be permission and permissionless products, and even on the permission products, there'll be variations, like I mentioned, BIDLs from BlackRock's SBIDL. There'll be variations of it that are able to interact with the more permissionless world as well. So there's this convergence, but it's all complementary. The short answer is absolutely we want to bring RWAs to the picture, both of those relationships.
And would you say like that the current Aptos user set wants to take RWAs and collateralize them and use them, or maybe more generally, who wants to use BlackRock's build, borrow against it or loop it? Like, who do you think that kind of consumer segment is?
Well, so just because on the BlackRock's BIDL fund, they have a minimum check size of $1 million, follow-on checks of $250,000, it automatically narrows the pool of which people can actually
invest. Is this guy calling us broke?
No. Obviously, that you guys are both qualified for that. But so it narrows it down to more institutional players,
capital,
Wells, like both of you guys that can participate in that. But then, of course, we're dealing with Benji, Franklin Templeton's money market fund. It's a 40 Act fund, U.S. specific, and then you can have a couple $100s and invest in that particular fund. So it just depends on
case by case.
It depends on the issuer's preference, who they want to participate, and then of course we can facilitate it accordingly.
Well, we've said that this is sort of the time when the men are separated from the boys. The companies that have a seat at the table now are the ones that are compounding on that opportunity to shape the way that this landscape evolves over the coming months to years. What do you think is one of the more important qualities for chains to survive, right? Because look, we've got thousands of blockchains out there now, and you're meeting with institutions, you're hearing what they want. What are they looking for? I take it only a few of the blockchains are going to be able to offer the enterprises and the Wall Street firms what they're looking for. What are those things that Aptos is offering that maybe not everyone else does?
Yeah, that's a great question. Really, I think it's focus, right? At this point, Avery, our CEO, put out, of course, the narrative around, hey, Aptos is positioning itself as a global trading engine. And what does that mean? We're focused on trading, money movement, and data/infrastructure on chain. So regardless of what engagement we're looking at, it has to fit within one of those verticals, and we structure those partnerships in a way that's complementary to one of those verticals. So whether it's in trading, we have Decibel, basically our perp decks that we're building with that particular team, that will be institutional grade, right? It will have both traditional, digital asset products, but also have RWAs and so forth on that. So we're very excited about that. On the money movement side, you already mentioned, of course, the momentum we're gaining with all these different stable coins. And we'll really double down, not just in trading, but remittance, microfinancing, cross-border transactions, B2B transactions. We'll continue to really double down on that effort. And then on the data/infrastructure, we of course have Shelby, our Jump Crypto co-build. That'll be basically the AWS decentralized or the Google Cloud decentralized, which is a net novel product, right? And so that if you want to build the next Netflix on chain, that's a product that you have to utilize in order to do so. And also just data in general, disclosure on chain and intrinsic value on chain. Those are areas that we focus on. So really a focus on that allows us to really target those particular applications within financial services.
And do you find that most asset managers and enterprises, are they looking for one flagship blockchain partner? Or, if you take the alternative is BlackRock, right? BIDL is on several chains. Obviously, a lot of BIDL is on Aptos, but they've taken a little bit more of an expansive approach when they're distributing their BIDL product across multiple chains. Are more and more companies taking the BIDL approach and going sort of, they're going and proliferating across all of the blockchain ecosystem, or are they looking for one standalone flagship partner?
So I think it really depends on the use case, but I think they're starting off on those regulated applications like BIDL, BlackRock. They just moved $500 million to Aptos fairly recently. They're looking for institutional grade, and then beyond that, a lot of them are at least looking for a default chain. Because it's also very fatiguing to constantly integrate in a lot of different chains, let alone sustain those chains within your platform. So I think people are starting to get really thoughtful around which chains they're going to support, and then from there, default or preferred is the type of relationships that we're typically start looking to establish with different partners, because it allows them to go deep, us to go deep, really invest in the relationship.
And are any of these companies serving as distribution partners or case study success stories, right? They come on, they look at Aptos. Aptos does great work for these companies, and then they sort of spread to the rest of their Wall Street friends and asset managers, hey, we used Aptos, you guys should use Aptos too. How does that relationship look as you guys are getting deeper and deeper into this Wall Street world?
Yes, another great question. Really, we're seeing a lot of that activity on the advisor side.
Okay.
Like the different consulting firms. I mentioned BCG as one of them. But think of all their peers in the space that are also looking for institutional blockchains that they could bring to their partners. And so we're flattered that they want us to do teach-ins for their particular teams, and then we join them into different pitch conversations with their existing partners and so forth, their existing clients. So that's creates that echo effect. Also, legal teams also are looking for credible blockchains that they're trying to bring into conversations as well. And so it really does create that virality as you start to do good work. And then certain partners that simply grow, they've migrated from one chain to our chain because they just hit a certain scale where they just needed a lower cost, a faster chain. And so that has become a more recurring pattern that we've also been found.
Is it an educational effort when you're thinking through the advisory firms and as these end up trickling down to the financial advisors and the asset managers? Is it just a matter of time before all of the asset managers are aware of the possibilities? And we have kind of explored where we're at. I think maybe the is it 5% of your portfolio belongs in Bitcoin or digital assets these days? That's where we're at. What is pushing the needle so that we go from 5 to 10 to 15 to 20%?
So I guess how we look at it is all assets are going to eventually be on chain
There we go.
capacity. So your whole portfolio is going to be on chain.
Yeah.
It's just asset class exposure. So if you're looking for pure play exposure, like you're mentioning, like crypto exposure, then yes, I think it will be like maybe sub 5% is I guess the guidance. We'll have to consult with whoever your investment advisor is, but in general, in that case, I think you're right. But whether your portfolio has real estate or public equity or whatever the case may be, it will all be on chain in our view.
Yeah, man, I hope you enjoy wearing suits because you've got all the right answers, buddy. And I'm sure these institutions know.
I wore this for you guys.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Let's talk about a bit more of something on the fun DGen side here, which is these DATs, these digital asset treasuries. Let's just start broadly. We've kind of seen this first wave. Obviously, MicroStrategy has been around, 5 years or so now. Obviously, these Ethereum DATs, and then now this kind of whole host of different crypto asset DATs. Where do you it seems like we're done with the first iteration, but I think a lot of people are writing it off as if that was it, and then now it's kind of like over. I think that they might be a bit misguided. Maybe I'm teeing you up here. Where are we right now with this digital asset treasury kind of cycle, and like what is the evolution here? Because we haven't seen earnings reports from these companies yet. We haven't seen their balance sheets yet. It'll come each quarter. Where do you kind of think we go?
Well, I'll lean in when I say we're definitely not over. Okay. There'll definitely be more DATs, to say the least.
Okay.
And then we definitely have talked to all the different advisors in the space, and there's a healthy pipeline of DATs that are coming. I think you will see people become even more thoughtful around how they structure it, and who leads it. Historically, a lot of these DATs have been led by investors, third-party asset managers, and so forth. So I think you'll find that a lot of the foundations are going to take a stronger stance in terms of making sure that they're more actively involved in DAT formation, which I think will position a lot of these DATs to be more sustainable.
Is that like a control thing, or is it like
it could be a mixture of a number of different things? More so, I think, of a structuring thing, and then also having the level of basically engagement and basically support the foundation. Because typically, a lot of these DATs, if they have some level of foundation backing, you can also have structure, OTC agreements. You don't just have buybacks. You're not operating within a vacuum. You can actually have fluid dialogue with the foundation and the team around what's coming around the corner and allowing them to disseminate that real time into the market. So it's more of a complementary pillar, if you will, to the whole ecosystem, and they become a nice participant within that.
And would you agree that having some sort of public market strategy is now a non-negotiable in the sense that it's we've kind of exhausted a certain market of buyers and sellers in the kind of traditional space, and it's very clear that we need to now kind of take a step into the bigger stage.
I think it's at this point, if you're a layer one, if you're just a Web3 player in general of a certain scale, you're not thinking about a capital markets, a public market strategy. I think you're way behind, and there's obviously time to catch up, but you probably need to spend your holidays really thinking about it, because I think right now we have over 5 different ETPs within Europe, exchange traded products. Of course, Bitwise is filing S1 for the ETF, Aptos ETF.
Get that government back on, please.
That's right.
Get that shutdown over with, right?
That's right. And we're looking hard, of course, at futures and all these other different product types you're mentioning. So we're definitely going to continue to create that connectivity with the public markets.
It's been a very rapid fire round here. Last thing for you, what are you most excited about, most bullish on, and what are you kind of bearish on or worried about or cautious in the current market?
So I think what I'm most bullish on is I think over the next 12 to 18 months, I think especially now with the Clarity Act and Genius Act and so forth, I think stable coins are just it's the strongest product market fit in our space. Everything else is kind of looking for a home.
Yeah.
And so I really am excited about how that's just going to go truly mainstream. And then I think it's going to be very complementary. It's a common denominator across all use cases, right? And then in terms of areas where I'm more cautious, I think obviously gambling and speculation on chain is great, but sometimes like when there's over leverage and things along those lines, it sometimes sets the industry back a little bit too much. Because the space is so focused on trading. And so that could be a major distraction sometimes to like other use cases. So I think that being monitored and that kind of subsiding to some degree is probably healthy for the industry to grow.
Well, we're still facing the woes of 1010.
That's right.
We're still unwinding and going through the just general flow here. So I think it'll take a bit more time. And
it's also a stress test, it gives us a sense of how resilient our system is.
That's absolutely right.
Yeah. Well, glad you guys are sticking around. You're surviving. Kudos. And keep up the great work, Solomon. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you for having me. Absolutely. Cheers.
It's a pleasure, man. You're going to be in that suit for a lot longer, I can tell. You're just firing.
Hey, you kept them coming.
All right, buddy. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
We'll see you again soon. Thanks, Solomon.
Thank you.
Alrighty, guys. Another quick standby break, and then we'll be right back.
We got Omar's ready to go. We're gonna get him.
He's ready to go.
I think we're gonna get him right up.
All right, we're just gonna get him right up.
We're not going anywhere.
We're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. We've got Omar.
Come on up,
Bring
Omar.
him up. Bring him up. This guy's firing.
What's up, guys?
Omar. How we doing?
Good.
All right. ZK.
Doing well.
Man, okay.
Yes, I know what question you're going to ask. I don't know if I
Mr.
can
Gluck
answer this.
is firing on Twitter right now. What is this guy doing?
Yeah, what is going on?
Did you tweet something right now?
No. His ZK utility tweet is just firing.
It's good.
Going viral.
Something's working.
You guys, you just
Took
couldn't.
months and months of preparation.
What?
I'm telling you, Omar was watching that chart and he was like, "We can't go below 3 cents, boys. We're gonna we gotta turn this ship around."
I kid you not. This has been in the making for many months.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've essentially done an entire I'd say probably starting Q1, we had a massive rethink. What are we doing? What is our product strategy? What do we actually want to be defined for? What's our customer base look like? How are we going to make money at the end of the day? And how are we going to drive that money or value pool back into token?
Right.
And so you've seen that. We launched Providiums. We've pretty much done, hey, we're going to bring banks on chain. We're going to bring institutions on chain. There's going to be thousands of layer 2s, all of them powered by ZK. There's going to be interoperability between it. So they had a very clear vision that was the feature. How do we get there and how do we execute on that is kind of what we've been building up over the last couple of quarters, all year really. And this is the culmination of all that hard work. Also, the Atlas upgrade, massive upgrade, right? 15,000 plus TPS per chain, a hundredth of a penny per transaction.
Vitalik loved that one. Vitalik is a fan of Atlas.
It enables so many cool new things. As an L2, you don't have to bootstrap liquidity. Just tap directly into Avi on L1. Automatically, you got billions of liquidity you can access for all your apps. Done.
Yeah.
Okay. Significant cost reduction taken out right there. Providiums, full private, compliant, bank chains.
Yeah.
On Ethereum. Then the last part that we've been working on for the last couple of months as well is, okay, so we've figured out what are the 10x products we're going to build. Here's the tech. It's there now. Here are the products we want to do. Here's the go-to-market. How do you make money on this now, and how do you bring it back to the token?
So let's talk value accrual, right? I think the engineers have been shipping, but there's a story to be told here now that the pieces are in place, and there's now this new proposal for a tokenomics architecture that is a significant revamp from what you guys. Part one.
Yeah.
That might be alpha. That sounds like there's more to come.
It's on the blog post.
Okay, all right.
That's part one.
So
we're setting up the stage.
So we're setting the stage. You now have the ZK value flywheel. ZK is becoming implemented into every piece of blockchain technology across the entire stack, both off-chain and off-chain. ZK helps to connect these two worlds. There's staking rewards. There's network growth. There's a ZK burn portion of this flywheel, and there's a ZK buybacks portion of this flywheel. The market really, really likes this blog post. What do you think are the most significant highlights to come out of this? And maybe you can just talk to us about how some of these pieces intersect and how this all comes together.
Yeah, so I think the key focus here is Normally, protocol revenue is fully on chain, right? It's whatever is done to smart contracts, what our gas fees, etc. are. But a huge part of our market and our product is off-chain, Iridiums.
Yeah.
It is an enterprise licensed product, and most banks, institutions, enterprises are very comfortable paying software as a service licensing fees.
Right.
The question was, okay, that is completely off-chain. It's done through like contracts, etc. How do you bring that back to a token? There's a lot of regulatory, jujitsu you kind of have to figure out, and so that's the real meat of this. Essentially, is that those are two real revenue sources that we are going to keep. We're going to build.
Yeah,
that's where the flywheel is going to come from. As there's more chains, there's more interop fees. Chains communicating with each other, L1 interop as well. As there's more Iridiums being sold, more licensing fees, more off-chain revenue.
Yep.
So that's essentially, okay, how are you going to make money, right? And that's how the products are essentially going to build that around. Then it is, what are you going to do with that value accrual? So obviously, we want to make sure that it gets converted and brought back into governance. And the idea is governance is going to have three options that we've thought of so far. First option is, hey, you can set allocation of 30% goes to burn, 30% goes to staking rewards, 30% just goes back to treasury to do incentives and growth and product development. By the way, I think a lot of people also didn't realize we already have a staking proposal as well.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a staking pilot that is going to be starting very soon to test out the staking contracts for ZK Sync.
Yep.
So all these things have, we've been working all year on it. Now it's finally culminating together. So so those are really the two key pieces.
Right.
The products, so Atlas Upgrade, Iridium, ZK Stack, Interop, off-chain revenue, on-chain revenue. I think the off-chain part is really unique. I don't think anyone is really doing that. We're seeing that, hey, if you want to go after enterprises, they're not really going to pay gas fee, etc. They're much more comfortable. Here's the contract, sign.
Yeah.
Here's the annual recurring revenue, etc. And it's a massive market, right?
Yeah. The only other team we've seen do that is Chainlink. Sergey was on here earlier and he was talking about how there is a lot of off-chain contracts that are signed for these price feeds and for this data. And they are starting this Chainlink reserve where they're bringing a lot of that revenue and they're putting it in the reserve. ZK Sync is the only other team that I've heard taking off-chain revenue, putting it on chain and putting it back into the token.
That's why there's three parts. The first part sets it up.
Yeah.
Right. This is what we're doing. These are revenue sources. This is how we're going to funnel it back. Part two is going to go into detail on the interop piece of it, the on-chain revenue, how that's going to work, and then part three will be the actual off-chain. There's going to be a lot of different thinking that's been done on what are the legal structures you have to build out, what are the regulatory concerns you have to go through, and that's really the meat of it. The meat of it is really how do you actually drive it back in a compliant manner.
Yeah. Okay. So
but also at the same time, our token now has got our Mika white paper as well. So
okay, wait, you said like the European standard Mika.
ZK token.
So that allows it to be a regulated asset in Europe.
Essentially, yes. Okay. So banks can kind of take it on chain, etc.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's more another signal just to the market that we are going to do everything completely, by the books.
By the books, yeah.
Make sure everything is as regulatory compliant as possible.
Yeah.
And that requires a lot of thinking, particularly with the off-chain part.
Yeah.
How do you bring it back into the token?
Yeah.
Because
you're bringing money, you're bringing like fiat money on chain, then you got to have it tracked and accounted for. Then the buy has to stay somewhere.
Yeah.
It's be public. Right.
Exactly. So all that needs to be set up. So that's going to be, part of the discussion that we're going to be having.
So I've been, kind of harping on this, that we're like entering this practical era of this industry where it's like, we've been doing all these things that have been, partly because of this regulatory environment has been so unclear for so long. We're past that now. And then now, now we've had some highly successful protocols on chain do these buybacks, Hyperliquid, even Pump Fund, right? There are now tokens on the market that you can actually look at and be like, I know that there is some sort of there's like a little uplift that I'm going to get. I can go to bed at night knowing that someone's going to be bidding this because it's programmatically, a part of the design.
Yeah.
It's public, it's accounting, it's trends. The entire industry is growing up into this practical era.
It's great.
And, it seems like you guys have recognized this early on, obviously earlier this year, if not prior, and have built all the way to, kind of having this announcement now. When it comes to the actual like practicality of ZK, the token, ZK Sync, the network, like how do you see this practical era benefiting, your product and others? And then how do you see those who can't quite figure it out? There's going to be a bifurcation here in performance. In some companies are going to shut down, some are going to win. The fat is being cut. Just kind of talk to me about your thesis about the evolution of tokens and of this industry.
I think before we even talk about the evolution of tokens, you also have to really focus on what is the end product. Is there product market fit? And is it differentiated from someone else? If you cannot answer that, then we shouldn't even be talking about token and value accrual because there won't be any.
Right.
And so majority of the focus we've been doing is on the product. Like, what is it that people actually want? What is it that banks want, that institutions want? They need privacy, they need scalability, they want connection to Ethereum. They want to build on chain, they want to build on Ethereum, they want to build on their own terms though. How do you build a product for that? Once you've got that figured out, and once you have it figured out in a 10x way that no one else can really replicate, then you can start thinking, okay, how do I then generate the revenue off this? How do I then funnel it to the token, etc.? And I think all the best products in the industry are going to have a natural, it becomes much easier to fit and figure out the value accrual story once you have figured out the 10x better product story.
Yeah.
So it's really about that. And I think, there is, you can say there is somewhat of a divergence in happening in the industry. Obviously, we're at SmartCon. You can see literally every single major institution's here. There's a lot of interest. You probably don't see that in like the crypto Twitter crowd, right?
No.
It's so there is a very,
Twitter is currently worried about the Bitcoin touching 99K.
4-year cycle.
Yeah.
Whereas everyone here is like, my sales cycles are 5 years. What are you talking about 4-year cycle?
Yeah, that's a good one. And you know that. You trust me.
I've been telling people, hey, my sales cycles are 5 years long, but they are worth a lot.
Yeah.
So, I think the industry is maturing quite a bit because you're having interest from very large players, nation states even. Like recently we have, the first Abu Dhabi bank, IC, and the Sovereign Wealth from the UAE launching their own chain through ADI.
Yep.
They're going to launch their official Durham stablecoin through their layer 2. So there is a lot of interest from very serious real players, all regulated with very large sizes. They measure things in V's, not M's.
And they're thinking years and decades, not months.
And years and decades.
And years,
And they want to, participate with people that are also very long-term oriented.
Yeah.
And from there, once you've got that match, once you've got those products, and once you're launching them, the value accrual narrative starts to get much, much easier.
Yeah. So you're not a fan of the 4-year cycle?
No, I'm not a fan of the 4-year cycle. I think a lot of that was because, previously people were still scratching the surface of what is this? What do we do with this?
Right. What are we doing here? Right. I mean, I remember after 2017, it was like, I wasn't sure if we were going to make a comeback. After 21, it was like, okay, we're screwed. We're down in the depths, but we're definitely making a comeback. This time it's like, bear market could suck if there's a year-long bear. It's going to wipe people's portfolios. It would be annoying, but it's so clear that like it's going to be faster, shallower, and we're going to be all on the upwards trend. Not just from a price perspective, but just from the adoption. Adoption, the
use cases, right?
Stablecoins have been massive.
The way I said, I've been now professionally working in the industry for 10 years.
Yeah.
Was starting the ICO, but I didn't see the point of it back then.
Right.
In 2021, DeFi applications are like,
it was like, okay, cool, this is awesome.
There's actually stuff happening. Like these are some really cool use cases actually. I'll say, the last 3 years that I've been here, it's been a 10x in the technology in terms of the usability, the scalability, the user experience.
Yes.
10x in the use cases.
Yes.
This year we figured out stablecoins and money market funds and composability of RWAs is a massive
It's
thing,
huge,
right?
yeah.
And so I think we're going to continue seeing, in my opinion, the 10x in terms of the use cases as well as the products and technology and like how it gets used.
So I would say ZK Sync started off as like this kind of techno hacker brand.
Yes.
Let's say late 2019, it was the cyberpunk, Ethereum scaling, ZK. Fast forward to now, it's like it's very clearly like on an institutional track. It's very clearly like a leader in institutional, a leader in ZK. where does the ZK Sync brand go in 2030? What do we need the brand to be to get the goal, or to achieve the goal that you want? Like, what does that brand look like?
That's a good question. Sometimes you think about it, like, do you go down like the AWS brand style? It's a very B2B brand and very noticeable there, or do you go like the Apple style, right? It's like, okay, everyone knows this. It's a high-end, full stack, like end-to-end, like user experience, customer experience. I don't know, because like 2030 is such far away.
It's 5 years. It's not that far, but it feels forever. It feels like it's forever.
It does feel forever.
And
I mean, just 1 year. This year, it's felt forever.
5 years ago, the ZK Sync brand was a bunch of hackers and cyberpunks raised a bunch of money to bring ZK to Ethereum. Now it's like you guys are still obviously so tight with Ethereum, but it's almost bigger than just Ethereum. It's like you guys have built your own kind of network of chains, and you're very clearly have a mission to just have this massive onboarding of large players. It's probably policymakers next. It's probably it's more institutions. It's
more institutions, more nation states, with policymakers, with central banks, for example. In my opinion, in 5 years, I would like to see thousands of chains. And then the whole concept of a chain goes away. It's just an application stack. In my opinion, the technology is growing so rapidly that you yourself are just downloading like the cell phone version of the chain. And it comes with all the decentralized apps that are running on their own chains. And you don't have these 20 versions of the same stablecoin or 20 different stablecoins. It just shows up as like, here's $1 or here's $100 you got. Right? The composability really just stitches all very well together. And we just don't think about blockchains anymore. They're just servers. At the end of the day. But it's all verifiable by ZK. So I don't need to know what anyone else is doing or care what anyone else is doing. I just know that the entire state is fully correct. So I can trust the system without having to trust anything.
We've talked about how ZK flips and really breaks apart this entire mental model that we typically use when we think about blockchains, from L1 to L2 to L3. Everyone kind of settles and it all flows back down to the L1. It's no longer like that. ZK makes it so that we kind of have these independent modules of state, and then they can just share ZK proofs with everyone. They're all just kind of blobs that exist in space.
Exactly.
And and so ZK is kind of powering like this new way of looking at blockchains, and enterprises are taking this and they're running with it. And I'm thinking about how effectively, what is the TAM for ZK? Like, I think about ZK a lot when I'm thinking about kind of like the casino is funding the research lab. We kind of have a lot of speculation happens on chain, but it's ultimately gave way to ZK. ZK feels a lot bigger than Ethereum. It feels a lot bigger than L1s and L2s. It feels like it's the technology that is going to connect the Wall Street finance to the digital asset world. In this proposal, Alex, the founder of ZK, outlines on-chain value and off-chain value. I'm curious, which one do you think is going to be bigger? Is it going to be the on-chain value, the interop fees that are going to be accrued from the process of transactions through ZK? Or is it going to be the enterprise contracts that ZK Sync lands to build out this technology, build software as a service for these enterprises? Which domain do you think will be bigger for ZK Sync? That is a
fantastic question. And to me, if we go to 2030, the 5-year route, I would say the on-chain.
The on-chain. Okay,
on-chain.
So maybe for the next couple of years, it's the off-chain as we're kind of getting going, but ultimately these converge. And
because right now, building a chain is still a relatively expensive operation. Right? There's still a lot of infrastructure required. I think we still have a while to go before it's literally like, you boot up a new Excel file on your computer. Or you download a new application on your cell phone. We're not there yet. I think in a few years we'll get there. And that's when literally you just have everything just sending ZK proofs across instantaneously at the speed of the internet. And that's when you have thousands, tens, hundreds of thousands of just what we call chains today, but are just little mini apps or databases, etc. that are all fully verifiable then. And that is, I think, when the on-chain starts to just we just get that hockey stick, completely exponential growth right there. And that is also what we're looking for, because that is purely just network effects at that point, and network just grows on itself. Ideally you don't need the BD team anymore.
Right. Exactly.
I've worked myself out of a job.
Hopefully you worked yourself into retirement. We'll see. So
I've made my job redundant.
Exactly.
That's what I meant.
And so like there's other teams that are building the in the ZK world, you know, the Succincts, the Risk Zeros of the world, but they're building this generalized form of ZK. I was speaking with Alex at our event that we hosted together in Korea, and he was describing some of the things that you guys have planned on the ZK VM front to actually make it a lot easier for some of these teams to build out ZK.
Yeah.
Maybe you can describe how those developments are going?
Yeah, so we also have a RISC-V system as well as part of Atlas.
Right.
You can actually check it out on Eat Proofs.
Sure.
Right, tablet charts there. It right now is tightly coupled with our overall execution environment and our stack. You couldn't necessarily use it in the same way you can like RISC-V or Succinct provers, as in you can't use it to build your own like off-chain applications and just verify proofs or use it for that. We are working to enable that as well. It shouldn't take that much of an effort on our end, and then developers will be able to build ZK applications.
Yep. Yeah.
Right now, like right now, it's meant more to say, okay, here deploy a stack, deploy a full chain. Eventually, be like, hey, you want to build a ZK application as well? Here you go. Use the same Air vendor proof system.
And they almost don't even need to deploy to a particular chain. There's just a set of technologies that they can use in order to deploy their applications. These applications, if it's a ZK app, can just kind of exist. It doesn't really even need settlement because it's gonna interact with all the other things that they need to interact with and be composable with through ZK, verifying state proofs and submitting state proofs to the rest of the chains in order to interact. I just found that really, really fascinating because it speaks to the end-to-end model that you described to help developers, help enterprises get off the ground. The RISC-V ZK VM is an important piece of that, and now you guys are adding that as part of the early in the funnel, early in the ZK pipeline piece of technology that anyone can use to end up generating these proofs. And so it's really a ZK out of the box tech, really stack that you guys have enabled for both blockchain tech and non-blockchain tech. I just want to make that explicitly clear that ZK
it's not just on-chain stuff,
ZK is bigger than blockchain.
Yeah. Omar, I got to ask you about privacy. Everyone loves privacy right now.
Everyone loves it.
I don't know if you caught the Zcash pump. I'm not sure if you're in the trenches like that, but let's just say that privacy's back. Monero's ripping. Dash and Decred have been revived from your 2017 days from the ashes.
Man, I remember mining Monero.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
that's OG.
People are coming back to this idea for whatever reason, and they're excited about it. And I think it really comes back to like the core roots of the industry, which seemingly we go through these cycles where we kind of lose some of the core ideas and then we come back to them. It feels like we're coming back to privacy in a big way. We'd be remiss to not talk about privacy with the lens of ZK. With these Providiums and with these institutional clients, it seems like, and Mert has recently tweeted that, like, if the word public is before the word blockchain, it's not going to work. How do you feel about the institutional appeal for privacy? It seems like it's a bare minimum when you think about the traditional financial system. All right, if I send you money, it's not like Robbie knows, vice versa.
Your bank does stuff.
The bank does know. Talk to us about the institutional conversation about privacy.
Yeah, so I'd say, once again, like everyone says, privacy is a spectrum, and it's also a spectrum in terms of requirements. As we've seen on the public blockchain side, there's plenty of use cases that work out really well where privacy doesn't necessarily matter that much for now. But if you are a major corporation and you want to start moving a lot of your transactions on chain, let's say you're like an Apple or an Amazon, et cetera, you want to start moving more of your treasury function on chain, you absolutely cannot move that in a public blockchain. Right? Because as soon as people see all the different transactions that are happening, they can kind of make out, one, your financial network. They can probably also then make out potentially your vendor relationships, how much you're paying for different types of vendors, all that stuff. And these are essentially trade secrets or no one wants that on chain. If you're a bank, you absolutely do not want to be transacting on chain with your customer funds or different trades you're doing. And so that is where privacy comes into play. Now, the question is, what level of privacy? Now, for most of these institutional enterprises, you also need some level of auditability, some level of compliance. And this is where Providium has come to play, where it's a very pragmatic approach. Because it's a ZK Validium, all it's really doing is, what it's doing is it's allowing the owner or the operator of the chain to decide where is that data sit. So instead of posting it back to L1 as call data, they can decide, hey, this sits on-prem on my own databases, on my own servers, and I fully control everything. I can then set rules and permissions of who can see what data. Obviously, if you're using my chain, your user, you can see your transactions. If you're a regulator or third party, here's selective disclosures capabilities. And it's a very pragmatic Web 2 style way of building access controls into a system, as well as privacy controls into a system. And I think that is very, we've gotten very good feedback on that because it's practical. So it also goes through, different IT compliance and InfoSec procedures at any major enterprises. So that's that level of privacy that we're bringing. It's a chain level privacy for everything. Obviously, on top of that, you could implement ZK privacy in it, right? That's very different. You could create dark pools if you wanted. You could, use build different types of ZK privacy, like let's say identity verification, etc. So there's layers of privacy you can also build it, even within your Providium or even just your own rollup.
How important is privacy to enterprise companies, firms? Is that something that more, stems from the cypherpunk days, the retail guys that are looking for that privacy aspect, or stablecoin privacy, something that we hear about a lot?
What's the last one?
Stablecoin privacy. When people are like doing payroll, payments, they want to make sure that if they're part of the same company, they have some element of privacy to their payroll. What are some of the use cases that you're seeing as the most successful from enterprises?
Anything internal.
Right. Okay.
It definitely needs privacy. So, for example, we're starting to work on different use cases of banks on tokenized deposits.
Yep.
This is pretty much a bank moving its core, banking infrastructure, bank payments on chain. That absolutely cannot have anyone viewing that data.
Right.
So that's one example. Other examples might be, I wouldn't say supply chain, but let's say trade finance or something like that. So I would say the use cases are either banks or institutions are doing things internal. They're upgrading their own internal processes and systems. Tokenized deposit is a very good use case, I think. It helps a lot of our clients essentially be able to be, okay, we're upgrading the core banking system. We're going to start moving money around 24/7, but also at the same time, we're going to make it composable with different types of assets, like money market funds or T-bills, so we can do cash sweeps, etc. Offer that to our corporate clients, and then eventually also have a way to communicate with the DeFi world as well, for things like repo, etc., or interacting with other banks cross-border, what have you. So that's internal use cases. Then there are also privacy needs for, funny enough, we've also found enterprises that want to launch multiple Providiums because they need privacy between their different business units or between different jurisdictions. And so they can't be in the same operating or execution environment. They have to have air gaps between them. So different teams would need to run their own siloed, or not really siloed, but their own Providiums themselves, but they have interoperability between them. And they kind of operate as like it's one giant system, but they've got privacy between their own internal teams. Then there's obviously company to company.
Right.
They each run their, and this is part of our white paper that we published 2 months ago. The Providium public versus private paper as well, where we kind of showed how for use cases such as intraday repo or DVP, each institution can run their own private Providium, and they have private interop transactions between them. So a lot of different ways you can design these systems, which is very exciting. So many different use cases that it could be used for. One single chain for an entire company, or many chains, fully private for a company that's very large, conglomerate, global, or just app chains between banks, etc.
We're gonna have a lot of chains. There's going to be a lot of chains, a lot of private chains.
A lot of private chains.
Omar, thank you for your time, man. It's been a pleasure. Congrats on the proposal. Congrats on the institutional adoption, on Atlas, on the Providium success, as well as Airbender. You guys are really building out a full suite here of ZK products that I think will be used and will be part of that 2030 brand. So
thank you.
Appreciate it. Cheers.
Thanks, Omar. Pleasure, man.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick breather and be right back. We've got more segments to come. Thanks, guys, and we will see you in a second.
SmartCon Day 2, welcome back. We are here with Rodrigo. Congrats, man. An announcement just went live 45 minutes ago or so on AMP. Rodrigo is CEO of Edge and Node, and they just launched the world's first enterprise blockchain native database. Rodrigo, man, tell us a little bit about what AMP brings to the blockchain ecosystem.
Yeah, well, as we said, it's the world's first blockchain native enterprise ready database, and the difference it brings is that we've kind of changed the game on how things are done. We took kind of our almost decade of experience of running blockchain infrastructure, encountering all the problems, hearing the feedback, and we kind of started from scratch, rebuilt it from the ground up for the future. And so it enables things we couldn't do before. It allows for enterprises to run it on premise, for example. It allows for verifiability, which is huge because you need sort of cryptographic proof that the data that's sitting on your servers matches what's on the blockchain itself. And it's highly scalable. It allows for the data to be delivered how the end user wants it, which is something that's novel. So we can deliver it in many methods, and it's able to be used in like many different use cases, primarily for like analytics, audit, compliance, things like that.
Incredible. So enterprise really sticks out here. We're sort of in this era of RWAs. I mean, you look around the room, we've got Fidelity, we've got DTCC, you know, there's quadrillions at stake here. A lot of this is currently off chain. It is still somewhat digital, but it's not on chain, right? And we're sort of at this interesting middle area. Talk to us about what enterprise ready means. How do you take a traditional database and you turn it into one that is enterprise? How does it separate from the traditional systems?
Yeah, so like you mentioned, just as context, we're at this major mega trend of like the tokenization of everything. Like you've got like Larry Fink from BlackRock, just, you know, completely saying like everything's going to be tokenized. So yeah, the big story here at SmartCon and today is this whole movement of really, you know, after a decade or longer of doing these systems, and we're now entering a phase where traditional finance and enterprises are moving there. What was the question again? Sorry.
Essentially, like what? Yeah, what? I mean, you sort of sort of unpacked what this launch means to be enterprise ready. Yes. I'm also curious, what are some of the use cases that are enabled now that we have this system in this moment?
Yes. So, we've got audit, for example. We've got compliance. We've got the ability to track assets as they trade across different chains. So one thing what's happening is like new chains are being added all the time, different assets are being traded. So being able to analyze and, you know, watch and have observability over how that asset is going. And again, the verifiability of things. So in enterprises, having an audit trail of, you know, where the data originated from, how it was manipulated. I mean, blockchains bring that in terms of like you have the chain that's canonical, but typically in current systems, like you're just copying the data onto a database somewhere. And so it's sitting in someone's cloud. And so like a bank is being audited or it has compliance needs. And so they've got a database sitting there, and who's to say that data that's there is real or it hasn't been tampered with or and so they have to, you know, I'm not even sure how they do it today in terms of like they have maybe controls or compliance controls, but now what we're adding to it is this cryptographic proof. So effectively we can compare hashes, we can do ZK proofs to say, okay, this data mathematically matches with proof that never existed before. So that's a huge bonus to enterprises because top of their list really is compliance and security.
Yeah.
I mean, further down the list is like features and bells and whistles and cost. Compliance and security are like paramount.
And they get like these banks, they could get fined, you know, if there's a data leak, if they're incompliant,
major financial repercussions and loss of trust, loss of business. and they just can't have that.
Right.
And you're dealing with, quadrillions of dollars
Yeah.
trading, and they just can't have that happen. Like
Yeah.
this is the backbone of like the real financial system. And yeah.
Zooming out a bit, I'm curious, what gets you most excited about to work on Edge and Node? Like what gets you out of bed in the morning? You've been building this for a while, and you continue to build it and strive towards a vision. What are you most excited about when you wake up in the morning and you go to work?
Yeah, well, the kind of backstory was I was the first employee after the founders back in 2018.
Yeah.
And so I've been on the ride from the very beginning. And then I moved into the CEO role about a year ago. And really what's happened in the last 9 months has been like a kind of 0 to 1 moment again. Like my entire career up to this, I was a serial entrepreneur. I'd founded 3 other companies. Working at Edge and Node in the Graph was really like the first job I had. For the first time I had a boss, which was interesting. And now I'm back in the boss role, which is a more natural position to be in. And so, yeah, I felt like we had to shake things up a bit. I think there had been a bit of stagnation. And so we came in and kind of did some cleaning house. We like pared back costs. We came in and said, okay, we had this idea for AMP, what is AMP today, that was like being kicked around for a while.
Okay.
But no one really fully committed to doing it.
Yeah.
So then we had a new CTO come in. We looked at it and said, okay, we need to go all in on this. Like we have something here. Let's go for it. And so this year, early in the year, we got really started on it in earnest. And then we have this other kind of stealth project we just announced called Ampersand that's in the agentic commerce space that is just like heated up tremendously. And so it's become like we're back in startup mode. Like even though we've been around, 8 years and we have like 60 people and we've got this big kind of large network and we're doing trillions of queries.
Yeah.
We now have like new things that are launching. It's like reinvigorated the whole team. People are jazzed, excited. I mean, today we were like high-fiving. It was like, yeah. So that's the fun part for me is like the creation aspect, the working on hard problems, solving them. And then it's exciting as you're getting like new deals, closing business, like, oh, we met this person and they're. So it's kind of that fun. It feels a lot like being back in startup mode again. You know?
Yeah, and you guys already have your foot in the door in so many different areas that you're able to play startup on a really fun mode because you have all of these potential opportunities at your fingertips, and it's a matter of closing them, leveraging them to the best of your ability. You're also very intertwined with the graph. There's all kinds of product market fit that you've already had established with Edge and Node, and now it's about leveraging that and compounding that. And so, part of the graph strategy, Edge and Node strategy is the proliferation of all of this data, making it ubiquitous across the entire blockchain landscape, and potentially preparing for the agentic economy. AI-driven commerce is a really significant part of your vision. So I'm curious, when you think about the AI economy, how do you think this space is going to evolve over the coming months and years, and how can we all prepare ourselves and our businesses for this inevitability?
Yeah, I mean, this is a big one. Like, I think it's hard to, fathom and quantify the changes that are coming. We're starting to see it. Like, ChatGPT, when that was like the watershed moment. And I remember early days when it came out, it was like, oh, this is a toy. And now it's like become an essential part of like many people's lives. We use it all the time. So then now we're just entering into this like agentic commerce thing. And then just last week, Gartner put out this tidbit in A16Z's State of Crypto report that they said they project that by 2030, agents will drive $30 trillion of commerce. Like 30 trillion is like a massive number, and that's in 5 years. So we're just on the cusp of that starting. And so what do our lives look like? The use case and like the example is always given is that, you have an agent you talk to and, you have like Johnny Ive and OpenAI working on different interfaces. And maybe you're not in an app or on a computer, but you're talking to an agent that responds to you and then goes out and does the things you ask it to do, like buy me a plane ticket. And it knows all your preferences. I know you like window seats. I know you don't like to take red eyes. I know this. And then it's going out and negotiating for you and then coming back. And that's just like one minor example. But then, I'm looking for like clothing, find me the best deal on like, I need a new Navy suit, and it's going to go out and shop and find for you. So that's a huge sea change where how we do things, like anything that we can click around and do could be handled by an agent for us. So it's more hands off, and it's going to be,
And how do you anticipate that Edge and Node will fit into this landscape?
I'm glad you asked. So we foresee that, to get to this like $30 trillion number, we foresee that there's going to be swarms of agents, billions of agents.
Yeah.
We're at about 40 or 50 million mobile wallets right now.
Okay.
So if you take that number and project out where each person is going to have probably a dozen or more, hundreds of individual agents that are for specific use cases, effectively, then we are all going to be managing swarms of agents. And similarly on the enterprise side, on the business side, they'll have lots of different agents that do different things. They'll have like an airline might have a booking agent, and then like a customer service agent. And so the agent will come and find the best agent to do what it's wanting to do, right?
Okay.
And so what's come out this year is different protocols and standards. So the first one was like Coinbase's X402, which is like a standard for payments. Google's A2A is a standard for how agents talk to each other. What's coming now is ERC 8004, which is like a decentralized way of reputation. So as agents are now going to go out and interact and find each other, there's a way for them to verify who they came from and how if they are trustworthy, for example, or how many transactions they've done. It's sort of like a FICO score credit rating almost.
Okay.
And so,
but for AI agents.
For AI agents, yeah. So where we were early on all these trends earlier this year, and we thought, okay, in a world, we're still early, and it may be hard to project out, but in a world where there's like swarms of agents, how are you going to like manage and control them? So we came up with this concept of what we're calling ampersand, which is wallets for agents and dashboards for humans. So basically you have like a pane of glass, and you have the ability to view each individual agent that's going out and doing for you, and setting like spend limits. So you would fund your kind of master account, and then you can give smaller amounts to the agents, so they can't go out and like spend all your money recklessly. So the analogy I give is like if you have a teenager and you give them a credit card, it's like putting a spending limit on their card. Like you can only spend $5 per transaction, or you can't spend more than like $100 in a day, right? I want to limit you. So that's kind of like putting the spending limits, and then so of course you have the observability on everything they did on your behalf, and then when this reputation systems get kind of baked in, we want to build that in so you can manage the reputations on like the seller side of things. You can go in and view your reputation, manage it. I think there's a feedback mechanism that'll be baked into it. So say you get feedback on an agent, you're the developer of the agent, so you can like respond to it or improve it. So I think eventually like maybe ampersand creates its own kind of algorithmic like FICO score or score for agents. And so it'll tie in and be compatible with different marketplaces, discovery mechanisms. So, and then highly compatible with the different standards that evolve, like XOR2 and like new chains that come on. And we're going to build in integrations with tools that people use to build agents, like LangChain, LangGraph, those tools, OpenAI. So as a developer is sitting down to like write an agent, and they're going through the docs, they'll be able to say, oh, you need a wallet, like click to ampersand, like that's where you'll create your wallet, and then you'll be able to manage and view everything the agent does.
And that's on the developer perspective. And then from the user perspective, we can see all of our agents that are doing things for us via ampersand?
Yeah, so you would log in, you'd have an account there, and then you'd set up your agent. So basically have a wallet account for each agent. And then, yeah, that's where you would fund it with USDC or however, and then kind of drop in each agent wallet like a small amount of money. And we're talking about microtransactions. So a lot of these transactions could be less than a cent. So like on X402, they do like a tenth of a cent is the lowest you can go.
Okay.
And it's like a 200 millisecond like settlement. So super fast, low cost. So this could be like you are browsing and you load an article. And it just happens seamlessly. Like instead of a paywall and you have to like register for an account, put in your credit card. Okay, now I can browse the New York Times.
Right.
This will be like you're browsing the web and it just happens and it deducts like a tenth of a cent and you loaded it and you just didn't, it just happens. Like you didn't have to like click or agree, it just is happening. So
yeah, you don't need a monthly subscription to the New York Times. You can just go per article or stream per minute.
Yeah.
And it all just sort of streams out from the agent's wallet.
So in ampersand, for example, like say you had an agent that was doing that, then that's where you could view, you know, the transaction. So if, I guess the analogy would be like if you had a MetaMask wallet and you wanted to view the transactions, you go to like Etherscan to see everything it did. In this case, this would be within ampersand. You're like, oh, I have that wallet, that agent, and then you'd click out and see all of its transactions and everything it did.
Yeah. Incredible. Rodrigo, thank you so much for joining. I think I'm all out of questions. I think you guys are building a really significant piece of the agentic economy. And it's really, really cool to see not just Wall Street and digital assets converge at a conference like SmartCon, but also to get a sense of the agentic economy, AI agents, and what AI is bringing to the table, because that is a significant part of emerging technologies and where this world is headed.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And we're excited to be part of it.
Yeah. Congrats on the announcement. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
It was a
Thanks
pleasure.
for having me.
Cheers. All right. We're going to keep things rolling. We are still live. Rodrigo, thanks so much.
All right.
We'll see you next time, man.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next guest, and guys, I mean, incredible work here. This really is the convergence of three pillars of emerging technologies: Wall Street, finance, digital assets. All of this is coming together, and we are at the forefront of it. We've got our next guest coming up. It'll be Benedetto Biondi from Folks, I believe. Let's see who we've got coming up next. Hey there.
Hello.
Good to have you. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great, man. It's an absolute pleasure to have you on.
Likewise.
Man, how is give us a little intro. We've had quite the marathon today, so I'd love a little bit of some context on your background and generally how you've arrived here today.
Yeah, so I'm Jisoo from Suho.io. Suho is founded from 2018, based in Seoul, Korea. So it's about like 6-7 years journey from blockchain space. But before that, I was an early full stack engineer at Upbit Exchanges, which is one of the largest spot exchanges in the market. So let me briefly introduce what we are doing. So Suho is building institutional grade FX infrastructure, especially for the non-USD stablecoins. So simply it's an orchestration layer to converting dollar to local currencies. Yeah, that's what we're doing right now.
Yeah, awesome. Man, so I was in Korea Blockchain Week just a couple months ago. It was incredible. It was great. I mean, the vibes were great. It was an incredible experience. And it gave me a sense of how intense the passion for this technology is. I really think that the Korean market does such a great job of doing their own research, whereas here there's sort of this speculatory air to things. Over in Korea, everyone is very dialed, doing their own research. And so maybe you could give a little bit more of a sense of how you're tackling the US market and then the Korean market. Do you see these as two separate things? Do you see one strategy that works for both? How are you able to bring these two worlds together?
I think the most differences between the Western market and the Korean market is definitely the retail market. So basically Korea, from regulatory perspective, the governors doesn't want to let the institutions to actively jump into the crypto market because of the like effects. But at the same time, the retail market, like crypto exchanges, explosively doing really well, like from like trading volumes perspective, as you know, like so every crypto project really loves Korean market as a retail trading pocket market, but institutional market is not that open. But nowadays totally turning to 100% differences from this year because like government become more crypto friendly one. So that's how the institutional market explosive as well. So like in the Western market, we think bridging between the institutional market with Korea and Western like institutions gonna be the one strategy we can achieve for our tractions and growth.
Yeah, very cool. And so when you're thinking about the retail audience and the enterprise audience, you guys are building financial infrastructure for enterprises for the most part. What is the way in which you're seeing most enterprises come into the space? Is it tokenization? Is it RWAs, stable coins? How are you been able to navigate the landscape and where do you find yourself fitting into the market?
I think there's two types of institutional milestone here. The first one is, of course, like RWA and STO, the security token offerings. So all the security firms trying to onboarding those huge retails to buying those tokenized assets. But at the same time, like most of the payment service provider and fintech services trying to lead the stablecoin issues, which is a Korean one. So that those two things are the most important part. And we are targeting those stablecoins market right now.
Awesome. Okay, because we've been told that this is the stablecoin super cycle.
Yep.
Would you agree? Would you say what makes something a super cycle, and would you say we are currently in one for stablecoins?
Definitely, this is a super cycle for stablecoin.
Okay.
More and more people are demand stablecoin for buying remittance, like payouts and everything. So I think definitely it's a super cycle. And what we see in this market is lack of narrative of FX. So everyone talk about dollar to dollar clearing and settlement, but we're the only team who actually caring about the dollar to non-dollar stablecoin. So I think it's a cool.
Yeah, and you know, one of the announcements that came out, I think it was the Origin Summit. It might have been Story Protocols event. The Korean government is looking at launching a Korean won stablecoin. You know, over in here in the U.S., USDC, USDT, these U.S.-backed stablecoins are really a focal point of the government's and the administration's focus when it comes to crypto. How do you see non-U.S. stablecoins? How do you see them working with and interacting with U.S. stablecoins?
Got it. So we also have experience with the Bank of Korea CBDC project by like tech provider. So I think like we are well understanding about like Korean market and regulators view.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like for those dollar stablecoins, for example, like merchants in Korea, if Stripes and PayPal trying to attract the local merchants to use their stablecoins and infrastructure, but they doesn't want the dollar directly. They want Korean won because they're local Korean won. So there needs some like conversion between dollar to Korean won. So that's the missing point and also the key point, I think.
Yeah. Okay. And you know, when you're working with U.S. stablecoins, non-U.S. stablecoins, one of the things I realized when I was in Korea was a lot of technologies, a lot of the tools are very vertically integrated.
Yeah.
For instance, like I got off the plane, I was trying to use Uber, didn't work. I had to go in Kakao, right? Kakao Maps, Kakao Taxi, all of these things. So do you anticipate that the Korean won stablecoin will become vertically integrated into the rest of the Korean stack? Or will it kind of operate independently? How do you think the stablecoin will get rolled out? And what is the infrastructure that you supply to the stablecoin market? You mentioned the Bank of Korea. What is the tooling that you give to the Bank of Korea to help them with their stablecoin?
So for the institution customers, we gave them some network for participating on FX trades based on the stablecoins. So they can handle large volumes of conversion between currencies. So that's what we support. And at the same time, we gave the service provider to easily building some FX cross-border like payments, remittance at once with our SDK. So that's what we offer. So I believe not just like the dynamics of suddenly change everything, but rather like just small part like travelers, visitors, like foreigners, payments gonna be the first wave of stablecoin services in Korea. And we also do such visitors payments for like government-owned casino, like beauty shops, which like Chinese, like Japanese, and Western people loves it. So we applied in those like merchants.
Are the rest of the Eastern countries also looking at stable coins, and how do you see the stable coin market starting to evolve, as more and more of these regions start to implement their own stablecoin strategy?
I think like more and more like companies trying to build their own orchestration layer as a standard stacks. So all the monies come from the like bridge and also chains.
Okay.
So they want to like get some fee models. So
Right.
that's why they're focusing on orchestration layer.
Yeah.
So I think like that's a point for this market, I think.
Awesome. Okay. I've got one more question for you. I'm curious, as you're looking at stablecoins and what they can bring to the industry, like you might have seen the crypto market prices, maybe, are not as positive as we'd like them to be. After banks and nations and central banks, all of them are bringing liquidity and stablecoins into the ecosystem, where do you think stablecoins go? After they're tokenized and once they're on chain, where do they end up in perps dexes? Do they end up, which asset class do you think is positioned to have the most success as a result of the growth of stablecoins?
I think like it's gonna be of course B2B remittance, definitely. So like manufacturing companies and most of the commercial services are suffering from the fees between the payments and also the wire transfer fee. So the most important and big volumes comes from those B2B cases.
Yeah.
And also those capital based on capital efficiency. So more and more people's gonna invest in more like on-chain tokenized assets and also like liquid fund like that. So that's what we imagine for the future right now.
Incredible. Jisoo, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank
It's an
you.
absolute pleasure. Best of luck in the stablecoin super cycle. Keep up the good work, brother.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. See you soon. All right. Incredible. Guys, we're rolling. We're staying dialed. Next up, we have got, we're going to tell you. Let's see. Nick Dukoff. Where's Nick? Let's get him up here. He's coming right up. We're going to bring him on, and we're going to keep things rolling, guys. We are entering the final hour of our live stream from SmartCon. And boy, oh boy, it is a home stretch. A home stretch indeed. So we're going to keep things rolling here. You know what? Why don't we hit a quick standby while we get Nick up, unless Nick is right around the corner. All right, let's do a little standby. We'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Live from SmartCon.
All right, guys, we're back. SmartCon Day 2. We have our friends from Folks Finance, a project that's been building in DeFi for some time.
Yep.
Have been tracking these guys for a while. I'm back in the studio. I just drank 2 Diet Cokes. How's your SmartCon going? There is just everyone in the room here, institutions, finance, JP Morgan, DTCC. How you feeling, man?
That is us as well. Yes, it's great to be here. First of all, thanks for having me. And SmartCon, as every year, is great. It's my 3rd one, and I really enjoy the New York edition because you can feel that in the US now is happening a lot of things. The audience is nice. The other projects that are here, it's good to network, and we have fun as well.
Yeah, definitely. We definitely do. It's been a long day, Aaron.
It certainly has. I mean, it's been a long build for years, right? We've been building this industry, and for so long, it's been pushed outside the U.S., and now crypto is back in the U.S. I mean, could you tell us a little bit more about your founder story and just generally what's been the journey with Folks Finance? You guys had to come back.
We started to build it 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And I was working for the largest Web3 software house of Italy.
Okay.
And the software house was one of the first dev shops on Algorand. So I was following DeFi on Ethereum.
Right.
And I was like, guys, DeFi is going to build in every layer 1. Why don't we build something here since we are strategic?
Yep.
So that's how we started. We built the first, we started as a lending protocol on Algorand. Then we kept adding tools, swaps, liquid staking, leverage trading, leverage liquid staking on a ramp. At some point, we were like 90% of the TVL of the chain.
Mm-hmm.
And we decided to expand. And, being in a non-EVM chain, we couldn't just fork what we did. So we wanted to avoid the problem of rebuilding something from scratch and again being isolated somewhere. And just cross-chain technology were popping up at that time. So we decided to build this cross-chain lending protocol using messaging layer. We used Chainlink CCP, Wormhole, and right now we are the leading cross-chain lending in the industry.
Look, man, I think everyone wants to know. You guys have a very, very big announcement. Very big launch.
Let's not bury the lead.
Tomorrow.
What's going on tomorrow? Are we feeling bullish?
Let's not bury the lead. Folks launching tomorrow, November 6th.
After over 3 years on mainnet, 5 years building, tomorrow we are finally launching our token.
Yes.
It's the main venues are Binance, Perps, Alpha, Kraken, KuCoin.
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, so tell us a little bit about the token, right? Tell us about the tokenomics. This is a very interesting point because this is where it's maximum attention on folks, right? You guys are right before the TGE. And once you guys go live, it's a little bit apprehensive. Maybe you can't talk about price so much.
The chat is firing. The chat is firing.
The chat is
fired
up.
So they want to know about Folks.
Right. So tell us about the Folks tokenomics, okay? Because everyone wants to know.
Yes. Let's go. So we tried to make this as much as possible polite and nice and bullish. So we gave the largest part to the community, 35%.
Let's go.
We had over time also buybacks of investors before getting to the TGE. So we tried to reduce the investors' amount.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So the investors are a bit more than 25, I think.
Okay.
And then we have the team 10%, 3% advisor, and all the rest is to build the ecosystem and the partnership. So it's going live relatively under control. So we want to, for us, it's like the token has to go live. We have to give the utilities. So we will implement perks in the app. We already have at day one discounts on the swap, but we will keep adding because we have multiple DeFi tools. So we will, based on how many folks you hold, you're going to get discounts on the app. So it's for the users, first and foremost. And of course, we are going to launch new things. We will add more. We are launching also a mobile app. So the token is targeting to be used also in the mobile app. So many things.
Lucky DePiro, we see you. Love hashtag Folks, guys. The community is definitely excited. They're in the chat. They're rating. What do you have to say to the community who's watching right now? They're in the chat. They're excited about what's coming. What do you have to say to them?
We are keeping building non-stop. I mean, we built for 5 years, folks, and we are very excited about, we are in one new LST upcoming. We have also the cross-chain lending version 2, because, being the leader in the market on cross-chain lending for over 1 year now, We learned a lot. We know what this new type of lending protocol can do better, and we're very bullish on it. We are also integrating Monad on day one, so it's a lot of things.
We got a question from New Type here. New Type wants to know: is there a Folks wallet on the roadmap?
There is the mobile app. At the very beginning, we'll have the custody through Fireblocks, so it's MPC, but later on we may think about that. It's just, we do always do things step by step, because having too many things in-house, sometimes it can be dangerous. Our big security concerns about wallets. And
yeah. You guys are going to go live on Binance, correct?
Yes.
Okay. There's been a lot of FUD about Binance.
Mm-hmm.
Given that you guys are launching
that's a hard question. It's going to come.
Well, I actually want to get the alternative, right? Because we've seen all of the negativity that's happening around Binance, but you guys chose to launch there despite all of that. So what's more of the positive story that we can tell about
I will
the
be
Binance?
telling my personal, when
Please.
doing the TG, I learned a lot. I never did a TG before, but it's one of the things that I didn't delegate because I felt like it needed me fully on it.
It's a very important
And I can
thing.
tell you it's like negotiation, it's business. So a lot of things that you read on the socials are true, but if you are dumb and you do things that are dumb, you can't blame on the others because they proposed you. It's business, right? Everyone takes care of their own business. So I don't want to go too much in the details, but I think like the TG overall, it's like a product. It's the token is going to be your product as well. So you have to think it smartly. It's not that you just launch the token or whatever.
Right. And so, there's a lot of tokens out there. How is Folks token a little bit more unique and different? How do you stick out from the
First
crowd?
of all, we are launching as a cross-chain token.
Okay.
So it's going to be native in all the chain that we support. Cool. So it's 8 chains. We use Wormhole NTT.
Yeah.
And even the airdrop is cross-chain. So you have the leaderboard, you have the points. So based on this, we calculate the points, and then you select the chain which you want to withdraw. So already this is a lot of innovation. But overall, we will always try to add more perks into our DeFi tools for giving discounts to the users. That's mainly how we think about it.
I mean, I got to ask, how does Monad fit into the cross-chain vision? Because, a lot of people are very excited for everything that's happening on Monad. Why did you guys choose to build there, and what has it been like building there?
Yes, so for us, every chain is like helping the other chain when we integrate. The reason why we built this cross-chain lending is to allow people to do cross-chain portfolio management better. Let's say like on Aave right now, obviously it's the mainstay of the lending, but you're still all the time limited in needing to collateralize on one chain. You are limited on those assets to collateralize and borrow. With us, you can combine assets of different chain and collateral and borrow. This, we saw that every time we add a new chain, it actually grow the entire pie because then you just have more assets, more chain, more users, and it just help all each other. It's a network effect, so every chain that we can add, we add.
And so do you guys do you expect the majority of activity to kind of follow like the power law where 20% of the chains give you 80% of the volumes and transactions, or how do you kind of see the evolution of the chain strategy, right? Like, let's say if there's a handful of chains that aren't really getting used, why keep that instance? Why keep that uptime?
Because there are still valuable collateral, even if, let's say, maybe it's not a lot of activity, but there are maybe still investors who hold these assets. So let's say I used to have a lot of assets on the on the exchange.
Right.
So because I don't want to have a wallet in each single chain, maybe I have the wallet in the chain I use the most.
Yeah.
But with Folks right now, you can do it very simply. So obviously there is a new chain, it's hyped, it's good for us to integrate. There can have a lot of transaction, a lot of volume, but the others are not to discard because of that. Like we believe that there is this help of having them all connected.
I think the community wants to know what you do for your hair. Is there a specific hair product that you
no,
use?
it's a lot of people ask me this. Like I was in Korea for Korean Blockchain Week, and people come in there like, "Is this real?" They touch it. I'm like, "Yeah, I'm just Italian." It's I just put a little bit of cream. Yeah.
Is there a lot of crypto builders? Is there a thriving community in Italy?
Yeah, I will say it's not the biggest, definitely, but there are builders.
Yeah.
And there is in every crypto project an Italian member, like in the big
Yeah.
crypto projects.
Yeah.
And,
The mob.
yeah, the Italian DeFi mafia, I like to say.
Yeah. Shout out to David.
Overall, I think a lot of builders are Italian,
Yeah.
and they are in Italy or not. But we Italians, we always love Italy, so we always come back.
Of course.
Yes, sir.
So token launch tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're in the middle of Q4. We're in the home stretch. What does your Q4 roadmap look like into Q1? What are your main priorities from the product side as well as the marketing and just kind of growth side?
So the version 2 of the cross-chain lending is where we're already focusing. We paused it on a bit because the last month has been crazy with the TGE, but we really believe that improving what we have right now can bring cross-chain lending even more used, and we can make it more scalable. We also monitored like the last few days with all the problems we had with the defaults and the risk creators. We do think that there is value in decentralizing the pool strategies with the curators, but the way it was done in this cycle was a bit too aggressive, very Terra Luna style, like, not taking really care of the risk. But this can teach us as lending protocols to build it better for the next time. I always hope that at every crash people learn, but in the end, no one learned. But
of course.
I do take an example from this, so I want my team to understand what was happening wrong, so we can build something that can leverage the good part and reduce the risk. So for us, the version 2, we want also to have vaults.
And so did you guys you guys made out of this October 10th crash event fine? There was no issues with the protocol?
No bad debt,
No bad debt, nothing?
Yeah. Folks was responding very good, like in every crash that we
And
seen.
so
We are live on mainnet since April 2022.
Okay.
And
so you've been
we
through a
always
lot.
been safe. Yeah.
So you guys didn't have any issues with Athena's USDE or anything?
No, nothing yet.
Okay.
I hope it's not going to be, but so far
no,
all good.
Of course.
Yeah, we take risk very, very seriously, and like sometime when talking with others, even like with a lot of liquidity provider, they come to you and they say, "Hey, look, but I can go to your competitor and have much better." And then look what happened. You need to consider this.
Yeah. So once the token's live, this will allow you to do certain emissions for depositors or borrowers. Like there's, I remember back when Aave first went to Polygon, there was like Matic token emissions on Polygon if you bridged over there. What's your kind of liquidity farming plan, liquidity emissions plan for the token? What's the best way to kind of be a part of the community to earn folks token after the launch?
Yeah, so we had the leaderboard for I think 1 year, and now the points reset once we took the snapshot, and now it's running again. So you will be earning points if you will keep using folks even now. So I think that the leaderboard is a very good point to look at, and we will be also doing incentives for the markets that we feel that are needed. We always look at what generates value for folks, what generates values for the users, and obviously we will use the incentives model. Like, in the version 1 of the lending, we were the first lending protocol introducing cashback over the loans. As we always think like, okay, a valuable user is not the one that gets liquidated,
right?
Is the one who repays the loan.
Correct.
So we think always about this sustainability of the protocol. That's why we passed like bad times and we still are here.
Of course. And so when you guys are thinking about your community right now, would you say that the majority of them are kind of OG Algorand users?
Like
that's
the largest
kind of
part
crux
of
the
the
community?
TVL is there. Like the cross-chain lending keeps growing,
right?
And in the version 2, we will be integrating also non-EVM chains. So we look at the scenario to merging all together. Yes. So EVM, non-EVM, we will do Rust integration. So we'll have Rust-based chain. Move, we are looking also at it. So we want to monitor how the things goes. And we want to be an omni-chain for the lending. So that you have portfolio management across chain, you can use us. And we will all power this with our mobile app, with the debit card where it's going to be like EtherFi, but the loan are going to be cross-chain. So you can collateralize on every chain, top up your card, and spend.
Love it. Folks, token launching tomorrow.
I'm ready, man.
I hope everyone else is
I know
ready
you're
as well.
busy. Last thing for you here.
Yeah, no problem.
Look, man, why are you doing this? You've been doing this for 5 years.
Oh, yeah.
What is your why, man?
I ask myself. No, it's
me too, man.
To be honest, I love it. Like, I love my team. For me, every time we succeed is succeeding together. Like sometime I saw my team going on stage, winning competition, and I'm like, wow, I'm so proud of what we are doing. And I try to. I think like we built this way of doing business that is like very friendly with each other, respectful, and it reflects also in the community. So we always listen to the community. We receive feedback, insults sometimes, why not? But it's when you have this relationship with your users, with your team, I really like it. It give me pleasure, so that's why I do it.
Well, man, best of luck.
Thank you.
The community's fired up. You got Nokaru, a couple other folks just active in the chat, man.
Yeah,
thank you for joining us.
Are the fire community. Yeah.
Tonight is going to be a busy night, I'm sure. Tomorrow, I hope you get some sleep.
Yeah, it's like 1 week that I don't sleep. Like
7 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah,
thank you for your time, man.
Thank you for having me.
I hope you had
here.
a great SmartCon.
Pleasure, brother. We'll see you next time. Yeah.
Much love, man.
Yeah.
Alrighty, guys. We got 1 hour left. 2 guests left. We're going to take a really quick pause here. 30 seconds. We're going to be right back. See you guys in just a second for our last 2 guests. Thank you guys for being here. SmartCon Day 2. Rollup TV. We're fired up. See you guys in a second.
Last.
All right, guys. Day 2, SmartCon, last hour of the marathon.
Let's go.
We've got Nick Dukoff, the head of institutional adoption and all things Sol with the institutions. This guy looks good in a trench coat and in his suit. He's got a nice watch on. I can tell it's not his first rodeo here in New York City. It's good to have you, man.
Thanks so much for having me.
It's good to have you.
Man, it's a pleasure. I think we've all seen a lot of the institutional adoption that's been happening on Solana. You've been at the helm of a lot of this adoption. We can talk about Western Union, talk about the ETF that's coming on. But let's start with the talk that you gave just a couple floors further down in this building. You had Galaxy on there. Tell us what you guys covered when it came to the institutional adoption and take us through the institutional journey that you've had on Solana.
Yeah, so I think the title of the panel was something like, why is Solana winning institutions? And State Street, CME Group, and Galaxy was on the panel. And they were saying, the thing that is really motivating them to lean into Solana right now is client demand. So, they obviously see the tech is great, the ecosystem is great, but the most important thing is, flow. And their clients are pulling them closer and closer into the Solana ecosystem. And that's just really exciting to see. I started at the Solana Foundation in the summer of 2023. There was 300 million TVL on the chain. There's now something like 15 billion. It's almost hard to believe. And I think we're just getting started.
Yeah.
I'm curious, when it comes to Galaxy and State Street, these large institutions, and you're looking for flow, there's obviously a give and take here, right? I think the adage is that sharks are going to go to where there's fish in the pond, right? And Solana has been known for a lot of retail flow. Does that help incentivize institutions to come in and serve their products?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think the thing that's so unique about Solana is you got tons of retail activity and you got tons of institutional activity. And the beautiful thing, this was the vision all along of this idea of on-chain NASDAQ and internet capital markets, is bringing all market participants globally together in a single liquidity venue. And I think that's what makes it particularly exciting and ripe for more institutional growth.
Yeah. And let's talk about the general growth of stablecoins on Solana. How has that been? I'm sure it's been exponential as well.
Yeah, it's been a good year for stablecoins. So I think we started the year around like 4 some odd billion.
Okay.
We're around 16 plus billion today.
Okay.
We saw a nice little bit of growth around the Trump meme coin in January prior to the inauguration. And then, of course, meme coins kind of tapered off a little bit.
Yeah.
But you would have expected stablecoins to have done the same. But no, that's not what happened. Stablecoins kept ripping, right? And we're now 4x year to date. If you annualize that, that's 5x growth on a base of 4 billion. I expect we'll end the year closer to 20 billion or higher.
Yep.
And so if that growth rate continues, and I've got every expectation it will, because the growth is steepening, we'll be at 100 billion stablecoin sometime next year.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, which is fuel for lending markets, for Jupiter, for Camino, for, insert DeFi apps here. Secretary Treasury Besson wants us to get to 4 trillion or so by 2028, 2029. We definitely want to capture that. It's funny to see Western Union announce a stablecoin on Solana, because when I first saw this, I was like, are they not just cannibalizing their own business, right? It's a slow business. They take 9 or 10%. Why launch a stablecoin?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is like classic Clayton Christensen innovator's dilemma. If you don't eat yourself, somebody's
going
to
to eat you,
right?
Right?
And I love seeing, the likes of Visa and PayPal and Western Union, being very active in the Solana ecosystem. And the thing that's kind of uniform across all three of those, if you look at what they've written and said about why they chose Solana, is when they looked at the available technology options, Solana was fastest, cheapest, and most resilient. And so they wanted to build on something they knew could stand the test of time, like them. Many of these are 100-plus-year-old brands, and they chose to build on Solana. I think that says a lot about where Solana is as an institutional blockchain.
I think we all saw the headline. There was also some FUD around how these deals get done, which I think people need to take their thinking cap off and realize that business happens in certain ways, especially when we're trying to onboard onboard institutions. But what is the actual implementation of that looking like? How does Western Union go from traditional money, remittances, payments, cross-border? How do they implement a stablecoin into their rails? Is it an easy process? Is this a multi-year process? I think people are curious, what the headline really means, what the implementation is, the timeline, just, anything that you can share.
Sure, and it's different for every institution because each one has their own capability, and some want to build it themselves, some want to partner, and there's so many that are building on Solana. In addition to Western Union and PayPal and Visa, you also have Fiserv that recently announced their stablecoins on Solana, and I think as any company does is they first evaluate, what is their internal capability. Then they look out and say, okay, where are our gaps? What do we need to build by our partner to do? Obviously, you've seen folks like Stripe, be acquisitive with the likes of Bridge. That type of activity is happening more and more. It's like M&A season in crypto right now. Cool. And I think in part that's because these financial institutions see that they have to be playing in this space. They've got to be here. And, some say, okay, well, the fastest way to get here is to buy. Some have the capability to build, like Franklin Templeton has built pretty much everything that they've done on Solana themselves, which is incredible. Yep. And so, I think it's just dependent on the institution, where they are and, what they're looking to do. But the most important thing to recognize is these guys they're laying down track.
They're hungry.
Yeah.
They're hungry. And if you don't have a seat at the table, you're in trouble.
You're on the dinner plate. I'm curious who the next target is. We got Western Union, we've got some of the biggest remittances, you got the biggest payment providers. Can you give us any sense of?
Well, we've got a big conference coming up next month in Abu Dhabi.
Ooh,
a lot of announcements.
December, Breakpoint.
I'm sure we'll keep it close to the chest until then.
There's new stuff coming out every week, right? But there's also, we got to save some for the big Breakpoint conference next month. So I hope you'll join us in Abu Dhabi.
There you go. Yeah, man. I gotta ask, right? So we saw Solana's rise in about 5-ish years ago. Ethereum killer. It was the next L1, right? Like every other one. Now it's very clear, like internet capital markets, it's institutional facing. It's really cemented its place in the crypto industry. What does the Solana brand look like in 5 years? Like, what is that next evolution?
It's got to be ubiquitous, right? And and I think there will be parts of it that remain, very front and center that people are using and know that they're using. And then I think there's going to be parts that are going to be more behind the scenes, people that are doing all sorts of things on top of Solana, not necessarily even knowing that they're using a blockchain, because at the kind of internet speed and scale that Solana operates at, the beautiful thing is that, it works like any other app that you use. And so we want it to kind of just be something that's there in the background, and tons of trading activity, payments activity, anything you can do on the internet, we want you to be able to do it and build it on Solana.
Yeah. And so is that like more of a focus on like the policymaker side, more on the retail side, more on the institutional side? Like, is there a focus? I mean, obviously you're quite deep on the institution side, but to get to this ubiquitous state, what do you think is required?
Yeah. So I think there's a few things that have made Solana successful. One is the community. I mean, we're so grateful to have, such an enormous global group of people that, love Solana and love building on Solana, love using Solana. And I think, we've done a good job helping activate those people to help bring others along. And one of these activities is called Super Team. I don't know if you're familiar with Super Team, but we have these groups of dedicated Solana fans who help bring others along in their local markets all over the world, in the UK and France and Germany and Canada and Nigeria and Japan and South Korea, and many other, Dubai and many other places. And it's incredible. When I travel around conferences and whatnot, I always make sure to meet up with the local super teams, because you just feel the energy and excitement and the passion that these people have. And, they're doing God's work, bringing more people into the ecosystem and helping with the education, helping, people make that first trade, on Jupiter or whatever. And, once you've used it, it's like, bam, your eyes light up and you're in Solana for life. And that's what we love to see.
Yeah. And there's community-driven efforts. There's also institutional efforts that you're spearheading. For a long time, Solana was, the decentralized NASDAQ, right? NASDAQ at internet speed, capital at internet speed. And originally when I first heard that, I thought, oh, well, Jupiter, Camino, all of these DeFi apps that are going to rise to prominence and ultimately take a lot of the capital and be the new financial mechanism. But then we saw NASDAQ come and say, hey, we're going to go more into tokens. We're going to go do 24/7. We're going to take settlement time from T+2 down to same day. And now it feels like there's a reality where NASDAQ could deploy on Solana. So which one of these visions is more accurate these days? Is it the DeFi vision, or is it the institutional adoption of Solana into these existing
You've got
systems?
X stocks, you've got these things now.
I mean, there's no question that the future of finance is going to run on Solana, and I think it's all of the above. I think Solana can power all of this activity and more. Today, theoretical throughput is around 65,000 per second, with Firedance, our new independent validator client, being built by Jump. That will increase to 1 million. We've already seen that million TPS in testnet, DevNet, and I fully expect we'll see it. That utilization one day live on Solana. You've got Alpenglow, which is an update to the consensus mechanism, bringing settlement finality from 400 milliseconds to 150 milliseconds. 200 milliseconds is actually an important threshold because the human eye is effectively instantaneous.
Correct.
And so I think we're going to a place where, the type of activity that we see, like perps on Hyperliquid, type of trading activity you see on NASDAQ, I think all that can be done on Solana in that unified liquidity layer with global market participants 24/7, and that's the vision. And a long way to go, but we're making good inroads.
Are you worried about Solana's perps platforms comparatively to Hyperliquid or lighter? Like, do you see that if we're trying to build this kind of like speed of light NASDAQ, on-chain NASDAQ, well, I mean, why do it on a general purpose chain with all this other stuff going on? Let's just build a more centralized version with less validators that's more juiced up and just do it there, and let's just do it over and over again, and we'll just beat Solana. How do you kind of like, what is the team's internal kind of thought process?
I think it's Anatoly building his own perps text, isn't it?
Yeah, so I'd say two things. One is only the paranoid survive, and second is
cockroach mentality.
The devs are cooking.
Okay. Very cool.
Well, no, look, I know you guys have ZK compression. You've got these kind of Solana L2s like Bullet, right? Is an implementation. But totally was worried on the timeline. He's actively expressing his worry about how Hyperliquid's winning.
I think those worries are being manifested into exciting developments that I would encourage you to come to Breakpoint.
Good thing we hold both.
And no, we're not sleeping.
All right, well, let's talk DATs. I know that the Solana Foundation has been involved in Kyle Samani's Forward DAT, as well as a number of others. Where are we at? Where is the Solana Foundation's mentality towards these treasury companies? Kind of what is the approach internally towards these recent developments?
So I think something in the order of magnitude of over $3 billion has now been raised, to buy SOL. These DATs are in many cases, being very active contributors and participants in the DeFi ecosystem. They're participating as validators or staking. They're using DeFi, and so I think very much a net positive with the Solana ecosystem. The other thing they're doing, and this is really cool, is they're now helping tell that Solana narrative to Wall Street. So we talked about Super Team earlier and all these folks that are activated all over the world to help make Solana both global and local. I think one of the important things that the DATs are doing is they're Super Team Wall Street. So earlier today, DeFi Dev Corp, one of the Solana DATs, hosted an investor day, and it was really well attended. They were very gracious and invited me to do a fireside chat with Joseph, the CEO, and they're now out here helping tell the Solana story to more people.
It's a whole different crowd.
And it's just amazing. It's just amazing to see this grassroots type of activity. More and more folks are entering the game. And then obviously last week, folks got exposure to passive Solana via spot staking ETFs from Bitwise and Grayscale, and that was just tremendous.
So how are you guys able to get that through despite the government shutdown that's holding up a lot of these other ETFs?
Yeah, so we didn't do anything. Bitwise and Grayscale had the really great idea. There's a line at the bottom of a S1 registration statement that most folks include out of respect to the SEC that says something along the lines of this registration statement will go effective, when approved by the SEC. The Securities Act, though, doesn't require that. Basically, there's a way that you can file an amended registration statement, and if the SEC does not act in 20 days on it, it automatically goes effective.
Yeah.
And so these guys had already been working with the SEC for many, many months leading up to and before the government shutdown. And so the registration statements were near complete. They were substantially complete. And so they refiled the amended S1s without that sentence, and instead put this registration statement will automatically go effective in 20 days.
And the shutdown, of course.
And SEC didn't stop it,
right?
And so you had Bitwise go out last Tuesday with BSOL, and then Grayscale on Wednesday with GSOL.
And how important is staking to those ETFs, and how
huge.
from your institutional conversations, how important is yield to these assets?
It's so huge. I mean, I think Solana as an asset is a really compelling story because you've got both high growth. Solana last 12 months revenue is something like $2 billion. And when you look at the multiple relative to the market cap, I don't know what it is today, 80 some odd billion maybe. You're looking at like a 40x multiple. I mean, that is not dissimilar to the Magnificent Seven companies, and the growth rate of Solana is much higher. And then when you look at the yield, which for both Bitwise and Grayscale around 7%. So Bitwise launched with 100% staking. Grayscale just amended to go from 75% to 100% staking. So you're getting 7% yield with an incredible technology growth story. I think that is a really unique asset to have both high growth and high yield.
Incredible. Nick, man, take us home. It's been quite a long conference, an incredible journey for Solana. You guys are continuing to pioneer in both Wall Street as well as consumer finance is probably what I'd call it. And internet capital markets is the cornerstone of both of these demographics. I know you're keeping those partnerships close to your chest, but give us a little bit of sense of the excitement leading into Breakpoint next month.
Yeah, I mean, I think that excitement was seen on the panel today. You had State Street, you had Galaxy, you had CME Group, all talking about how they're totally bulled up on Solana. Yeah. I think I'd encourage folks to listen to the panel that I imagine Chainlink will put out at some point, and that'll get you pretty pumped up to come join us in Abu Dhabi next month.
Boom. We are pumped up indeed. All right, Nick, thank you so much for coming on, man.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it was
great work.
Cheers.
Alrighty, Rob.
Yeah, day 2.
It's getting quiet in this room.
It is. Teams are starting to filter out.
It's getting quiet in here.
You're good to go. Unless you want to stick around, help us run this last half hour. Cheers, brother. It was a good conversation. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. I think we have Patrick coming up next, the co-founder of Cypherin Audits. He's in the house. He's drinking. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
That's a must on Twitter. Yes.
Yeah, Nick.
You can't hire him. Just kidding. Yeah, you can. He's all yours. All right, guys. We've got Patrick in the house. He's fired up. Man, Patrick, how are you doing?
Doing all right. How about y'all? Y'all been up here a while, huh?
All day, brother.
All day.
We've been here since 10 a.m.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah.
You've been talking the whole time?
The whole time.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah. Patrick, I mean, so look, you're building in Web3 security. I got to start, man.
Sure.
How the hell did Balancer get exploited? Dude, how did that happen?
All right. So actually, I was literally reading, Balancer posted like a preliminary postmortem, maybe 20 minutes ago, and I was reading that on the way over here. It sucks. It sucks. It was awesome. So for those of you who don't know, Balancer got hacked for like $130 million recently on an older code base that had been around for 4-ish years. And it sucks when a code base that mature gets hacked. It's terrifying because the question is, okay, is any of our ossified, our long mature code bases safe? So how did it get hacked? A lot of people have been posting what they think are postmortems, but just heads up to everybody out there: be very careful of the Twitter KOLs and clout chasers who post postmortems who don't know what the hell. Can I swear on this? Or
yeah,
no?
You can.
Fuck yeah, you can.
Who don't know what the fuck they're talking about? Most of them don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Usually, what you want to do is wait.
Cypherin Audits, baby, bullish. Let's go.
Usually, what you want to do is you want to wait for a legitimate security firm or the protocol developers themselves to post the postmortem, and that'll actually tell you what you need to know, because it's really important that we actually know what happened, because that will tell us what we need to fix in the industry, right? If it's a reentrancy issue, okay, cool. How do we fix reentrancy issues? Is it more tools? Is it more human resources, et cetera? It's looking like it was some type of precision rounding error. How do we make sure we have better tools, better humans to fix that? But yeah, don't. If you click on someone's bio and it's I'm a social media manager, and they're telling you postmortem hacks, that's your red flag that they might not know what they're talking about.
How does a rounding error cause $120 million exploit?
Yeah, well, so again, just to clarify, it was just a preliminary postmortem, so like there could be more details. But we have seen precision errors cause huge amounts of loss. And the way it works is, like crypto is very, very specific. Every amount of money adds up. So if you do a transaction and the protocol, loses, a single way or like a half a cent, and a hacker is able to figure out how to have the protocol lose a half a cent millions of times, all of a sudden they make a shit ton of money. So, flash loans are tools that we have as well that doesn't exist in the classic fintech world, where you can like find a tiny little hole. Like the analogy I make is like, imagine like you have like a hose, like a precision rounding area is like a tiny little hole in it. And then they just take, flash loans, they take a jackhammer and just slam that shit, open it up. Yeah. And, you just keep repeating. And all of a sudden you have $128 million lost.
Yep. Makes sense. I mean, what was it? $4 billion was lost to hacks. I think it was 22 or 24. Generally, we have seen these things become less severe and less frequent.
Yep.
Is that the case, or we're just hearing less about it? I mean, amongst kind of the bull market, these things get swept under the rug a little bit. Has the hacking industry started to die down, or is it still very much alive and well?
It's an amazing question. If you had asked me this a month ago, I would have said our smart contracts are actually getting pretty secure, and hackers are looking elsewhere. And then this hack happens, and now I look like an idiot if I say that. But yeah, so Chainalysis is an analysis firm. They do some phenomenal metrics on like hacking data, and like the average for the last couple of years has been around like between $2.5 and $4 billion. We saw like a dip in 2022, 2023, but the dip was also like at the same time the markets collapsed. Right. So people were like, "Wow, we're getting hacked less." It's like, no, there's just like less money in the ecosystem. Yeah. What we're actually seeing is pretty much like as more money comes in the industry, we see more money flow out from these hacks. I still actually do believe we are getting better at smart contract security. This balancer hack is, putting an arrow in that. But a lot of the hackers these days, they're kind of following more traditional cybersecurity hacking routes. So on my talk earlier today, I ranted about private key safety and not your keys, not your crypto, yada yada yada. Because these days it's the KOLs who get the fake Zoom link. Yeah. They click it. They download a keylogger. They download a MetaMask hacker. Everything goes out the window. That's what's becoming more common because hackers are going, you know what? Smart contracts are hard. There's a lot of math there. There's a lot of logic there. But people are idiots. Yeah. People are a lot easier to hack than logic. Yeah. So we're seeing more of that happen, which is super frustrating because those are the ones that are arguably like easier to prevent with education, with good processes.
Hardware wallets.
Hardware wallets are very helpful. Multi-sig is even more important. One of the other it wasn't necessarily a hack, but big oopsie daisies. I don't know if you guys have been talking about this. Was PayPal? Okay, you have been talking about this. I just said PayPal, and you immediately. So
we're just gonna mint the entire global GDP
for the next 10 years.
They really fucked up. They could have paid off the U.S. debt. That
would be insane.
With the fake money they minted out of nowhere. Imagine that one. But so it's a big oopsie daisy, right? And it's just immature ops. I mean, again, I don't know the whole story, and I'm outside hindsight 2020, yada yada yada. But you really should never have a single address have the power to mint $300 trillion because they could fat finger an oopsie. If they accidentally download a link, boom, we have all these mature processes that should be followed, and some orgs aren't following them. I think classic fintech, for whatever reason, they're like trying to get into crypto, but they're not talking to people who have been doing this a long time, and so they're getting wrecked because of it. Yeah. But it sounds, this is why SmartCon's a great event. It's because we are kind of combining, hey, classic fintech, listen to the people who've been, doing this shit for a while now.
Yeah.
I'm curious, we operate on chain. There's businesses that operate. What are some of the things that someone can do to protect themselves, right? If it's just like without, and maybe we'll just stick to the retail use case, not so much the institutional use case, because that's where things can get really, really secure, really complex. But, just the average user watching at home, what are, the 2 or 3 things that they can do to protect themselves?
Yeah, great question. So it really depends on your threat model. So I'm going to say for like the average person who has built up some savings and they are kind of cypherpunk, they want to be custodial, they don't want to have it on an exchange. Or actually, I guess before I even go down that route, maybe consider holding your funds in an exchange. I hate saying it because I'm cyberpunk and I'm like, everyone should know about their keys, know about their wallets. A lot of people aren't going to learn, what it takes to like hold that responsibility. And it breaks my heart to say that, because I'm like, not your keys, not your crypto. If it's on an exchange, it's not really your money, blah, blah, blah. But, I've seen so many people just be very flippant with their keys. Again, they click the malicious Zoom link, they download the malicious software, and I get DMs from people and it breaks my heart. They're like, hey, I lost my entire life savings because I downloaded some bad stuff. And I go, I don't know how to help you. That sucks. Here's the local law enforcement. We can try to trace, we can do our best, but you might be shit out of luck. So if you're not willing to do that work to really understand this technology, maybe leave it on the exchange. Now, if you are willing to do that work, let's talk. And hell yeah, good for you. Because again, the downside of that is, okay, if you put all the money on the exchange and the exchange is named FTX, you're fucked there too.
Yeah, you are.
So I would say but yeah, learn this stuff. It's not that hard. But and take the responsibility, hey, your private key is literally the access to your vault, the access to your wealth empire. So hardware wallets are a phenomenal first step. Absolutely. That is the minimum you should be doing is hardware wallets. Much better than software wallets. I know a lot of people like their MetaMask, their Rabby, but anything that's not a physical device is easy to hack. Again, we go back to this malicious Zoom link idea. You shouldn't be clicking those, but if you do click them and you have all your money in a MetaMask or a God forbid, a website wallet or something, and you download some software that is a keylogger and you type in your password, now they have access to your password. Maybe they swiped your encrypted key, boom, they decrypt your key and they steal all your money. So having a separate physical device, like a Ledger, a Trezor, Lattice One, Keystone, you name it. There's a lot of great wallets. Well, I have issues with hardware wallets, but that's another conversation. Hardware wallets are phenomenally better. If you want to go a step further, this is where you do need to get a little bit more technical. Using a multi-sig wallet, like a safe, this will help prevent the fat fingers, like $300 trillion, or a fat finger of giving away all your money. You do need to be a little bit more technical to do that. So there's a little bit more training, something that we offer on Cypher and Updraft if people are interested. But yeah, the minimum you can do is, first off, am I going to take the time to be secure and actually understand private key safety? If no, just stay on exchange. Don't trust yourself. If yes, and I hope the answer is yes, then the first thing, the minimum thing you do is get a hardware wallet, start there, and then keep learning. As you learn, maybe do multi-sig, maybe do different types of backup or social recovery, et cetera. There's lots of things you can learn, but that's the first question. Am I going to take the time? If no, stay on the exchange. If yes, start with the hardware wallet, go from there.
Did you grow your Twitter account with doing security tweets and stuff?
So,
how did you grow your Twitter account so much?
Big nerd. I'm a big nerd, and I post a lot of big nerd stuff.
Okay. You're a large nerd.
I'm also kind of a large nerd.
Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah. No, but just my goal since day one is make products, make content that help people in the space. And I'm honored that people have taken the education and tools that I've made and said, hey, we like this, and yeah, just keep posting nerd shit. Although the most frustrating part for me is when I post a stupid meme and it gets way more likes than a research project that I took 4 weeks to do. But that's life.
I totally get it because I can tweet a one-liner that'll go viral, and then you write an entire article and it gets 1/10 of the engagement.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
I'm curious about the talk that you gave downstairs.
Yeah.
Can you give us a sense of that?
Yeah, so it was mostly around private key and wallet safety. It's kind of a big tangent I've been on recently. A lot of the audience here at SmartCon is enterprise, classic fintech, and I wanted to kind of tailor it a little bit more to them. Here, what are some of the pitfalls that you as an enterprise are going to run into? So maybe less for the retail users out there, but developers, when they develop a common pitfall is they say, all right, take your private key, put it in plain text, and then stick it in this script. And again, what we just talked about, the instant you do that, you're now at risk of, again, accidentally sharing your screen with your private key or downloading that link again. You never want to have your private key in plain text. But so many businesses, they haven't got the scars, and they go, yeah, I'll just put it in plain text. It's easier to get my script running. They'll deploy to the cloud. So a lot of automation needs a private key, and they don't understand how easy it is to get wrecked. We talked a little bit more about, even the hardware wallet side, because, if you have a, Bybit, I talked a lot about Bybit. For those of you who don't know, Bybit was an exchange. They got hacked for $1.4 billion. It is the largest heist of all time, which is crazy. They actually were doing everything right. They had hardware wallets. They had a multi-sig. They had a very sophisticated ops process. But somebody did a man-in-the-middle attack, sent like a malicious transaction to their wallet. They couldn't read like what the wallet was saying because it's like complicated hex data. And they were like, yeah, that's probably correct. And they sent it, and boom, it was a malicious transaction for $1.4 billion.
But it was a multi-sig. So wouldn't multiple people have had to approve that?
And multiple people did.
That's what happened. Multiple people.
You do like blind signing or whatever.
Exactly.
And it's like you have no, like when you're clicking on your ledger, it's like click, 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 click.
It's just
click.
a bunch of ones and zeros.
It's just like, all right, done.
So,
I mean, I've been there so many times where it's like, I think this is what I did.
Right.
Oh, hold on, let me just let me just press no. Go back, click the button again, and just make sure that, because like I'll step out, go to the bathroom, come back, and I'll be like,
Yep. Well, so the tricky thing with that too is, your website could say one thing, but if somebody gets in between your website and your wallet could say another thing.
Yeah, that's the
so if you can't read your wallet, you send that's what happened. But these are obviously very sophisticated. These are very tricky hacks that happen, like to get in the middle there. And like again, like hindsight 2020. But being able to verify the data is a more advanced trick. So I'm on a number of security councils for different like layer 2s, and every single transaction I send on my hard wallet, I'm like, I shit you not, I sit there and I read every freaking character, and I know what it does, and I have a bunch of tools that I use, and we teach this on Cypher and Updraft how to verify all this. But I check to make sure that the hex data on my wallet is doing exactly what I want it to do. It's a little bit more tedious, but I'm in the security field, so if I fuck up, I look really stupid.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, there are some technical hurdles for a lot of people these days, and I'm hoping wallets interfaces get better, where instead of all this hex shit, it just says like, oh, you're swapping USD for ETH. Ledger just came out with a tool. It was a bit controversial, but I'm happy that they're making progress, because it does have a way to just say, hey, you're swapping ETH for USDC, and it says that right on the hardware wallet. So that's really good.
It makes these transactions and just self-custody in general, blockchain finance in general, using the chain itself, makes it a lot more approachable for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Like this hacking economy is still very much real, and it's still on the scale of billions of dollars. I remember when, the theory was that a lot of this was coming from North Korea, Lazarus Group. Is that still the case? Do we have any more insight into where these hackers come from?
All over the place. North Korea is a big one. So like the Bybit one, $1.4 billion, that was confirmed. North Korea, Lazarus, North Korean hackers. But we get hackers from all over the place. A fantastic documentary just came out called Code is Law. Talk about I forget where the guy was from, but he wasn't North Korean. He was just a hacker. I think he was Canadian. I forget, but they come from all over the place. North Korea definitely is like state sponsored. Like they're 9 to 9, not 9 to 5. They're 9 to 9 is to steal money.
Yeah.
Like wake up, try to
like
take people's money, go to sleep.
Pays them to hack other countries.
Yeah. Well. Nobody would ever admit that. I mean, every nation has some level of espionage or sabotage that they're doing. It's a real threat.
Yeah.
Wow, this documentary looks pretty nuts.
It's very good, and it goes through the history. So I guess I'm going to shill the documentary real quick. It goes through a history of a lot of the most influential hacks out there, what the security industry learned from it, and then more importantly, hey, this thing of code is law. Is that real? Because if you hack my protocol, I'm sending the cops after you.
Yeah, we've had this conversation before. It's what are the ethical requirements of someone if you're leaving money on a table? It's kind of like if someone drops a $20 bill on the street and no one's around acting like it's theirs. Is it ethical to pick it up?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's something that there are some cases going on right now in the courts, I think, that are going to set some really interesting precedents. So one of them is the index finance hack. That's still kind of going through. The law. Mango Markets. That's actually I think, don't quote me on this. I think he got convicted and then he appealed and the next judge overturned it saying like the code let him do it. So like whatever. So it is an interesting question. We're still trying to figure it out, but then some other people have gone to jail.
Yeah.
We're figuring it out.
Yeah.
We're figuring it out.
Yeah. Maybe give us a little bit of an update on the business side. What are some of the, maybe you don't want to mention the clients that you work with. That's a
I can say.
Yeah, I mean, share some success stories for anyone who's listening. They run a protocol and they're looking for some audits.
Yeah, so definitely hit us up. So our two main lines of business for the Cypher team is security audits, and we also have our education platform where we do sponsorships and we have ads and jobs and all this other stuff. But that's the place to go to learn anything technical Web3. You want to become a security researcher, developer, Cypher and Updraft is for you. And then also, if you want to make sure your code base is really, really good and very secure, Cypher audits. That's what we do. So yeah, we work with some phenomenal teams, some phenomenal partners. Some of them are here, World Liberty Finance, Ondo, MetaMask, ZK Sync, Consensus is Linea. We're very, very lucky to work with some of the best in business, and we're very proud of that. Making sure that not only one protocol at a time is safer, but also we take all of our learnings, put it into our education products so that security researchers can say, oh, okay, I'm going to learn from the Cypher team who works with the best projects out there to be more safe. One of my favorite ones is the MetaMask 7702 upgrade.
Yep.
A little bit more niche, a little bit more nerdy, a little bit more technical. But if you use the MetaMask smart accounts, it's us who audited that.
Very cool.
Which is very exciting.
Congrats.
Thank you. We're very lucky to work with great partners.
Yeah.
Patrick, man, it's been a pleasure. It's been a marathon for us.
Yeah, you guys are probably.
It's been a day.
You guys are probably
thank you for your
dying.
time.
Yeah, appreciate it.
And love your
so much
Twitter,
for coming
man.
on.
Keep up the tweeting, man. I just like your Twitter, man.
All right,
Keep it up,
likewise,
man.
dude. Likewise.
Thank you,
guys
man.
for having me.
We'll see you next time. Thanks, Patrick.
Alrighty, guys.
We're gonna hit a standby and then
Quick break before our Money Moves Fast segment with Sam from
wrap
Polygon, talking about their upcoming work.
Yeah.
Guys, we'll be right back in 1 second. Thank you guys for being here. It's been a day.
Money moves fast. Coming right up.
Yeah, I think we've taken the approach of, fortunately, we have a lot of folks that know the traditional system, know some of the pain points and limitations, and we've taken the time to really get to know our enterprise customers and solve problems for them. A few examples, like Stripe notoriously is use Polygon as the primary chain. Long tail, they want to make payments a lot cheaper for small to medium-sized businesses. So their core business is SMB. If you are using stable coins with the payments, interchange and transaction fees are lower. Another example, a top 3 money remitter is using Polygon. So there's something called pre-funding. So if you're a remittance company, you're holding dormant capital in currencies and bank accounts across the world to make sure that you're able to ledger transactions. So it could be dollar to BRL as an example. That BRL needs to sit in a Brazilian bank account in order to complete that transaction. What stablecoins allow you to do is release some of that capital, limit some of the pre-funding requirements, and make everything happen 24/7. Another good example, Flutterwave, we just announced a partnership with them. They're the largest African PSP. The use case there, some of their merchants, such as Netflix and Uber, large enterprises, they're accepting payments in Naira, which is the local currency in Nigeria. They don't want that FX exposure, so as soon as they accept the Naira, they're immediately swapping to a stablecoin, USDC or USDT. Now Flutterwave is going to be building on Polygon to solve that last mile where you're taking stablecoin, swapping to dollars and sending to Netflix and Uber bank accounts. So, yeah.
So there was a lot of risk because when you took custody of those assets, call it one of these Brazilian currencies or Nigerian currencies already, any currency that had directional exposure, the settlement time was like 2-3 days in order for them to get out of that currency.
Yes.
Stablecoin brings that settlement time way down.
Exactly. Near instantly.
Yeah.
Awesome. Talk to us about the Rio upgrade for Polygon. I know that this has just gone through in the last week or two, or sometime in October. Big upgrade for the payments focus for Polygon. Talk to us about what lower finality means for these stablecoin payments, and why this is so important.
Yeah, to put it into perspective, we're now at 5,000 TPS. As a comparison, MasterCard's average TPS is 5,000. Visa is usually around 6,500. So now we're comparable with large payment networks that are doing billions and trillions of dollars in transactions. So Polygon now is at the level where we have this distribution with enterprise, but we're ready to take that next step and truly scale this new payment rail. We're really here to just enhance the current systems and the current infrastructure that they have and make things more fast and efficient. But yeah.
And on a similar note, also with the technical architecture of this is that stablecoin TVL is up 45% on Polygon, but transaction fees are still at the minimum for these payments. A lot of that is thanks to blobs and Ethereum also scaling. How do you balance scale and also sustainability when you're thinking about Polygon's fee structure? You want to make sure that you're collecting, but also you want to make sure you're providing a good service to your customers.
Yeah.
How do you strike that balance?
Yeah, I think, again, I think we're kind of rooted in solving problems for our customers, and we understand to optimize for payments specifically. We want this to move at very low costs. So I think that's really our number one priority. But we're thinking about other revenue streams. We're working on a lot of on-chain products, so different use cases, such as FX on-chain, such as on-chain credit, which is getting a lot of demand, and that solves a weekend settlement crunch. So right now, notoriously, you receive a settlement from Visa, MasterCard. Let's just say you process $10 million on a Friday. You would receive that settlement next week on, say, Monday or Tuesday. So on-chain credit with some yield components to it is something that we're building on-chain. And I mentioned yield. So we're working with a lot of our fintech partners. Lemon Cash is a fintech in Latin America that's going to be offering high-yield savings accounts to their end users on Polygon. So there are other streams and other products that we're bringing on-chain to think about revenue. But ultimately, when it comes to moving money, we want to make it extremely fast and extremely cheap.
Yeah. As a Jets fan, you're not used to winning, but I think you're winning right now, man.
Absolutely
you're
not.
Winning.
Yeah.
How does it feel to be a winner?
It feels great, man. Yeah.
I mean, we are winning as an industry. I mean, just holistically, like you said when we kicked off.
How about that Baker Mayfield guy, right?
Yeah, it's pretty damn good, huh?
Right?
I mean, come on, baby.
He's a guy.
He's a gamer.
Yeah.
Baker Mayfield. It doesn't go down easy.
I think he's actually joining the Polygon payments team after and
so
after
he's just gonna keep winning.
Yes, keeps winning.
Okay, so he's just gonna keep winning.
Exactly.
All right. And so here at SmartCon, it's very suity, right? It's very finance oriented.
Yes.
I think we talk a lot about technology and a lot about the actual tech behind what's happening. But it seems like here the tech is almost as expected with chain abstraction, account abstraction. Because this whole idea of kind of like this DeFi mullet of like all this stuff happening behind and on the front, you don't really realize it.
Yeah.
It really feels more real here today. From your experience in interacting with, the large institutions of the world, the money movers, the fintechs, how much does this really matter to them? How much does Polygon's technology really matter? How much does blockchain matter versus the end outcome, right? Like, basically what I'm getting at here is like, how much do they really care about the tech versus just what they want?
Yeah, I think a lot of these companies, whether it be a Robinhood or Revolut, or whether it be a Stripe, they're worried about their end customer and they want to provide the best experience to merchants and then downstream to their users. So I think, frankly, a lot of the blockchains have gotten, as far as like the TPS and the performance, they're all very good. But some of them are specializing, and we're specializing in payments. And the way in which we like to think about it is we want to tap into these large distribution channels that already have a really good front end and just power their back end and make it more streamlined and efficient. We talk about supercharging fiat. So whether it's a settlement, whether it's a payout, users expect their money to be instant, just like they expect a text message to be instant. So we're kind of at that point in which, for us, we want to identify the problems and we want to be that go-to provider and that consultant as these companies move on chain.
A lot of times, like you mentioned dormant money that's sitting on some of these remittance platforms. A lot of the aspect of payments isn't necessarily, one payment going from point A to point B. It's, what you do with that money when it's not being moved.
Yes.
What do you do? How do you provide yield? Like, how can we maximize the output and the productivity of the money that is just kind of sitting there waiting to be transferred or remitted?
Yeah. So I think we definitely think about treasury quite a bit. And we are starting to see payment companies and remittance companies starting to launch their own super app. And like what that looks like, we all know the top remittance companies, whether it's Western Union, whether it's MoneyGram. Notoriously, they're very good at peer-to-peer payments, but they're not providing additional financial services. Right. You're now starting to see these companies launch digital wallets in which on the back end, it could be an RWA or it could be just a stablecoin in which the user is earning yield, but on the front end, it's just appear like your everyday your everyday savings account. So I think what some of the companies are doing very well is on the front end to the user is exactly the same, but they're just replacing, you said DeFi mullet earlier. Yep. It's a great analogy. Like on the back end, just more efficient rails and better systems and better architecture.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when I'm thinking about the most unsexy, boring use cases of crypto, it's what we were, learning about in 2017 and 2018. It feels like, as you said when we kicked off, like this is the moment that we've been waiting for. It almost feels like whatever we've been doing for the last 6, 7 years, it was always just stablecoins and payments and these types of basic things.
Yep. Yeah, the fundamentals were always speed and efficiency of transactions,
right?
But then access and inclusion.
Yeah.
So for us, like the way we have this narrative of modernization with a purpose.
Yeah.
So like downstream, like I'll use the Flutterwave example again. Like downstream, once they launch a B2C product on Polygon, that will be giving access to the dollar. Whereas traditionally, these systems have worked really good in a few markets, let's just say the US, Europe, UK. But now, everywhere and to everyone all at once, they're going to have access to the dollar. They're going to be holding a currency that holds value.
Yep.
And the level of playing field. I know a lot of folks in this industry have said that for a while.
And it's been pretty incredible to see the support from the highest form of power in the US being the government. On 60 Minutes last Sunday, Trump has basically said that he just wants to win crypto.
Yeah.
Stablecoins are clearly a way for the U.S. to extend the dollar's, hegemony globally and dominance.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like we have all the firepower needed to make this happen, and then it's teams like yourselves basically going out and implementing that in a private kind of commercialized fashion.
Yeah.
We have Secretary Bessent saying, I think $3 trillion in stablecoin supply by 2028. Yep. I think that we can get to 10 trillion in the 2030s. Where does Polygon fit in this? Where does the competitive landscape shake up here for these payments chains, for these kind of like RWA stablecoin chains? How do you plan to kind of win and dominate into the 2030s?
Yeah, I think ultimately we talk about just access and inclusion. I think we're a pretty purpose-driven organization, and I think leading with that ethos, hopefully the rest will play itself out. But right now, we're really just focused on payments and providing access and inclusion to people that need it most. I think I mentioned it earlier, like traditionally, the infrastructure today or the systems today works for a few markets, but now we want it to work everywhere and for everyone. So I think right now we're trying to solve problems, and we're just crossing the starting gate.
Yeah.
But I think we'll do pretty well if we just stick to our ethos and solving problems for large enterprises and institutions.
Yeah.
Well, one thing you mentioned about capital velocity is kind of, I thought about this before, where it's difficult for a company to really monetize and continue to maintain monetary velocity, because one thing about velocity is that it's in motion, and so it's going maybe from Polygon to somewhere else.
Yep.
When you think about capital velocity, I agree that's a much more accurate indication of the health of an economy, because buying and selling things, you don't want just a bunch of money sitting in one place. You want transactions flowing back and forth. And so do you think about the velocity within the Polygon ecosystem? Like, we can bounce back and forth, but it all stays in Polygon? Or do you think, okay, we've got all of these chains, all of these providers, we want to maximize the velocity that is of the entire industry? How do you think about this?
Yeah, so it's a few points. One, on the prior point, regarding Polygon specifically, we want to tap into these large distribution channels. So we go on our mobile phones every day. We use Robinhood. You mentioned Venmo earlier. We want to be in those conversations in which, when they make a move on chain, we want to tap into those distribution channels where transactions are happening on the Polygon network. Now, as far as interoperability, we do have a product called AgLayer. Very early days, but basically it's a unified settlement layer. So unifying liquidity across chains to ultimately have that unified liquidity to disperse respectively. So we are thinking about interop, but I think right now we're probably 5-10 years away from really scaling that technology. And I think folks at Polygon might have a different answer to that question. But right now we're focused on a network of solving problems and having that distribution on our network.
What are you most bullish on right now, and what are you bearish or cautious about in the industry?
So I'm very bullish on some of these. I'm just bullish on these larger enterprises starting to adopt stablecoins. I just think I got into this industry with a very purpose-driven mindset, and right now this is coming to fruition. So someone in Africa or someone in Latin America now have access to $1 just by downloading a digital wallet and being able to use it for goods and services. I think that's super exciting, and it makes the world a better place. What am I bearish about? I think right now there's actually a very strong narrative behind privacy, and I think we're very, very early in the technology. So while I think there's a lot of capital now flowing into, I think we're seeing like Dcash and Dash, like we're seeing a lot of institutional money pumping in. I just think these networks and these protocols are very, very early.
Yeah.
And being able to solve for full anonymity of both the transaction and the sender and recipients, it's still very, very early days. But I do think at Polygon, we are set up to solve for this. We are having conversations with enterprises and kind of whiteboarding what this solution looks like today. And right now, we're in its early stages. We're about to get to the point where it's enterprise grade and ready for deployments, but the amount of capital flowing in right now is pretty crazy, guys.
Yes. Polygon historically one of the strongest ZK teams in the space. I remember speaking with Jordi Polina when he was at Hermes.
Yeah,
And then
we're super excited. We'll get there. It's just it's interesting. We were talking to a bank the other day, and some of the folks on the team were talking about privacy, but the head of blockchain there was saying the public nature is actually a feature. So like traditionally, if you're sending a wire or you're sending an ACH, the sender and recipient don't really have a chance to track that payment. They don't know when it lands. They don't know where the status is. They would have to call their bank. Hopefully they get someone in customer service that's friendly and is willing to answer their questions. But now if you're doing that same transaction on chain, you can see that it's pending. The transaction is on its way, and then it's ultimately received. So banks are actually seeing it as a feature. So I think there's some companies that are focused on privacy, but I think focusing on this decentralized nature is a feature and something that's being embraced both by banks and enterprises.
Sam, thanks for your time, man.
Thanks.
Looking forward to the growth of Polygon, the growth
Thanks.
of stablecoins, the growth of payments, and the unsexy and boring stuff that we all came here for.
I think it's sexy, guys.
You think it's sexy? Well, you're also a Jets fan, so
Yeah.
I mean, whatever. God knows what's going on up there, but it's our pleasure, man. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. This is great. Thanks, guys.